The managers of Apostle City were the sapient races of the shattered starry sky. Their authority was based on the city codex, giving them clear judicial and administrative power. The city codex was created by the original top apostle team. Over a long period, it underwent revisions and major reforms. It now covered nearly every aspect of the entire city. Each apostle city's codex was different, and the Codex of Devil's Horn also had its own unique features. Based on this city codex, the sapient races managing the city formed the militia and administrative organizations. They were responsible for coordinating and managing Apostle City. Due to the special nature of apostles, imprisonment and trials were practically useless. For illegal activities, Devil's Horn mainly used enforcement methods like fines, confiscation of employment points, and revoking city resident status. Of course, because the strength of the militia members was limited, they were not enough to supervise and control high apostles. At such times, other high apostles would take over the handling. In Apostle City, the bullying of the weak by the strong and survival of the fittest that Qin Lun imagined were unavoidable. Of course, those who could become formal apostles usually had strong minds. As long as it wasn't a life-or-death feud, they generally would not go too far. And even when bullying the weak, everyone tended to keep a low profile. Interestingly, the low-profile bruises mentioned wasn't about high apostles towards law enforcers, but rather towards the weak they bullied. An apostle's strength could change very quickly. A weak person now might become strong after just a few otherworld missions. Among apostles, there were no permanently dominant strong ones. Sometimes, failing just one otherworld mission could cripple a high apostle, turning them from strong back to weak. Even those God-level and demon-level apostles from ancient times had all disappeared over the long years. No one knew what happened to them. Most apostles in Apostle City used masks and cloaks to hide their identities. Before confirming an opponent's strength, few fools would deliberately provoke others. For apostles in Devil's Horn, there was no such thing as testing the waters. Once provocation started, it had to end with a winner and loser. Cowards who retreated without fighting would soon be devoured by others, stripped down to their last shattered crystal. Hearing you say that, even if they can hide their identity, low-level apostles don't seem to benefit much in Devil's Horn. Even if they just want to exchange experiences with other apostles, their true strength could easily be detected, putting them in danger. Qin Lun slightly frowned, looking strangely at the old demon. Haha. Actually, low-level apostles can grow fastest only in Apostle City. Cheap equipment discarded by high apostles, detailed information on otherworld missions, diverse city employment tasks, sparring matches in various arenas, and training grounds. Baruzes shook his head with a smile. No single-race floating city can offer low-level apostles so much content and choice. As for safety, low-level apostles receive some protection in every Apostle City. Devil's Horn is the same. One of the city employment tasks for high apostle teams is to investigate criminals who persecute low-level apostles. Once caught, the punishment is very severe, possibly even immediate revocation of Apostle City resident status. You mentioned resident status, and that's city points. Qin Lun's eyes flashed as he asked doubtfully. Devil's Horn's apostle residents are divided into 3 types. One is permanent residents, who make up about half the city's population. The second is semi-permanent residents. These apostles have homes in Apostle City, but often return to their original floating city to live. Both types can have a formal identity in Devil's Horn. Baruzes paused, then continued. The last type is wandering apostles. These apostles didn't get recommendations from the manager races and are only temporarily staying in Devil's Horn. Most leave after completing transactions or after some time. Of course, they can also gain formal residency by completing city employment tasks and accumulating city points. As for city points, they relate to city employment tasks. There are many types of employment tasks. Some are posted by apostles themselves, usually involving information, special items, teaching specific knowledge, martial arts sparring partners, etc. The points for these tasks are paid by the apostles themselves, with the management authority acting as escrow. There are also employment tasks posted by Devil's Horn's management authority. Their content is more varied. War employments from other floating cities, caravan guards, assassinations, anything is possible. What can city points be used for? Qin Lun asked curiously. In Devil's Horn, city points are a hard currency. Even high apostle teams and the manager council have no authority to add or subtract city points. City points are generated through the operation of Apostle City. Every point generated corresponds to an apostle's shattered crystals or equipment items. Baruzes said solemnly. So, apostles incurred significant consumption in Devil's Horn. Residence, food, equipment repairs, potion replenishment, etc., all required paying Devil's Horn a certain amount of currency. Moreover, Apostle City didn't accept Shattered Starry Sky currency, only special apostle currencies. For example, shattered crystals, soul power crystals, equipment items. Although city points couldn't be used outside, they were an indispensable currency in Apostle City. They could be used to post tasks, purchase special services only available in Apostle City. For example, hiring city-trained alchemists to synthesize equipment, using skilled training grounds, employing life-type followers, etc. The quantity and quality of apostles in an apostle city represented the city's hard power, while accumulated city points belonged to soft power. These points accumulated more than they were spent during normal times. Neither high apostle teams nor the manager council had the authority to use them. Only when Apostle City posted large-scale employment tasks would city points be heavily consumed. Generally, this happened either when Apostle City received a challenge from another Apostle City, or when the managing race faced an external invasion, requiring Apostle City to fulfill its protection obligation. Besides sapient race's service personnel, Devil's Horn usually maintained around 20,000 apostles. Last month, the City Hall stored city points reached 1 million. During the Demon Clan's management period, city points increased by over 100,000. Baruzes said proudly. The main reason those elves ended up in their current situation is because during their management period, city points decreased by a full 50,000 points. A city of 20,000 people, with a main currency amount of only 1 million, meaning an average of only 50 city points per person. Qin Lun raised his eyebrows. The old demon's words revealed two pieces of information to Qin Lun. A currency amount of 1 million couldn't possibly meet the entire city's consumption circulation. This showed both the preciousness of city points and indicated that formal apostles had many private transactions not going through the city authority, since they had universal currencies like shattered crystals and exchange vouchers among themselves. As for the elven race, Qin Lun glanced lightly at Baruzes. The old guy's words hid many things. Even if the elven race lacked business sense, they wouldn't deplete so much. Actually, he guessed correctly. During the years the elven race was in charge, a war happened among the elven race, between the moonlit elves and night elves. Although Apostle City fulfilled its war obligation, the consumption of city points was unavoidable. Moreover, since this war was for the elven race itself, the change in main management rights became inevitable, giving a sense of fate. The elven race was mentally prepared to lose the main management rights. They just didn't expect the Demon Clan to unite with the other three manager races, planning to exclude them from the manager council. Apostle City performed remarkably under the Demon Clan's management. Deducting task consumption, city points increased by a full 100,000 in just a few years. Even without that war, the Demon Clan's performance was better than the elven races. Under this premise, plus the absence of other lawful aligned sapient races in the manager council, the elven race immediately fell into a desperate situation. Actually, in recent years, the elven race had tried hard to input apostles from their racial floating city into Apostle City to win city people's hearts. But facing the union of four manager races, they seemed powerless despite their efforts. The Moonlit Elves understood they absolutely couldn't lose the management rights of Apostle City. Otherwise, their racial influence would immediately drop a level. What did having management rights of an Apostle City mean? It meant the Moonlit Elves had 20,000 formal apostles and hundreds of high apostle teams behind them. Before Devil's Horn was destroyed, no race could defeat the Moonlit Elves in war. Losing the protection of Apostle City was like ancient China losing its nuclear umbrella. This was the Moonlit Elves' Achilles heel, an unbearable weight. By the way, you said earlier that for new apostles to establish themselves in Devil's Horn, they just needed to follow one principle. What did that mean exactly? Qin Lun returned from his thoughts, looking calmly at the old demon. Haha. You already know that as long as identity is well hidden, generally, they won't face deliberate provocation. Baruzes said with a smile, but if they're already involved in a dispute, then they must be very careful about one thing. Don't leak their apostle number. Qin Lun lowered his head in thought. In Devil's Horn, whether bullying or being bullied, it clearly created countless grudges. Apostles had numerous abilities, including skills and combat techniques similar to others. Body shape and appearance could also change at any time. Even if participating in robbery, as long as they kept a low profile, nothing would happen. If their unique apostle number was leaked, the city punishment was manageable, just some shattered crystals. But if other apostles held a grudge, that was no small matter. The old demon's reminder was probably the most important point among all the information. Additionally, there's one more thing you should pay attention to. Baruzes hesitated for a moment before saying quietly, if you're unlucky and encounter some apostles in a remote corner of the city who have failed several otherworld missions in a row, it's best not to risk resisting if your strength is insufficient. Qin Lun smiled faintly. He had already considered this problem. Although the old demon said new apostles received a certain degree of protection, there would always be some desperate individuals in the city. Even with the Earth Federation's strict legal system, serial killers like themselves who feared nothing still emerged, let alone in Devil's Horn, which followed the law of the jungle. As they spoke, the team also walked out of the valley and advanced along the mountain range. After turning past a foothill, everyone's eyes lit up. Another team of demon soldiers was already waiting there, and several huge beasts crouched in the center of the open ground. These giant beasts had bare heads and ox bodies, with specially designed basket-like saddles placed on their broad backs. Each saddle could seat almost 7 or 8 people, seemingly serving as mounts to transport the apostles. Baruzes walked back to the front of the team and gave the apostles a brief explanation. The terrain of the scorching plain was special, making it difficult for ordinary vehicles and mounts to adapt. Only these large-sized wild bear beasts could walk for long periods on the scorching ground. However, at this moment, the apostles' attention wasn't focused on the wild bear beasts. Instead, they all looked up towards the horizon, where a massive city loomed faintly visible through the mist. Baruzes smiled slightly, not minding the apostles' disregard, and simply directed the demon guards to help everyone onto the basket-like saddles of the wild bear beasts. More than 10 minutes later, the team set off again, heading towards the colossal figure in the mist. Roughly half an hour later, the true appearance of the massive entity finally revealed itself before everyone. It was a floating city a full size larger than Moonlight Forest. Compared to the beautiful, nature-filled Moonlight Forest, this floating city was filled with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Inside the transparent crystal shield, black mist swirled, and one could even vaguely see some grotesque non-human creatures. The entire city resembled a haunted realm. Moonlight Forest's base was equipped with huge mechanical arms, while beneath this floating city was a thick layer of jelly-like substance. As it moved across the continent, it resembled a crawling snail. Upon closer inspection, this jelly-like layer seemed to consist of countless octopus tentacle-like things. They appeared soft and boneless, but were actually strong and powerful, easily carrying the entire floating city on their backs. This is a soft-bodied, shape-shifting demon that our demon clan spent countless resources and magic cores to cultivate. The number of magic cores it devours each year is astronomical. During war, it can form a protective layer outside the city. Baruzes, who had somehow returned to Qin Lun's side, proudly explained, "Is this Devil's Horn?" Qin Lun's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This apostle city's appearance was too poor. Forget other apostles. Even he now felt some regret about leaving Moonlight Forest. Haha, this is our demon clan's own floating city, Scorching Cliff. It only receives apostles from dark races. As for Devil's Horn, Baruzes mysteriously pointed upwards. In the sky, Qin Lun looked up, but unfortunately, the sky above the scorching plain was filled with thick smoke, making it impossible to see Devil's Horn's true form for now. Baruzes smiled without speaking. By now, the apostles on the other wild bear beasts had probably received explanations from the demon guards as well. Their hearts settled slightly, and they secretly rejoiced that they wouldn't have to actually live in this sinister and terrifying floating city. The team entered Scorching Cliff via the huge passage lowered by the floating city. This so-called passage strongly resembled an animal's intestine. When the wild bear beast's hooves stepped on it, it produced slight twitching movements, making everyone feel nauseated and grateful again that they were riding on the wild bear beasts and didn't have to walk it themselves. Fortunately, the Apostle team didn't need to go deep into the city. Right at a reception hall near the entrance, they could directly enter Devil's Horn via the teleportation array. The reception hall was dimly lit, with bone lamps made from animal skeletons placed around the walls. In fact, some apostles had already made up their minds. If Devil's Horn had an environment like Scorching Cliff, they might reconsider and return to Moonlight Forest. Although the assistance provided by Moonlight Forest certainly wasn't as extensive as that in an Apostle City, a good resting environment was more conducive to mental relaxation after otherworld missions, which was equally important. No one wished to rest in a sinister and terrifying environment after facing life-and-death situations. The teleportation array in the reception hall was circular and enormous, with some shining magic crystals also placed around it. However, Qin Lun noticed that these magic crystals, whether in quality or size, were inferior to those used in the previous elf teleportation array. He estimated that the teleportation distance was short, so high-quality magic crystals weren't necessary. As the magical array's runes gradually lit up, something unexpected happened to all the apostles. This teleportation was clearly different from any they had experienced before. Although they also entered a transmission channel similar to dimensional space, the teleportation speed wasn't very fast. It felt like merely riding a high-speed vehicle, and the scenery outside the suspended continent remained clearly visible. While on the scorching plain, the apostles felt this suspended continent was like hell. But now, high in the sky, watching the various strange creatures leaping and bounding across the continent and the violently erupting active volcanoes, they had a different feeling, even a sense of supremacy, as if everything beneath their feet were insignificant ants. This feeling was fleeting. Due to the many active volcanoes on the scorching plain, there was a thick layer of smoke and dust about 1,000 meters above the ground. After passing through this grayish smoke, the scenery on the suspended continent could no longer be seen, leaving everyone with a sense of loss. Bright sunlight filled the sky again, and more clouds composed of water vapor finally replaced the polluted, gray volcanic dust below. "Master, look quickly, what is that?" Didi gently tugged on Qin Lun's sleeve. As soon as Qin Lun turned around, his eyes brightened. 1,000 meters above and to the left, a massive sky city appeared before everyone's eyes. This sky city resembled a mountain peak that had been cut off and floated upside down in the air. The irregular mountain base floated and sank among the white clouds, with clusters of clouds wrapping around the inverted peak like ribbons, akin to the mythical Penglai immortal island in the heavens. The upper part of the sky city had flat terrain. Through the outer oval crystal shield, one could vaguely see numerous tall buildings inside. Unlike Moonlight Forest and Scorching Cliff that Qin Lun had seen before, perhaps due to the intense high-altitude winds, this sky city's crystal shield had 5 huge curved horns evenly fastened onto it, with the tips converging at the center of the shield's top. It looked both like 5 devil's horns guarding the city and like a giant hand gently holding the mountain peak. It was a marvel of nature's craftsmanship. Qin Lun took a deep breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed that all the apostles' faces were filled with strong surprise and excitement. If they weren't still in the midst of teleportation, exclamations would surely have erupted around him. By now, the apostles understood completely. This was the true apostle city, Devil's Horn. Qin Lun glanced sideways at the smug old demon beside him. No wonder he hadn't offered any defense for the Scorching Plain and Scorching Cliff, nor mentioned a single word about Devil's Horn's actual environment, allowing the apostles to feel dissatisfied and make unfounded guesses. Facts spoke louder than words. Only through comparison could envy arise. First, they made the apostles travel a distance, witnessed the harsh environment of the Scorching Plain and the sinister Scorching Cliff, then used this slow spatial teleportation to let the apostles view the floating city, Devil's Horn. With this contrast, except for apostles with dark attributes, probably no one would nitpick about Devil's Horn anymore. The demon image in Earth Federation books was simply absurd. Who said they were evil creatures that only brought destruction and killing? The one who came up with this crowd-pleasing method to stir the apostles' emotions. No wonder the moonlit elves were driven into a corner by them. The demon who devised this plan could truly be called a genius in psychology and hype planning. Even if placed in the Earth Federation, they could probably become the CEO of a major marketing company. No matter how slow the spatial teleportation was, crossing over 1,000 meters took only about 10 seconds. The scenery before the apostles flashed continuously. By the time their bodies passed through the dimensional space again and solidified, their original doubts and dissatisfaction had vanished. They began chatting and laughing, discussing their new home. As for some apostles' thoughts about returning to Moonlight Forest, those were already dismissed. The deeper the criticism, the stronger the love. Those who were most dissatisfied earlier now felt more eager to stay in Devil's Horn. Even Qin Lun felt a hint of excitement rising within him. Compared to the beginning, his anticipation had grown much stronger. The place where the apostles now stood was the reception hall of Devil's Horn. Unlike the beautiful garden style of Moonlight Forest or the filthy, animal intestine-like surroundings of Scorching Cliff, this place was filled with a modern technological atmosphere. The surrounding walls were made of bright, clean metal panels with embedded laser lights. Around the hall stood some demon guards clad in heavy armor, giving a solemn and dignified feeling. Just as the apostles were chattering and looking around, a demon girl with enchanting features, dressed in professional women's attire, entered the reception hall. The tailored suit outlined the demon girl's devilish figure. A pair of enormous, white rabbits on her chest seemed ready to burst through the white shirt at any moment and leap out from the deep V-neck of her dress. As soon as such a demon girl, full of uniform temptation, entered the hall, she immediately captured the attention of many apostles. Even Qin Lun stopped thinking and took a few more glances. Lord Qin Lun, she is a succubus. There are many succubus girls providing special services in the entertainment district of Devil's Horn. If you have time, you can visit there. Qin Lun heard Baruz's tempting words in his ear. Humph. On the other side, the only elf who had followed the apostles into Devil's Horn finally let out her first dissatisfied snort. Qin Lun glanced sideways at the clearly displeased Adeline and sighed inwardly. Beautiful females truly could never coexist peacefully. After entering the hall, the succubus showed no discomfort under the apostles' blatant stares. Instead, her bright eyes roamed freely as she openly winked. As a succubus, she was used to the looks of males like that. Attracting powerful males was instinct for her kind. Of course, she hadn't forgotten her main duty. After some playful eye contact with a few apostles, she began explaining Devil's Horn's various rules. The apostles finally shifted their gaze away from certain parts of the succubus body. Their attention gradually focused on her explanations. Compared to Baruz's private chat, the succubus offered far more content, though the wording was very formal. She mainly stressed the shelter and benefits Devil's Horn offered new apostles, strongly advising them to seek the militia quickly when facing trouble. Qin Lun compared the succubus explanation with Baruz's information. He noticed the Apostle City's official introduction said nothing certain unwritten rules within the city, leaving new apostles to figure things out themselves. In this light, Baruz's intelligence felt incredibly valuable. This was the old demon cultivating their personal connection. It was understandable why Devil's Horn's management council didn't warn about these things. A dozen new apostles entering Devil's Horn, if no one yielded any profit for Beluses and similar beings, would likely draw hatred from established apostle teams. The succubus explanation lasted about half an hour. Then she handed each new apostle a booklet and an electronic identity plate. The booklet contained the city's rules she'd just explained, plus a map outlining facilities and routes. The identity plate recorded a new apostle's identity, city points, and temporary residence address. Devil's Horn generously gave each new apostle 5 points. 1 point allowed an apostle to live in Devil's Horn for free for 1 week. The temporary addresses on the identity plate were mostly in safer inner parts of the city. Of course, once points ran out, payment with shattered crystals would be needed. Devil's Horn wasn't a charity, after all. Beyond this, the identity plate also tracked an apostle's honor level within the city. This honor level related to city points and tasks performed for city contracts. Honor level didn't grant management power, but it allowed access to higher-paid contracts and gave discounts on city services. Comparatively, while new apostles received some shelter in the city, they lacked service discounts. Shaking the new apostle status was simple. Actively remove the flag on the identity plate. Of course, if a new apostle chose Devil's Horn as their starting point for otherworld missions, successfully surviving 3 missions would also automatically remove the new apostle flag. Unlike other floating cities, entering other worlds from Devil's Horn was very safe. There was a specially built teleportation hall. The hall was ringed by protection magical arrays. Even top-high apostle teams couldn't quickly destroy those arrays or harm apostles inside. After the succubus finished, a curved doorway slid open noiselessly at the front of the reception hall. The apostles could finally properly enter Devil's Horn. Beyond the curved doorway, another enormous glass hall appeared before the apostles. In this long, glass hall were numerous rows of seats. Sparsely seated were other cloaked, masked apostles. This scene reminded Qin Lun of an illustration in a book depicting the Earth Federation's waiting hall. On the far wall of the glass hall, 10 passageways stood side by side. Clearly, these were entrances into Devil's Horn proper. Qin Lun thought for a moment, then stopped walking. He led Didi to 2 empty seats. Adeline, who had been silently trailing Qin Lun, pursed her lips and sat nearby with a blank face. Softly, she said, "Mafa is currently in Devil's Horn. Give me your address. We'll come find you tonight." Qin Lun smiled, handing the identity plate to the beautiful elf. Adeline memorized the address, got up, and left. Before going, she glared angrily at Qin Lun, leaving him utterly confused. He didn't know where he'd offended her. The moment Adeline entered a passageway, Beruzes appeared like a ghost beside Qin Lun. He chuckled. "Sir Qin Lun, did you know I'd find you?" "No." Qin Lun looked at the old demon and shook his head honestly. He pointed ahead to the group of new apostles about to leave. "I was just waiting for them to go out first." "Sir Qin Lun, you're truly sharp." Beruzes looked at Qin Lun with surprise and murmured his praise. "Did you need something?" Qin Lun asked calmly. "I've come to give you a gift." Beruzes smiled, pulling a green demon mask from his robes and offering it. This mask is a magic item. Unlike the elf-given mask, it can block some apostle probing skills. Very useful in places like the trade markets or auction house. Qin Lun didn't immediately reach for it. His expression darkened. Lowering his eyelids, he said softly, "For me to wear this mask? The favor you offered before isn't enough. You'll likely need to pay extra." The old demon's hand holding the mask froze midair, yet the flames in his pupils burned brighter and jittered rapidly. Didi obediently hopped down from his chair and moved away. He was smart, but even he didn't understand the riddle his master was spinning. Better to keep his distance. If his master wanted him to know, he'd find out eventually. "You continue to astound me. If the elven elders had half your brains, we'd be seriously troubled," Beruzes said, his voice full of respect. "A newly transitioned apostle as confident as you? In all these years, I've only seen a handful. I believe the Demon Clan elders will support my private investment in you. 10 points. How does that sound?" Qin Lun lowered his head, ignoring the old demon. He just studied the lines of his palm, as if hunting for a flower in their patterns. Beruzes' demonic face twitched. They held the silence. Finally, he gritted his teeth. 20 points. That's my max. You are just a new apostle with 1 mission under your belt. Don't push too far." Qin Lun finally raised his head, offering a charming, almost shy smile. "So, 20 is the Demon Clan's max for you? That's all right. Given our personal bond, wouldn't a little extra support from you, say 5 points? Not too much to ask, right?" Minutes later, Beruzes pulled Qin Lun's identity plate away from his own and tossed it back irritably. His voice pained. He sighed. "Compared to you, you're the real demon here." Seeing the old demon hobble away looking like a freshly ravished, confused mix of agony and something else, Didi's large green eyes widened with pure curiosity as they fixed on his master. If your grandpa were here, I wouldn't need to explain." Qin Lun chuckled, spinning the acquired demon mask deftly on his finger. "This mask works well, but identify the pattern for me." "A demon," Didi blurted out instantly. The moment he spoke, understanding dawned. "You mean?" Wearing this would make people think you sided with the demon clan. Close, kid, very sharp. Qin Lun sighed, patting the young goblin's head. Your future achievements might well match your grandpa's. Come on, the group has been gone a while. Time for us too. Let's see our new home. Didi's analysis wasn't wrong, but his wording was slightly off. Devil's Horn had 5 ruling sapient races. While these races wouldn't fully rely on apostles, and apostles couldn't fully pledge to any single race, within this apostle city, the ruling clans had backers, like votes. Think of it like electing Earth Federation representatives. Voters had to pick one candidate. Qin Lun wouldn't be hiding away inside Devil's Horn. If others saw him walking around wearing the demon mask, instantly, they'd peg him as a demon clan supporter. The gift was useful all right, a textbook sugar-coated trap. Had Qin Lun accepted without understanding, switching support blindly, he'd become a joke. To be fair, the demon clan didn't hand these masks out freely. These were magic items capable of blocking apostle probe skills. Definitely not cheap. Apostles who received the demon mask were either high apostles or, like Qin Lun, possessed potential the demon clan desperately banked on. Investing in someone likely to perish in a mission or two. Pointless. Putting the mask on, Qin Lun tossed his identity plate lightly, immense satisfaction warming him. He now held 30 city points. Given Devil's Horn held roughly 2 million points spread over 20,000 people, he suddenly possessed wealth around half the average apostle. Not bad at all. Of course, another perspective, this was the price of selling out. But for a newly arrived apostle, this price felt pretty satisfying. Survive the next few voting cycles? If he lived, his status and power would grow. Future decisions, another chance to pick sides. Why hadn't he backed the elven race? Simple. Their troubles weren't something a new apostle could fix. One extra vote? Meaningless. Crucially, Adeline hadn't yet given him the promised healing ointment. Qin Lun considered the debt to Maffa settled. No need now to soothe elven race feelings. Lost in thought, Qin Lun led Didi out of the glass hall. They finally stepped directly into Devil's Horn itself. After walking out of the glazed hall, Qin Lun and Didi were greeted by 2 enormous warrior statues. The 2 statues stood facing each other, 20 meters apart, each over 50 meters tall. They stood against a thick, heavy city wall, clad in armor while holding knight greatswords and tower shields. The 2 knights' swords met at the center above their heads, forming a magnificent city gate. Through the gate, a wide road paved with bluestone slabs stretched toward the city center. Qin Lun walked along the bluestone road into the gate, and the noises of the city began to fill his ears. Turning to survey the area near the city gate, a knowing smile appeared on Qin Lun's lips. Even the young goblin Didi's face showed a look of realization. The new apostles who had gathered and entered Devil's Horn early had not gone far. They were surrounded by a group of apostles in a corner not far from the gate. Although these apostles wore warm smiles, they clearly had ill intentions. They might have been recruiting newcomers into their teams, trying to squeeze benefits from the new arrivals, or perhaps, like the old demon Baruzes, persuading the new apostles to pledge their service to a ruling race. Even though they did not resort to violence, the weak newcomers found it difficult to break free from the encirclement. Without paying some price, it seemed they would be entangled for a long time. These people were very perceptive, and there might have been informants in the glazed hall who could instantly identify these clusters of new apostles entering Devil's Horn. Although provocation in Devil's Horn equated to starting a fight, veteran apostles felt no burden when pressuring newcomers. After all, they had gone through the same experience. Of course, not all the new apostles were trapped. Some, like Qin Lun, likely anticipated this situation and avoided the harassment beforehand. In fact, there were city guards stationed near the gate who watched everything but did not intervene. None of the new apostles cried out loudly for help from the city guards. They may have been less cautious than Qin Lun, but that did not mean they were fools. No one who became a formal apostle could possibly be a fool. Shouting for help would indeed summon the city guards immediately, and the apostles surrounding them would let them go at once. After all, absorbing new apostles was the foundation of the apostle city's enduring existence. Since Devil's Horn promised to shelter new apostles, it would never renege on its reputation. However, no new apostle would willingly sacrifice their dignity over such minor harassment. If they had to call for the city guards over this small embarrassment, how could they ever become apostles or carry out otherworld missions? They might as well cut their own throats to avoid living in shame. Qin Lun, wearing a demon mask and leading the young goblin at the city gate, drew no attention. His appearance did not resemble that of a new apostle, so no one bothered him. "Master, did you foresee this situation?" Didi whispered sneakily. Qin Lun shook his head with a faint smile, remaining silent. He was not a deity. How could he have predicted such specific details? Before leaving, the serial killer noticed that the demon clan no longer followed the new apostles, which reminded him of his own experience when he first entered Handan prison. Back then, 4 vicious prisoners died instantly in the shower room of Handan prison. Qin Lun, or rather Joey Foster, never even used his prison bunk and ended up in the prison's intensive care unit, only returning to his cell 3 months later. "Honorable Apostle, need a ride?" A booming voice sounded from behind Qin Lun and Didi. Qin Lun turned and saw a middle-aged short one. This short man had broad shoulders and a thick build, resembling a square block. He had a full beard on his chin and a large nose, as if God had carelessly stuck a lump of mud in the middle of his face. By human aesthetic standards, he was ugly. "Honorable sir, I'll take you anywhere in this city for just 3 shattered crystals," the middle-aged short man said with a respectful and cautious smile. Although the Apostle City had strict laws protecting the sapient races serving the apostles, those in service roles were still in an extremely vulnerable position. Working in Devil's Horn was a high-reward but also high-risk venture. Looking at this middle-aged short man, Qin Lun's mind stirred, recalling another ruling race in Devil's Horn, the Dwarf Clan. 3 shattered crystals is too much. Our place is very close to the city center. 1 shattered crystal is enough. Before Qin Lun could speak, the young goblin jumped out from behind and began fulfilling his duties as an attendant. Qin Lun shifted his gaze from the 2 arguing figures and observed the buildings lining both sides of the blue stone road. Most buildings in Devil's Horn were relatively low, rarely exceeding 5 stories, mostly between 2 and 3 floors. Perhaps due to the sparse population and vast land, these buildings covered large areas. The alleys connecting to the Bluestone Road were about 7 to 8 meters wide, with neat pedestrian paths in front and stone-covered underground water channels. Most buildings along the Bluestone Road served commercial purposes. Those closer to the gate included many guild receptions, carriage services, and possibly recruitment offices for apostle teams. Many of those surrounding the new apostles were likely recruiters. Further from the gate, Qin Lun vaguely saw various named taverns, inns, potion shops, and equipment stores. Through the shop windows, he noticed flashes of extremely advanced technology inside, even including 3D holographic projections for product introductions. What surprised Qin Lun was that, aside from doors and windows, the outer walls of these buildings were not made of wood or stone but metal. Although these walls were painted with dyes and lime to prevent glare from reflections, the exposed parts clearly had a metallic sheen. The architectural style of the entire city had a medieval stone castle feel, but the stone structures were replaced by metal buildings, while the ancient furnishings were filled with ultra-modern sci-fi technology. Ancient architectural style combined with technologically advanced interior fittings. Qin Lun tapped his temple with a finger, a strange expression appearing on his face. By this time, the bargaining between the middle-aged gnome named Ram and Didi reached its conclusion. They finally settled on hiring Ram's carriage for the price of 2 shattered crystals. When Ram brought the carriage over from nearby, Qin Lun was surprised to find it was indeed an imitation medieval carriage, but it was pulled by 2 mechanical horses powered by magic crystals. Speechless, Qin Lun sat in the open carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Didi and Ram seemed to have developed a rapport and chatted throughout the journey. However, Qin Lun knew the young goblin was gathering information. Didi was clever and mentally mature. Qin Lun's earlier explanation quickly made the young goblin realize that his master could not expose his ignorance as a new apostle in public. Therefore, it fell to Didi to chat with the coachman Ram and obtain some basic knowledge about Devil's Horn. Ram was very talkative. Along the way, he not only introduced the various shops on both sides of the road, but also described some important areas within the city. If Baruz's and the Demon Girl's earlier descriptions of Devil's Horn were the skeleton, Then the fragmented information in Ram's words added flesh and blood to that skeleton, giving Qin Lun a vague general impression of Devil's Horn. From Ram's words, he also learned about the cost of living in Devil's Horn. In this apostle city, average daily expenses for an ordinary apostle, including accommodation and meals, amounted to about 20 shattered crystals, totaling 600 per month. For apostles like Qin Lun, who undertook an otherworld mission every half-month with a basic reward of 2,000 shattered crystals, this was not particularly high consumption. However, for those apostles who only undertook an otherworld mission once every 6 months, it was somewhat unbearable. To live normally in Devil's Horn, undertaking an otherworld mission every 2 months was the minimum requirement. Alternatively, taking on more urban employment tasks was another option. It seemed this was likely Devil's Horn's qualification standard for categorizing resident apostles. No wonder some apostles chose to live in their original floating cities. Aside from preferring their original cities, the inability to afford the high cost of living in the apostle city was probably another reason. These apostles only came to the apostle city for trade when they had accumulated some surplus equipment and items, following the periodically open Starry Sky Gate. Although such transactions incurred high taxes in Devil's Horn, it was still better than being unable to establish themselves. Qin Lun was growing increasingly satisfied with his little attendant deity. The little guy had been insignificant in Moonlight Forest, but after arriving in Devil's Horn, the young goblin finally demonstrated his value. Qin Lun did not want to be bogged down by life's trivial matters, and finding a clever, tight-lipped attendant on short notice was not easy. The urban area of Devil's Horn was not very large. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at the residence provided to Qin Lun by the demon clan. Didi paid the fare using Qin Lun's identity plate, exchanged communication codes with Ram, and then followed his master into the residence. It was a 2-story modern villa. Separated by a row of other villas, it faced the main street, with both location and lighting being quite good. The villa was fully furnished and spacious. Aside from lacking spare clothes and food, it had everything else, including a complete set of tableware and a refrigeration unit. Didi also had his own large room and seemed very satisfied. In the evening, a ringing sound suddenly came from outside the villa's door. Didi went out and opened the door to find the 2 elves they had agreed would visit, Mafa Molia and Adeline Moria. "Welcome, Lord Mafa." Qin Lun smiled, coming out from the living room to greet him. "Long time no see." "Haha, Lord Qin Lun. For apostles who go out on otherworld missions, perhaps a long time has passed. But from our perspective, it's only been 2 days since we last saw each other." Mafa shook his head with a wry smile. Qin Lun was taken aback, but quickly realized. He had spent a whole month in the orphan world, but in Shattered Starry Sky, it had indeed only been 2 days since he last saw Mafa. "Haha, you'll gradually get used to such changes." Mafa smiled gently. "I've come to deliver some items. Your request to Adeline has been fulfilled." As he spoke, Mafa took out several items from his carry bag and placed them on the living room coffee table. Looking at these items, a complicated expression appeared on Qin Lun's face. Mafa didn't notice Qin Lun's expression and pointed at the items as he introduced. "Lord Qin Lun, from the potion ingredients you gave us, we produced 2 boxes of healing ointment in total. As for the magical creature's pair of eyes and heart core, our abilities are limited, so we could only make them into consumable magical items." Qin Lun reached out and touched the items on the tea table, then closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the death notice. Mafa and Adeline exchanged a glance, but weren't surprised. They knew apostles had their own methods for identifying equipment and items. Moonlight Recovery Ointment, low-grade blue quality. This ointment incorporates golden silkworm dust into its formula, allowing it to quickly heal various external injuries and bruises, and it also works well on some injuries that could cause disability. Use effect not appraised. Death notice cannot confirm specific data. Petrifying Magic Eye, purple quality. This item is influenced by the dark energy of the gargoyle core, activating the inherent ability of the giant lizard's eye. It can unleash a 5th-level spell, Petrifying Ray. It is a consumable magical item. Uses 1/1. Purple quality? Qin Lun raised an eyebrow. This was truly an unexpected surprise. According to the Shattered Starry Skies ranking system, a 5th-level spell should belong to the intermediate power level. Unfortunately, it was a consumable. The 2 magic eyes could only be used twice. How about it? Are you satisfied? Mafa looked at Qin Lun expectantly. The materials for the ointment were largely provided by Qin Lun, but the petrifying magic I had required some auxiliary materials from the Moria family. Qin Lun didn't speak immediately. His face was as calm as water. He glanced at Adeline beside Mafa, thought for a moment, then took out the demon mask that Baruzes had given him from his chest. The demon responsible for reception gave me a mask, Qin Lun said, weighing his words carefully, and I've already agreed to wear this demon mask when moving about in the city. Mafa's expression changed slightly as he looked at the mask in Qin Lun's hand. Of course, he knew what this meant. However, the elf soon returned to his usual composure, only giving a cold glance at Adeline beside him. The beautiful elf woman looked somewhat ill at ease and hung her head in frustration. Back in the Moonlight Forest, when Adeline received Qin Lun's commission, her initial thought was to make the ointment and magic eye for Qin Lun and, following the principle of equivalent exchange, keep a portion of the materials for herself. However, the Triumph Fernand's words had made her temporarily abandon this idea. Was an apostle who had only stayed in the Moonlight Forest for 2 weeks and whose attributes leaned toward darkness still worth further investment? Adeline's hesitation meant she didn't inform Qin Lun about the results of the item refinement on the day the apostles left the Moonlight Forest. Instead, she wanted to wait until they reached Devil's Horn, discuss it with Mafa, and then decide whether to give the refined items to the young man. Because of this, Qin Lun thought he had already repaid Mafa's favor with these materials, severing his ties with the Moonlight Forest. If not for this matter, even if he accepted the demon mask, he wouldn't have asked Baruzes for additional payment. In that case, whether to wear the demon mask would have been Qin Lun's free choice. Lord Qin Lun, must you wear this mask in Devil's Horn? A trace of unwillingness appeared on Mafa's handsome face. Baruzes paid an extra 25 city points for this. Qin Lun lowered his eyelids and said flatly, "That old cunning demon is really willing." Mafa let out a breath, his handsome face returning to calmness, even carrying a hint of relief. At this point, Mafa had nothing more to say. However, from another perspective, this might not be a bad thing. That old cunning demon Baruzes was known for his discernment. Even he recognized Qin Lun's potential, proving that Mafa's earlier investment wasn't a mistake. Moreover, since Qin Lun took the initiative to explain all this to him, it meant the debt of favor between them still existed. The elven race would still have opportunities to gain this apostle's help in the future. Seeing Mafa return to his usual composure, a smile also appeared on Qin Lun's face as he put away the 2 items on the tea table. "Lord Mafa, I heard from Baruzes about the trouble the elven race is facing. Can you tell me in detail?" Qin Lun's eyes flickered as he asked softly. "Haha, of course. Every formal apostle has a super judgment ability regarding crises. Perhaps your opinion can give us a new direction to consider," Mafa said without any hesitation. "In fact, our Moonlit Elves situation in Devil's Horn has reached an extremely bad state." As Mafa narrated, Qin Lun learned about the specific predicament the Moonlit Elves were currently in. The Management Council of Devil's Horn was composed of 5 sapient races. The total number of the 5 managers remained constant, but races with poor management could be replaced by candidates. Due to the last racial war, the Moonlit Elves had a deficit of nearly 50,000 city points. Additionally, among the 5 managing races, they were the only one from the lawful good alignment. Thus, in this election for the City Management Council, they faced joint suppression. Although the arrival of the Moonlight Forest temporarily suppressed the pressure from the other managing races, there was no improvement in terms of apostle votes. Their support rate remained very low. If they couldn't obtain enough votes in the coming weeks, they might truly be replaced by a candidate race. The deficit isn't filled, and they're already in a crisis. Luck is gone. Devil's Horn is located in the scorching plain. Advantage of terrain is lost. The joint oppression from other managing races, the distrust from the city's resident apostles. Harmony among people is non-existent. Qin Lun lightly tapped his fingers on the tea table, then suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Lord Mafa, do you know which candidate race is set to replace the Moonlit Elves?" "I don't know, unless it's the recommending race," Other races probably can't see the specific information of the candidate race. Mafa was slightly taken aback, but quickly replied, "They don't even know who their opponent is?" Qin Lun shook his head with a bitter smile. These moonlit elves were too rigid, too rule-abiding. No wonder they had gotten into such trouble. Lord Mafa, can you give me a detailed introduction to the racial war that landed you in this deficit crisis? Qin Lun sighed, hinting subtly. It was an internal conflict within our moonlit elves and the night elves. Could it be that you suspect? Mafa, who had been speaking only halfway, was suddenly startled and stood up abruptly from his armchair. Even if it's an internal dispute, making an enemy of a powerful group backed by an apostle city is a very foolish thing, unless there's greater profit tempting them. Qin Lun said calmly, resting his chin on his hand. Of course, this is just a guess. You need to verify it yourselves. But one thing I can say for sure, the fact that the other 4 managing races of the Chaos Alignment have united against the Moonlit Elves suggests that this candidate race probably also belongs to the Chaos Alignment. Night Elves belong to the Chaotic Neutral Alignment. Mafa murmured with an ugly expression. No wonder they acted half-heartedly in the war, abandoning the contested mineral continent as soon as we hired a large number of apostle teams. Father, we should return immediately to inform the Elder Council. Adeline gave Qin Lun a strange look and reminded Mafa softly. Not urgent. Mafa raised his hand to stop his daughter's words, sat back down, and asked sincerely, Lord Qin Lun, do you have any suggestions for the Moonlit Elf situation? Hearing Mafa's words, Qin Lun finally blinked and showed a sly smile. The Moonlit Elves' deficit in city points is a fact. Devil's Horn is on the Demon Clan's territory, so luck and terrain aren't on our side. But as for harmony among people, Lord Mafa, do you think that once this conspiracy spreads in the city, it might cause resentment among many apostles? Moreover, the Manager Council of Devil's Horn already has 4 Chaos-aligned races. If even the last lawful-aligned race is squeezed out, wouldn't that raise doubts among those high apostle teams? Half an hour later, Mafa and Adeline walked out of Qin Lun's villa, both wearing deep concern on their faces. If Qin Lun's conjecture was correct, then the role of Moonlight Forest in the Scorching Plain would be minimal. Instead, it might reduce the sympathy from the city's apostles. They needed to report to the Elder Council immediately, regather intelligence on the Night Elf race, and formulate corresponding countermeasures. Father, did you already see that apostle? Adeline bit her lip and asked doubtfully. But Lord Fernand said he carries a very strong, evil aura. Apostles are completely different from us. Don't be fooled by their mostly humanoid appearance. You can't treat them as normal people. Even for long-lived races like us elves, we might only encounter a handful of major choices and events in our lifetime. However, apostles are different. Every otherworld mission they undertake could be a major turning point, radiating unparalleled brilliance of life. Some exceptionally talented apostles, after surviving just over 10 otherworld missions, possess wisdom and experience no less than the wisest elf elder of our race. Not to mention you. Even I am like a baby who just learned to walk in front of them. Mafa gently rubbed Adeline's head. Also, there's one more thing you must remember. What attributes or aura an apostle has is none of our concern. Just as we have iron rules for dealing with apostles, they too have iron rules for dealing with sapient races. Apostles who abandon these principles, no matter how high their combat abilities, won't go far in the shattered starry sky. Apostles also have iron rules for dealing with sapient races. Adeline widened her beautiful blue eyes in curiosity. Of course, haven't you noticed? In wars, apostle teams rarely attack sapient races directly. They usually only fight against apostle teams hired by the enemy and destroy defense facilities, but they don't directly slaughter the local intelligent beings of the shattered starry sky. Mafa said with some bitterness. The shrewd apostles understand well that they can't do without the intelligent beings of the shattered starry sky. Only when there is fertile soil can they always taste sweet fruits. Only equivalent exchange brings more business. Draining the pond to catch all the fish would only make all sapient races view them as enemies. The next morning, Qin Lun was woken up by a series of clattering sounds. He got out of bed and went downstairs to the hall, only to find that Didi was trying to use the kitchen utensils to make breakfast. In the Moonlight Forest, meals were specially delivered for both of them, so they didn't need to cook for themselves. Now that they were here, the little goblin finally had a chance to show off his skills in front of his master. When he left the Lulu tribe camp, his personal bundle was filled with many ingredients. Qin Lun covered his face and let out a bored yawn. He just glanced at the blackened, hard ingredients on the table and immediately poured cold water on the little one's efforts. Throw those ingredients away. Let's order takeout. Didi's pointed ears drooped dejectedly. He puffed out his cheeks and pushed all the ingredients on the table into the trash bin, secretly vowing to obtain some exquisite recipes in the future. The villa had a projection collar, which displayed the numbers of various shops offering door-to-door services, including breakfast places and restaurants of different styles. Master, Miss Adeline came by this morning and left something for you to give to you. Seeing that Qin Lun was still sleepy and wanted to go back upstairs for more rest, Didi's eyes shifted thoughtfully, and he spoke timidly. Oh, let me see. Qin Lun had no choice but to turn around on the stairs and threw himself onto the large sofa. Huh. Holding the crystal bottle handed by Didi, Qin Lun felt a surge of energy after just one glance. World Tree Dew, and it seems like there's quite a bit of it. Qin Lun rubbed his chin. There were about 10 drops of World Tree Dew in the crystal bottle, probably Mafa's way of thanking him. It appeared that after Mafa returned yesterday, the Moonlit Elves had already verified the matter regarding the candidate races. For them to get results so quickly, his guess was most likely correct. The Night Elves and Moonlit Elves were close relatives. Once they had a target to investigate, one night was more than enough. Qin Lun turned his hand and stored the crystal bottle in his storage space without a second thought. It might seem like he gained something just by talking, but if he hadn't owed Mafu a favor, even if he had seen the trouble the Moonlit Elves were facing, he wouldn't have said anything. This conspiracy involved not only the 2 major elven races, but also 4 other sapient races. Getting entangled in such trouble was definitely not a good thing. If he happened to catch the attention of one of those sapient races, no mere bottle of World Tree Dew would be enough to make up for it. Little one, yesterday when you were chatting with that coachman, did he tell you where to go to get the formal identity for an apostle's attendant? Qin Lun asked lazily. In Devil's Horn, besides apostles and the service providers of the managing races, there were many attendants of apostles who took care of their daily lives. In fact, Devil's Horn provided the strictest protection for apostle attendants because they were the group that faced the most probing and provocation. Provoking an apostle with an unknown identity could easily backfire, but probing between attendants was no big deal. If an employed combat attendant angered an apostle and revealed the apostle's true combat power, that would be even better. Even with a formal attendant identity issued by the city, such probing incidents couldn't be completely eliminated, but it would still be much safer. The city hall can handle it. It's 3 blocks from here. Didi licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. Call that gnome coachman from yesterday and have him take you there. Qin Lun thought for a moment, then took out a vine seed and a magic eye and handed them to Didi. For self-defense, give them back to me when you return. Master, aren't you coming with me? The little goblin twisted his neck nervously. I'm going to the auction house to take a look. Your appearance is too distinct and not good for hiding your identity. Qin Lun waved his hand weakly. He found that after talking with Didi for a while, his sleepiness had faded, but his body still felt soft and weak. In prison, he had always slept until he woke up naturally. Waking up so early was really not something he was used to. Little thing, don't wake me up so early in the future. Otherwise, I'll have Joey turn you into a goblin skeletal angel. The serial killer bared his teeth with malicious intent. An hour later, after they had finished their takeout, Qin Lun's energy had recovered. Didi left in the middle-aged gnome's carriage. Qin Lun gave Ram 5 shattered crystals and instructed him to stay with Didi until the little goblin finished his procedures at the city hall and then bring him back. The middle-aged gnome was very happy. Not many people actually took carriages in Devil's Horn, even including service providers and apostle attendants. Devil's Horn was just a small city with a population of a few tens of thousands, and the urban area wasn't very large. Those who took carriages were either high apostles who didn't care about the fair at all, or apostles who used the carriage to avoid various malicious intents and didn't want to run into trouble on the way. Qin Lun, wearing his demon mask, strolled slowly along the wide streets. According to the navigation map on his electronic identity plate, the large auction house in Devil's Horn was located in the city center, just 2 blocks away from the villa where he lived. There were few pedestrians on the road, and the occasional apostles they encountered were also in a hurry. After turning a corner, Qin Lun immediately saw the Devil's Horn auction house marked on the navigation map. This auction house had 3 floors. In front of the fan-shaped steps were 12 huge milky white columns, making it look grand and magnificent. Entering through the main door of the auction house, Qin Lun found that the first floor was a huge exhibition hall, with 3D projections of equipment and items everywhere. On the large screen directly ahead, some high-level equipment and items were displayed in rotation for all viewers. Qin Lun only watched for a while before shifting his attention away. These items were not for auction, but were equipment and items previously successfully auctioned by the auction house. Each one was at least of legendary quality, and their transaction prices were all astronomical figures exceeding 6 digits. Qin Lun curled his lip and passed through the main hall, heading toward the white jade steps at the back. The booklet issued by the Demon Clan had introduced the auction house. The main hall on the first floor was just an exhibition hall, while the second floor, filled with small booths, was the actual trading area. As for the third floor, it was a specialized auction hall for high-tier equipment and items, only accepting consignments of dark gold quality or higher. After a successful auction, Devil's Horn would take a portion of the commission. Qin Lun went up to the second floor, looked around, and then entered an empty small booth nearby. The booth's furnishings were simple, with only a large, comfortable sofa and a 3D projector. He sat on the sofa and turned on the projector. Immediately, rows of item lists appeared in front of him. The item lists were dazzling. At the bottom was a search box. Entering keywords by handwriting could quickly narrow down the search. Qin Lun thought for a moment and directly entered 2 different keywords into the search box: Atlas and Intelligence. The search results for these 2 keywords were very different. There were only about a dozen entries related to Atlas, while Intelligence had tens of thousands of entries. Qin Lun skimmed through them briefly and then focused his attention on 2 atlases: Encyclopedia of Low Magic World Monsters and Mold Research Specimen Atlas. Both were white-quality items, categorized as apostle books. Below them, it showed that each had been searched tens of thousands of times, and the number sold so far was over 1,000 copies each. What surprised Qin Lun was that the number of searches and sales for the Mold Research Specimen Atlas was actually slightly higher than that of the Encyclopedia of Low Magic World Monsters. After quickly browsing the public content displayed for the books, Qin Lun immediately spent 1,200 shattered crystals to buy both. The Encyclopedia of Low Magic World Monsters had very complete types of monsters, but the introduction content wasn't detailed enough. The Mold Research Specimen Atlas featured far fewer types of monsters, only introducing some common ones. However, the research content inside was very rich. It not only described the characteristics and habits of the monsters, but also listed in detail how to deal with them and the valuable items that could be obtained from them. After obtaining these 2 books, Qin Lun's basic goal at the auction house was achieved. As for equipment and items, it wasn't that he didn't want to buy any, but he didn't know what to buy. After returning from the other world, Qin Lun had thought carefully about what combat profession he should pursue in the future. Based on an analysis of his current situation, he realized he should dual cultivate summoning and long-range attacks. This wasn't just because of his mazer summoning art and wind spirit crossbow, but also because of his combat model. In the battle with the witch, Qin Lun's combat model played a significant role, but when he faced Laura alone, the combat model was useless. This was an unavoidable weakness of the combat model. It required a lot of observation time and couldn't be interrupted by the enemy's attacks. Such a weakness destined the combat model to only develop towards long-range attacks and control systems, with significant limitations in close combat. Using summoned creatures to entangle the enemy while he himself performed long-range attacks. This way, he would not only have observation time, but could also avoid being interrupted by attacks during self-hypnosis, maximizing the combat model's effectiveness. For a normal person, this combat combination would be very ideal. However, for Qin Lun, there was a very unstable factor. That was Joey. With Joey's stubbornness and obstinacy, he would never accept such an arrangement. just like Qin Lun could never accept personally creating a skeletal angel. This fact frustrated Qin Lun greatly. Joey wasn't his servant. He appeared naturally when he wanted to, and Qin Lun had no control over it. Qin Lun vaguely felt a fear. Even though he was usually the dominant one, that was only because Joey couldn't be bothered to appear. Once the dissector encountered something that interested him, Qin Lun simply couldn't stop Joey from kicking him offline. Thinking of this, Qin Lun felt helpless. He continued clicking on the item list, excluding items below blue quality, and browsed casually. Soon, one piece of equipment caught his eye, and his eyes slowly lit up. If it was this thing, even Joey probably wouldn't refuse to use it, right? The 3D projection floating in front of Qin Lun was a weapon that could change shape, called the FN-500. The FN-500 was a smart weapon developed by the mechanical race. It had primary silicon-based life characteristics and could be controlled by the specific brainwaves of other intelligent beings. The FN-500 could perform particle transformation. Particle transformation meant its total mass and volume remained unchanged while the particles rearranged themselves. The FN-500 could combine into two forms in total. The first form was a ranged weapon. After transformation, it looked like an antique pistol. Calling it a pistol was not very accurate. It was more like a hand cannon. Because its caliber reached 25 millimeters, the dark, empty muzzle could fit a ping-pong ball. The FN-500 had a thick grip, and including the hammer, the whole gun was only 225 millimeters long. In appearance, it was like a bad-tempered, aggressive child, both short and brutal. The hand cannon form of the FN-500 had no magazine. It used light-energy scattergun ammunition and employed a trigger activation mode. It could be said to be a strange firearm where the firing mode and ammunition technology were nearly 1,000 years apart. The second form of the FN-500 was a close combat weapon, a classic gentleman's rapier. It had a slender, elegant, and flexible blade, less than half an inch wide, with a tip as sharp as a needle. There was a curved guard at the hilt. The whole rapier was silver white, while the hilt was red, also made of metal. This rapier was extremely elegant and noble, carrying a strong aristocratic vibe. However, for someone without specialized sword training, this rapier was more like decoration than a weapon. But Qin Lun knew Joey would definitely approve of this sword. The two shared the same body and had no secrets between them. Qin Lun knew all the weaknesses of that serial killer. How did Joey get the nickname Dissector? Wasn't it because he was too showy, acting pretentiously like a noble gentleman, insisting on calling a dismemberment murder an art? Not knowing swordplay didn't matter. He could just collect it as an art piece. Anyway, Qin Lun only needed the pistol form of the FN-500. FN-500 particle transformation weapon. Quality, dark gold. Material, semi-silicon-based organism, Titan alloy. Weight, 1,250 grams. Form: light energy scattergun hand cannon. Length, 225 millimeters. Caliber, 25 millimeters. Effective range, 100 meters. Equipment ability, instant shot. Instant shot. The FN-500 could fire 8 light energy scattergun pellets at the target in one shot. This shot was a specific aimed shot. The light energy scattergun pellets would gather 1 meter in front of the target, forming an impact point with a blast area 10 times the caliber. Hint: the FN-500's firing interval was limited by its intelligent state and energy-gathering materials. Currently, it had a 20-second cooldown. The FN-500's attack range, aiming accuracy, and energy-gathering strength could be controlled by the owner's brainwaves. As the law body's perception and firearm proficiency increased, the skill's power could be indirectly enhanced. Form 2, Narnia Rapier. Length, 1,150 millimeters. Equipment ability, sharpness. Sharpness, passive ability. The FN-500 could use gathered light energy to increase the blade's sharpness and reduce resistance during thrusts and cuts. As the law body's perception and sword skills improved, the rapier's attack power could be enhanced. Equipment requirements. FN-500 Form I required the user to have firearms mastery. Using instant shot required firearms expertise. FN-500 Form 2 required the user to have basic swordplay. Activating sharpness required intermediate swordplay. Dark gold quality. Qin Lun rubbed his chin and scrolled down to check the equipment's auction price. Starting price, 50,000 shattered crystals. Buyout price, 85,000 shattered crystals. Negotiable. Looking at the FN 500's auction time, a slight smile appeared on Qin Lun's face. This weapon had been auctioned for a week, and no one was even willing to pay the starting price. Only 3 days of the auction remained. Clearly, it was going to go unsold. Qin Lun quickly clicked the contact function on the 3D projection and tried to contact the weapon's owner. Soon, a masked apostle sat across from him. Hello, judging by the contact number, you must be here for the FN 500. The apostle opposite spoke in a somewhat low tone and was very direct. Let's be quick. How many shattered crystals are you willing to pay? I'll only give you one chance to make an offer. Haha, I don't have that many shattered crystals on hand. I want to trade items. I also have a piece of dark gold equipment for sale. With that, Qin Lun took out the hexagonal prism shield from his storage space and placed it in front of the projection. After seeing the hexagonal prism shield, the apostle opposite paused slightly, then said calmly, "That's a very good shield. I agree to the exchange. The FN 500 is already stored at the auction house. I will notify the auction house to proceed with the equipment exchange." Exchange? Huh. Qin Lun looked meaningfully at the apostle opposite and did not speak further. Although they were separated by an invisible projection screen, the apostle opposite seemed to sense Qin Lun's disdain and fell silent. After a standoff between the two, the apostle opposite finally spoke again. I can add 1 firearms mastery scroll or 1 basic swordplay scroll for you to choose from. Haha, I'm not interested in your proposal. I'll give you one more chance to make an offer, the last one. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke faintly. My FN 500 can fight from a distance or up close. Its firearm skill has a near-certain hit attribute, and both attack skills can improve as your own abilities increase, the apostle opposite explained, struggling to contain his anger. However, his voice gradually weakened over time. Qin Lun, who had remained silent all along, put a lot of pressure on him. The FN 500's strengths were simple and obvious, easy to see at a glance, and its weaknesses were equally clear. Only some rookies would fail to realize them. Having 2 forms for ranged and close combat indeed gave it strong overall capabilities. However, it required 2 different expert-level weapon techniques. If the FN 500 were split into 2 separate weapons, they would be 2 top-tier blue-quality pieces of equipment. Especially the firearm form, the instant shot ability was too powerful. Not only did it have area attack, but the light energy scattergun pellets gathering in front of the enemy made it almost impossible to dodge. However, requiring 2 expert-level techniques was too demanding. If it were split into top-tier blue-quality firearms, the equipment requirements would probably be 1 tier lower. Most importantly, these 2 expert techniques were completely different types, one for ranged attack, the other for close combat swordplay. As for the mentioned weapon power enhancement being limited by the weapon's materials, there must be an insurmountable upper limit. Moreover, there was a very hidden flaw in this. The FN 500's gathered light energy power increased as the body's perception and skill proficiency improved. Body perception was a physical attribute, while skill proficiency was a technical attribute, 2 entirely different aspects. In other words, with so many restrictions added to this powerful weapon that could fight from a distance or up close, its practical value became very low. In terms of equipment value, it was probably one of the lowest and least practical among dark gold equipment, only slightly better than top-tier blue-quality equipment. This was why a dark gold weapon priced at 50,000 shattered crystals would still go unsold. Because although its starting price was lower than the average price for dark gold equipment, it was still much higher than the combined price of 2 top-tier blue-quality pieces of equipment. Qin Lun's hexagonal prism shield had 3 shield skills. It had good defense capabilities against both physical and magical attacks, and it also had mirror reflection as a counterattack method. It could be said that even among dark gold equipment, it belonged to the top tier. After all, it was the premium discounted equipment that the Shattered Starry Sky only gave for gold-grade evaluations. As for the hexagonal prism shield's 280-point mana requirement, among dark gold equipment, such a requirement was something only a newcomer like Qin Lun would be unable to meet. Any other established formal apostle would be able to fulfill the equipment requirement. If the two pieces of equipment were to be compared with numerical values, the hexagonal prism shield's value would be 10 points, while the FN 500 was at most 4 points. If it weren't for the fact that both Qin Lun and Joey's fighting styles didn't really require a shield, and he urgently needed to boost his combat ability at this stage, he wouldn't have brought this out for trade. After a period of silence, Qin Lun finally grew impatient. He spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, used body language to indicate the end of the transaction, and was about to reach out to turn off the communication projection. "Wait, you win." The apostle opposite finally spoke again, saying bitterly, "Your shield is truly top tier. It's hard to find one this good on the market. And it seems your need for the FN 500 isn't that strong. You've finally shown sincerity. This deal only truly starts now," Qin Lun said with a smile. Equipment transactions between apostles were different from ordinary business deals. If an ordinary deal doesn't work out, there's just no profit. Sometimes, you can stand firm on principle without lowering the price. But apostle equipment relates to one's own life. Every top-tier piece of equipment is a seller's market. Selling at a premium is normal and reasonable. Moreover, the hexagonal prism shield's value far exceeded that of the FN 500, and it was a defensive shield. On the market, it was simply in high demand. If this apostle hadn't seen it, that would be one thing. But since he had seen it, and the other party was willing to trade, unless the offer couldn't be met, he would never let it go. When it comes to life and death, what's there to bargain about? This was the reason Qin Lun remained silent all along. If this apostle had really let him turn off the projection contact, it would mean he was a fool. What's there to discuss with a fool? At most, he could find 2 top-tier blue-quality pieces of equipment to make do instead of the FN 500. The apostle opposite said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, a row of equipment item projections appeared in front of him. Looking at these equipment items, which included no shortage of dark gold quality pieces, Qin Lun's pupils contracted. To have so many spare equipment items, this apostle's strength was formidable. He might even be the boss of an apostle team. "These are all my spare equipment items. You can choose freely. However, you cannot be overly greedy. Otherwise, I'll have to give up." The apostle opposite shook his head and sighed. He was at the other's mercy. This was an unavoidable situation. This time, Qin Lun did not put on airs and carefully examined the equipment items displayed by the other side. This apostle had clearly prepared well for selling these surplus equipment items, as the projections mostly displayed specific attributes and equipment skills. However, after a while, a trace of disappointment appeared on Qin Lun's face. Although the equipment items this apostle brought out included some good pieces, and one dark gold wand in particular made Qin Lun's mouth dry and his heart beat faster. This Addis short staff was a top-tier item for summoners, capable of using magical energy to duplicate summoning creatures of intermediate level and below, allowing for a multiple summoning in one go. With just this skill alone, it could become the summoner class's ultimate trump card. However, the equipment requirements for the Addis wand were too high, needing 500 mana value, meaning only intermediate mages or above could equip it. "Nothing you need?" The apostle opposite him began to look livid. This apostle was named Feng Lin, and he was indeed the leader of a medium-sized apostle team. In fact, Qin Lun did not yet know just how valuable the hexagonal prism shield in his hand was. As apostles gained experience and strength, the otherworld missions they encountered would gradually increase in difficulty until they faced multi-person team missions that could not be completed alone. In team missions, once a group battle occurred, team members needed to fulfill their respective roles and could not fight individually. Apostles with strong defense held the front line, long-range attackers stayed behind, and close combat professions were positioned in the middle. Thus, as apostle teams grew, some apostles specializing in defense inevitably emerged. These apostles were called team bulwarks, equivalent to the main tank in some role-playing games of the Earth Federation. There were various types of MTs, but they all shared a common characteristic: having wide-range battlefield control and team buff abilities. For example, a magician's gravity spell, freezing spell, a warlock's large barrier, seal, a warrior's charge, intimidate, a knight's various buff auras, and so on. Under their battlefield control, the entire team's combat ability would be greatly enhanced, while the enemy team's combat ability would be significantly restricted. In such situations, the enemy team could only focus their firepower on the MT first. Only by killing the MT could they possibly achieve final victory in the battle. As a result, the protection for other members of the Apostle team could be weaker, but the MT's protection had to be strengthened to the fullest. A good shield was half the life of a non-spellcasting MT. MT Apostles were very rare, as defense-oriented Apostles struggled to grow in the early stages, and spellcasting MTs were even rarer. Ordinary Apostle teams were considered impressive if they had a semi-T-type Apostle warrior. The hexagonal prism shield was a small shield with limited coverage, but it possessed both physical and magical defense, along with a decent counterattack ability. Among dark gold shields, it was already a top-tier choice. Beyond that, only legendary shields remained. Qin Lun's medium-sized team had only one MT, which was himself. The shield he currently used was a large, deep blue tower shield. Its physical defense was acceptable, but its magical defense was pitifully low. Once hit by magical attacks, the shield would break after a few hits and could only be repaired upon returning to the shattered starry sky. If he replaced it with this shield, his protective ability would increase by at least 1/3, which was very important for the entire team. Sorry, you are very sincere, but there really isn't anything I need. Qin Lun sighed and said frankly, the method of FN 500 plus shattered crystal is also unacceptable to me. Don't refuse so quickly. What if I trade you with this? Qin Lun gritted his teeth, raised his right hand, took off a ring from his middle finger, and placed it before the projector. Shabak ring. Quality, red quality. Material, Crixie gold, fire dragon's gallstone. Weight, 55 grams. Equipment abilities, ring of fire, Shabaka's wall. Shabaka's wall, passive ability. This ring possessed considerable sentience. The fire energy within could spontaneously form a defensive fire barrier of 500 scales. Unless the stored fire energy in the ring was completely consumed, no attack could harm the ring's owner. Ring of Fire, active ability. This ring could unleash all its fire energy at once, projecting a 1,500 scale fire ring around the user, pushing away all incoming attacks and enemies, with a certain chance to stun the enemies. Effective range, 10 meters. Note, after the fire energy in this ring was completely consumed, aside from a very few special fire attribute recharge items, Apostles could only recharge it after returning to the shattered starry sky. Equipment requirement. The Shabak ring required the Apostle to have unlocked the mana slot and possess at least 200 mana value. You want my FN 500 and are willing to trade with an MT dark gold shield. So clearly you are a well-balanced and powerful lone wolf. The value of the dark gold shield lies in MT protection, which is dispensable for you. But my defensive ring should be very suitable for you. Qin Lun said with a dark expression. With the hexagonal prism shield, the importance of this ring to me decreases. But for a lone wolf like you, its value is no less than dark gold level protective equipment. 2 for 1, swap or not. Red equipment was the mark of reaching the pinnacle of purple quality, just one step away from dark gold equipment. This ring was indeed precious. Although it was an energy consumption type protective item, it was still just a ring and couldn't compare to a shield in terms of protection. The advantage of a protective ring was that it could be worn on a finger without needing management, whereas a shield had to be held in hand. Actually, it should have been a top-tier protective item for magicians. Worn on Qin Lun, a physical semi-T, it was completely underutilized. But Qin Lun had no choice. Every Apostle had only one life. Compared to offensive weapons, good protective equipment was more valued and also much more expensive. If not for encountering the hexagonal prism shield, no matter how high the price others offered, they couldn't buy a Shabak ring. Plus your 2 firearm mastery scrolls and the basic swordplay scroll. Qin Lun slightly lowered his head and said softly, somewhat shyly, "No way. Do you even know the price of technique scrolls?" The leader Qin Lun in the projection flew into a rage, finally losing his composure and almost shaking the mask off his face. He felt that the Apostle opposite him was truly shameless, completely asking an exorbitant price. Although mastery scrolls were the lowest level skill scrolls among technique scrolls, they still meant mastering an ability. How long would it take an ordinary person to train and master a skill? Being able to preliminarily master and get used to gun shooting in half a year, hitting the target with every shot, could already be called a genius. But with a scroll, it only took 1 or 2 days of habitual training. The Shattered Starry Sky was quite strict with rewards of such law items, in some aspects, even stricter than rewarding equipment. Qin Lun rubbed his nose. He really didn't know much about the price of technique scrolls and hadn't carefully looked at the skill scroll auction list yet. But from Feng Lin's reaction, he already understood that the hexagonal prism shield's value must be extremely high. He suddenly felt a bit reluctant to sell. The face behind Feng Lin's mask was slightly twisted, and his lowered hands clenched tightly into fists. If he had been in the auction hall, he probably would have already sent a challenge to this apostle. Shabak ring plus FN 500 in exchange for the hexagonal prism shield was already almost equivalent. After all, the Shabak ring was also a top-tier item, and the FN 500 was, after all, a dark gold equipment. Adding 2 scrolls was definitely not acceptable. The overpricing was too much. At most, I'll let you pick 1 more scroll. Watching Qin Lun revert to that silent, deadpan expression, Feng Lin felt so frustrated he almost cried. Who did business like this? At the slightest dissatisfaction, he put on a stern face, insisted others yield, and if they didn't, he would call off the deal. This was just too tsundere. Actually, if Feng Lin knew what Qin Lun was doing right now, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Because Qin Lun wasn't weighing the trade terms at all, he was cramming at the last moment, checking the prices of technique scrolls. After checking the prices of several technique scrolls, Qin Lun finally came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he took out the wind spirit crossbow from his storage space, sighed, and showed it to Feng Lin with a very regretful expression, as if what he took out wasn't blue equipment, but another dark gold item. This crossbow was given to me by someone. It has great sentimental value. Qin Lun blinked and said in a decisive tone, "Forget it. This crossbow plus the hexagonal prism shield, in exchange for your ring, FN 500, and 2 scrolls. Sentimental value my foot. No matter how much sentimental value it has, it's still just an ordinary blue equipment." Feng Lin's body swayed, and the face behind his mask turned purple with extreme rage. After looking at the equipment list for so long, Qin Lun basically had an idea of the value of items in the auction house. According to the Shattered Starry Skies exchange list, the purchase price and selling price for ordinary blue equipment differed by 10 times. On average, a very ordinary blue equipment cost 15,000 shattered crystals. If equipment materials were used and commissioned for crafting, including labor costs, the price would drop to about half, around 7,500 shattered crystals. Such a blue equipment placed in the auction house, due to auction commissions and display fees, would rise to about 7,800 shattered crystals. Top-tier blue equipment generally doubled in price, meaning one top-tier blue equipment cost 15,000 shattered crystals. As for dark gold equipment, an ordinary dark gold equipment was equivalent to 3 top-tier blue equipment pieces. Generally, people would set an auction base price of 50,000 shattered crystals. Of course, for impractical dark gold items like the FN 500, the price would be even lower, which was also the main reason it went unsold. Regarding technique scrolls, Qin Lun only took a rough look and got a general idea. Primary mastery scrolls, for commonly used skills like firearms, crossbows, swordplay, blade techniques, gauntlets, daggers, etc., generally cost 10,000 to 12,000 shattered crystals. Qin Lun's hexagonal prism shield wasn't top-tier in quality, but its practicality was top-tier, so its specific valuation was double that of ordinary dark gold, around 100,000 shattered crystals. The Wind Spirit crossbow was just ordinary blue equipment, worth 7,500 shattered crystals, totaling 107,500 shattered crystals. Feng Lin's FN 500, due to its great limitations, might only be worth just over 40,000 shattered crystals in apparent value. The Shabak ring wasn't dark gold, but it was a rare protective ring, with an actual value of at least 60,000 shattered crystals or more. The 2 technique scrolls totaled 24,000 shattered crystals. Calculating this way, The total value of Qin Lun's items was around 130,000 shattered crystals. The value difference between both sides' items was 20%. Qin Lun had to pay a 20% premium to buy the hexagonal prism shield. However, that wasn't the key point. The key was that Qin Lun still wore an expression that seemed to say, "I'm at a loss," which was really asking for a punch. Qin Lun took a deep breath, earnestly telling himself to calm down, stay calm, must remain calm, safety first, team first, sometimes a loss can be a gain. Deal. Qin Lun's tone was as cold as the wind blowing from Siberia. Qin Lun felt very pleased after finalizing this deal. He immediately went out and handed over the hexagonal prism shield and wind spirit crossbow to the auction house's consignment counter. The entire deal would only be fully successful after Qin Lun delivered the Shabak ring and the scroll. For ranged attacks, he now had the FN 500. For close combat, he could either use the FN 500's rapier mode or wield the dagger of sin. For protection, he had the Shabak ring, a very satisfying balance of offense and defense. Thinking it over, Qin Lun also started using soul power crystals to restore the soul of the big black bear, Ben. However, restoring Ben probably wouldn't be possible with just the 22 soul power crystals in his storage space. He needed to buy more. He spent almost 1,500 shattered crystals in total. In truth, due to his lack of adventuring experience, Qin Lun didn't realize that the offense-defense balance he thought was well-matched actually had a fatal flaw. He wouldn't truly discover this until his second trip into another world. But of course, that is something to mention later. Qin Lun didn't leave the auction house immediately. After some consideration, he opened the auction house's item list again to look up things like recovery potions, skill scrolls, and items related to summoners. After looking for quite a while, Qin Lun found that summoner-related items were incredibly expensive. Among magic-related equipment, almost anything connected to summoning cost about 50% more than equipment for other magic professions. After checking some information, Qin Lun discovered that the summoner combat profession was a very strange existence among all apostle combat professions. A high-level summoner could be the main attacker, a support class, or even the main tank, MT, almost a versatile profession. An inexperienced summoner, however, was terrible at everything and could only tag along uselessly. The key difference between the two lay in the summoner's creatures. Summoner items were expensive, their skill scrolls precious, but the most valuable things were high-level summons. For a summoner to obtain a high-level summon was harder than getting a legendary equipment. Accumulating rewards from over 10 otherworld missions might let you buy a piece of legendary equipment at the auction house. But for a high-level summoner to capture a high-level summon depended not on strength, but on sheer luck. Proud creatures wouldn't easily submit. Unless, like little Lien, you hatched an egg yourself and raised it. Otherwise, even if you defeated one, turning it into a summon was extremely difficult. Dogs understand human speech. But have you ever seen a wild tiger obey human words? Killing a tiger is easy. Getting a wild tiger to lick your toes, is it? Realizing this, Qin Lun gave up on the idea of strengthening his mazer summoning art at this stage. He took some of his remaining shattered crystals and bought food and medicine for recovery. So-called recovery foods were law body items that could restore health points and mana value. However, recovery foods couldn't heal law body injuries. They could only accelerate the law body's natural recovery speed. Their healing effect wasn't as strong as recovery medicine, but they were much cheaper, produced by apostles with auxiliary life skills. Recovery medicines at the auction house were very expensive, and Qin Lun already had 2 boxes of Moonlight Recovery Ointment and a bottle of World Tree Dew. Other medicines could be bought from the exchange list. Given this, he spent a total of 3,000 shattered crystals on 4 pieces of rye bread and 1 jar of royal jelly. He then used 5,500 shattered crystals to buy a bottle of low-concentration holy water and a healing bandage from the exchange list, and spent 450 points of exchange voucher on a self-healing crystal. Because the exchange vouchers issued by Shattered Starry Sky were different from those given with title salaries, they couldn't be saved or split. The leftover 50 points were now useless. Rye bread restores 30 health points and some stamina within 1 hour. Purchase price, 500 shattered crystals. Royal jelly restores 50 health points, 30 stamina points, and some energy within half an hour. Purchase price: 1,000 shattered crystals. After this huge shopping spree, Qin Lun's possessions were completely transformed. For equipment, he had Dagger of Sin, life-taking relic. FN 500, dark gold equipment. Shabak ring, red quality. 3 vine seeds, blue quality consumable. 2 petrifying magic eyes, purple quality consumable. For special items, he had Mayor Crystal Ball, exemption token, intermediate reflex training scroll, firearm proficiency scroll, basic swordplay scroll, encyclopedia of low magic world monsters, mold research specimen atlas. For recovery items, he had 1 bottle of world tree dew, 10 drops, 2 boxes of moonlight recovery ointment, 1 self-healing crystal, 1 healing bandage, 1 bottle of low concentration holy water. For pieces of rye bread, 1 jar of royal jelly. After this shopping binge, his remaining apostle virtual currency was pitifully small, just 2,600 shattered crystals, 30 city points, and 35 apostle contribution points. Almost everything on this list came from selling the rewards of his first Otherworld mission, apart from the investments from Mafa and Baruzes and the Dagger of Sin. This showed just how much Qin Lun had gained from the orphan world. In reality, among Qin Lun's first Otherworld mission rewards, the exemption token held the highest value, being a special reward for a gold evaluation. The hexagonal prism shield was the biggest reward for the 0.2% world exploration degree. As for the 12,000 shattered crystals and 500 exchange voucher, the voucher was the valuable part. The 12,000 shattered crystals were purely pocket money from Shattered Starry Sky. This also showed that the basic guidance mission wasn't particularly lucrative. Other than an unhinged psychopath like Qin Lun, most apostles needed to go through 5 or 6 Otherworld missions to accumulate wealth like this. The equipment and items he kept now were mostly suitable for his own use, with nothing left worth selling. The Mayor Crystal Ball among the special items contained Frank's soul. He still needed to find a suitable body to resurrect this loyal servant. The exemption token was a life-saving item. He would never part with it unless absolutely necessary. Qin Lun planned to use the reflex training scroll himself, hoping to upgrade his firearm proficiency to firearms expertise. This would let him use the snapshot skill within the FN 500, the plan he'd had before buying it. Having roughly adjusted his equipment at the auction house, Qin Lun didn't linger. He left directly, unwilling to meet his trading partner while the difference in their strength was so significant. After leaving the auction house, Qin Lun didn't head straight back to the villa. Instead, he hailed a carriage bound for the training ground in Devil's Horn. The Apostle training ground was located in the southern part of Devil's Horn, occupying nearly 1/6 of the entire city's area, making it the largest site among all facilities. The Apostle training ground wasn't a single building, but a whole interconnected complex. It had both indoor and outdoor facilities. Seeing the training ground for the first time, Qin Lun was stunned by the sight of all those sprawling buildings and facilities. This training ground contained indoor boxing clubs, swordsmanship dojos, shooting ranges, archery ranges, endurance training bases, magic control training barriers, potion mixing research labs. It practically had everything. Qin Lun even spotted a huge Battletech operating field right near the entrance. After asking a service staff member, Qin Lun discovered that even the shooting range he wanted to rent came in several different types. For example, training fields for firearms, shooting ranges for bows and arrows, and underground shooting ranges for beam weapons. Guided by a service staff member, Qin Lun checked out a few indoor shooting ranges. He found them all packed, surprising him. Only then did he understand why Devil's Horn streets had been so empty when he went out in the morning. It seemed all these apostles were either at the auction house or sharpening their skills at the training ground, working much harder than a lazybones like him who was used to sleeping in. Actually, the situation in Devil's Horn was roughly as Qin Lun observed, but the place gathering the most apostles wasn't the training ground. It was the Mercenary Guild for earning city points. The Mercenary Guild, training ground, auction house, and personal villas were the 4 spots where most apostles spent their time year-round. Apart from that, before or after each Otherworld mission, they would also relax at Devil's Horn's entertainment spots. Qin Lun thought for a moment, then booked a shooting lane and a swordsmanship training room. He booked both for a week, costing him a total of 15 city points. Esteemed Apostle, would you also like to hire marksmanship sparring partners and swordsmanship trainers? The succubus handling his booking looked at him with glittering eyes. Approximately how many more points would hiring 2 coaches cost? Qin Lun kept a smile on his face, but inwardly felt bitter. These city points were going fast, half already gone. Hiring 2 coaches might make him too broke to afford even his villa. Hiring an apostle coach will help you master these 2 combat skills much faster. Though it's quite expensive, the succubus beamed. 2 lessons per day from each coach for 2 weeks would cost 10 points. Hiring a coach from the manager's races will only let you become familiar with these attack techniques. The mastery process will be much slower. But it only costs half the price, 5 points. Those hiring apostle coaches probably didn't have proficiency scrolls and had to rely on training like this to speed things up. Those hiring native coaches likely already had proficiency scrolls, needing someone just to point out key points and help them gradually integrate the scroll's combat techniques into their law body. Qin Lun sighed inwardly in relief. He had 2 skill scrolls and 1 reflex training scroll. Hiring a native coach was sufficient, saving his pitiful 5 city points. Leaving the training ground, Qin Lun now had only 10 city points and 2,600 shattered crystals left in his pockets. He was effectively on the verge of bankruptcy. The virtual money he had left would probably only cover his living expenses in Devil's Horn. If his next Otherworld mission yielded little, he'd have to crawl back to the Moonlight Forest. Master, you're back. I completed my official attendant registration. Upon returning to the villa, Didi the little goblin had already returned. He excitedly showed Qin Lun an electronic card. But it seems you haven't confirmed the request on your apostle identity plate yet. Qin Lun took out his identity plate, somewhat confused. Sure enough, a message from the city hall awaited, asking him to verify Didi's status as his attendant. After confirming, Qin Lun thought for a moment. He took Didi's green electronic identity card and transferred 5 city points plus 1,000 shattered crystal from his own identity plate. Next, I'll be going to the training ground a lot. You'll handle our living expenses. Qin Lun tossed the green card to Didi. After a moment's consideration, he added, I have a task for you. Go into the city every day and gather the latest rumors. Yes, master. Anything else? The little goblin blinked his eyes obediently. Stay safe. Take Ram with you. Hire him directly with shattered crystal to escort you. Qin Lun instructed, looking slightly concerned. Try not to reveal you're an apostle's attendant. It's safer if you just act like a distant relative of Ram. After all, you 2 are roughly the same size. I'm from the Lulu tribe. He's a gnome. We don't even have the same skin color. Hearing his master's irresponsible suggestion, Didi felt both amused and frustrated, grumbling silently inside. But then the little guy reconsidered. The Lulu tribe were indeed a very weak group within the shattered starry sky. Most sapient races, let alone apostles, didn't even recognize them. From his experiences over the past couple of days, maybe he really did look like some distant cousin of Ram's to outsiders. A genetically mutated gnome boy? A self-mocking, yet unwilling expression flickered across the little goblin's face. The next day, Qin Lun didn't wait for Didi to wake him. He left early in the morning for the auction house to retrieve the items and equipment acquired in yesterday's trade from the storage area. The FN 500 was pure silver, just like its projection image suggested. It felt heavy and solid in hand. While the 25mm barrel gave it a slightly bulky look, its overall shape was elegantly classic, definitely a fine weapon. With a practiced flick, Qin Lun spun the gun. His mind focused, and the FN 500 dissolved like liquid mercury, flowing and reshaping across his palm. It extended slowly, eventually forming a sharp, gleaming silver rapier. Qin Lun frowned, though. The transformation had taken far too long. True, he might not have been perfectly focused, but even so, this speed meant he could never switch weapon modes effectively in the heat of battle. Apostles fought with blinding speed. This sluggish, shape-shifting fundamentally prevented the FN 500 from alternating its 2 forms freely during combat. His original plan seemed too naive. Unless modified further to enhance its silicon-based life-form intelligence, the weapon's practicality was drastically reduced. Despite his dissatisfaction with the FN 500, the Shabak ring somehow made up for it. The ring itself was a deep purplish red, enveloped in a faint crimson shimmer that pulsed with a tangible wave of elemental energy. Wearing it, Qin Lun felt a pleasant warmth envelop his body. As described, the ring's fire elemental energy likely formed a defensive fiery barrier around him. Leaving the auction house, Qin Lun headed back to the training ground. Though he'd paid for 2 weeks, he only had a fixed daily time slot. Being late meant cutting his own training time short. The firearms instructor surprised Qin Lun. It was a gnome. Actually, this only revealed Qin Lun's lack of general knowledge. Within the shattered starry sky, gnome firearms culture was one of the most advanced among sapient races. Gnome civilization was built on magic crystal technology. Their mastery over magic crystal usage approached perfection. The advanced technologies throughout Devil's Horn, like the 3D projections, unlike Earth Federation's science, were all rooted in gnome magic crystal civilization. Almost all gun masters in Devil's Horn were therefore gnomes. Qin Lun decided not to use the gun proficiency scroll immediately. He wanted to first become familiar with various firearms through coaching, understand their construction principles, and learn proper shooting stances. Using the skill scroll after that, he believed, would help him master marksmanship more thoroughly. Qin Lun's swordsmanship instructor belonged to yet another sapient race he hadn't encountered before, the Rakshasa race. His first glimpse of this Rakshasi woman instructor immediately caught Qin Lun's eye. She was stunningly beautiful. This Rakshasi swordsmanship instructor was an alluring, mature Rakshasi woman. Her skin was a smooth, sky blue, like polished satin, and her heart-shaped face framed eyes that were a cold, ruthless red. Constant swordsmanship training maintained a perfectly proportioned figure, curvy and full-bodied, like a fresh, juicy peach. Sadly, just a few brutal, merciless, hellish sessions under her instruction reshaped Qin Lun's impression entirely, quickly demonizing her in his mind. He'd taken a few swordsmanship classes at Academy Iflit Bog, but compared to this Rakshasi's training, those had been like child's play. Her approach to teaching swordsmanship held only one principle: push the regenerative ability of an apostle's law body to the absolute limit. Discipline formed the dutiful son. Well, the blade forged the diligent student. After barely surviving the first lesson, Qin Lun immediately used the basic swordplay scroll. Otherwise, he seriously doubted his own fitness could endure another week. His slight confidence boost from recent gains vanished completely faced with this cold Rakshasi instructor. It wasn't just beaten down, it felt utterly extinguished. After repeated probing, the impatient Rakshasi finally revealed her swordsmanship level was only medium lower among swordsmen. If classified by apostle combat professions, she might rank only as a primary profession swordsman. This realization plunged Qin Lun's spirits steeply downward. Though he hadn't unlocked his combat profession system yet, he truly hadn't expected a swordsman's offensive power to be this intense. It seeded genuine doubt about sticking with the summoner and ranged attacker path he'd vaguely considered. The next 2 weeks proved incredibly productive for Qin Lun. He used all 3 skill scrolls. As hoped, his firearms skill rose to proficient level. The sheer power of the insta-shoot skill delighted him. His swordsmanship, meanwhile, reached primary mastery. He could now actually hold his own against the Rakshasi instructor for a respectable period of time. During this period, Qin Lun's residence remained unusually calm. Both master and servant maintained a deliberately low profile, avoiding entanglements. Didi diligently gathered the street gossip circulating throughout Devil's Horn, allowing both to deepen their understanding of the city. As time slipped by, the Moonlit Elves quietly began their counterattack against the other ruling races. Rumors trickled, then surged through the city's streets and alleys. The whispers claimed that the 4 Chaos faction ruling races conspired to exclude the Moonlit Elves. Worse, they allegedly joined with the Night Elves in a plot to transform Devil's Horn entirely into a Chaos city. Amid these escalating rumors, the Moonlit Elves skillfully leveraged the psychology of numerous High Apostle teams. They underscored a key advantage. As Devil's Horn's only lawful good faction, the Moonlit Elves were being victimized. They effectively hung the heavy label of factional oppression around the necks of the other 4 ruling races. Unnoticed by many, Devil's Horn's public opinion gradually shifted in favor of the Moonlit Elves. Qin viewed this news with personal satisfaction. He hailed from Moonlight Forest, and maintained good ties with figures like Mafa. If the Moonlit Elves retained their council seat, it might benefit him down the line. During the second week of Qin Lun's training, Adeline visited alone. The elven girl joyfully informed him that since the Moonlit Elf counteroffensive started, the Gnome clan had altered its neutral stance. The two races were negotiating a renewed alliance. Qin Lun wasn't entirely surprised by this. The elven race's elder council surely harbored many shrewd veterans. Their initial blindness to the Night Elves' involvement likely stemmed merely from being too immersed in the conflict. If one thing truly dissatisfied Qin Lun during this calm training period, it was discovering that reviving Big Black Bear Ben cost him a staggering 50 soul lifespan points upon reactivating the Mazer summoning art. Breaking instantly into a cold sweat, Qin Lun suddenly remembered. Back when converting the golden summoning scroll into a permanent skill, he seemed to owe the shattered starry sky for a law fusion crystal, with non-payment penalty being a 50 soul lifespan point deduction. Perhaps when Ben died and the Mazer summoning art turned gray, locked/unusable, the shattered starry sky deferred collecting the debt upon his return. Only when the intermediate summoning art became usable again did it duly deduct the owed 50 soul lifespan points. Luckily, it was just soul lifespan consumed, not his soul life limit permanently decreased. That kind of loss would have warranted actual tears. Still, this deduction left Qin Lun with only 50 soul lifespan points remaining. Adding to his troubles, his funds were insufficient to buy more soul power crystals from the market. His survival now literally depended on successfully completing the next Otherworld mission. Fail the next Otherworld mission, and he could very well die. Brimming with this acute sense of crisis, Qin Lun finally, after 2 weeks, felt the abrupt pressure of spatial displacement emanating from the shattered starry sky. He didn't delay this time. He transferred nearly all his remaining city points to Didi. Then he rested solidly for an entire day, entering Devil's Horn's teleportation hall feeling thoroughly refreshed and alert. The teleportation hall was a massive, oval-shaped structure resembling a honeycomb. Inside, countless sealed chambers lined its expansive interior, shielded by dense networks of protection magical arrays around their walls. Each chamber boasted monitoring devices directed outward, not inward. Apostles inside the chamber could see outwards, but observers outside could not see the occupant within. Naturally, there was an emergency call button inside, should an apostle return grievously injured. Qin Lun paid 200 shattered crystal. He organized his storage space efficiently. He then assumed a meditative seated position right in the chamber's center, waiting for the dimensional rift to open. Suddenly, a small whirlwind spun violently within the chamber. Above Qin Lun's head, a dark, vertical slit flashed open like a malevolent pupil. It acted like a powerful vacuum hose, effortlessly sucking him up as if he were nothing more than a frail leaf. The Apostle Soul Mark has entered the boundary dimension. Shattered Law's activation in progress. An abnormal spatial port was detected in the boundary dimension. Upon inspection, it is a world teleportation port belonging to a DF-numbered spacetime manager. The priority clause of the Apostle Covenant is activated. The Apostle within the boundary dimension coordinates XX 31, YU 507 cancels the original spacetime teleportation and connects to this world teleportation port. Reconstructing the Apostle's law body. Reconstruction fee waived this time according to the Apostle Covenant's priority clause. Starting synchronization of the Apostle with this world's law data. Temporarily sealing equipment and items in the storage space that do not comply with the world law. Current law body status, 100%. Hint: according to the priority clause of the Apostle Covenant, Shattered Starry Sky will perform external camouflage on the Apostle's soul mark. Hint: this otherworld mission will activate under certain specific conditions. Currently, there is no mission content. Please pay attention to relevant information around you. Warning: Apostle 70053, this otherworld mission is top secret. Do not discuss the mission with anyone who is not an apostle. Otherwise, all remaining soul lifespan will be deducted immediately. Special hint: Apostle 70053, part of the hint content requires meeting certain specific conditions. Please try to collect as much information as possible to unlock the remaining hints. World Scenario, Kill Mode. Kill difficulty, beginner. Pain reduction, none. Personal ability, additional enhancement, none. Current world exploration degree, unknown. World essence plunder, 0. Additional note. This world is a parallel mirror space-time of a certain prime material world. If an apostle dies from an attack by a non-native creature, there is a chance for equipment and items to drop randomly. Mission execution time, unknown, insufficient information. Countdown to formal entry into this world, 30 seconds. Countdown begins, 30, 29, 28. On the rooftop terrace, inside an orange-yellow protective shield, more than 10 men and women in various outfits were either sitting or lying down. As the orange-yellow shield dissipated, these men and women slowly opened their eyes, as if waking from a deep sleep. Huh? Where's this? Wasn't I studying in the Nanda University library? A young man dressed in casual clothes, who looked like a student, shook his head and muttered to himself, "Did I fall asleep again?" Ah! A scream from the crowd drew everyone's attention. A girl dressed gaudily was kicking her legs and backing away repeatedly, her face full of disgust. Sorry, miss." In front of the girl, a middle-aged man in sanitation worker clothes scratched his head awkwardly. When he first woke up, his head had been resting on the girl's thigh, which was covered in black pantyhose. "Does anyone know where this is?" A middle-aged, bespectacled fat man looked seriously at the group. His simple question carried a tone of command. This fat man likely held a relatively high position normally, possessing the authoritative demeanor cultivated from long being in charge. "Damn it, why am I here?" In one corner of the crowd, a young man with a fierce expression looked around. "Where's Dongzi? We were playing cards together. How come he's disappeared? Shit, how is there no signal? This isn't even the suburbs." A well-dressed blond young man frowned and cursed under his breath. "How am I supposed to explain this to the board? Is this some commercial spy's prank?" "All right, rookies, quit your complaining." A tall, sturdy black man pushed through the crowd and stood facing everyone. Another man and woman followed behind him. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Matthew. The two beside me are Jote and Yoshida Junko. As for your questions, calm down and think about it, and you'll understand on your own. Since the mission has already started, our time is very tight. Anyone who keeps making noise, I'll make sure they can't open their mouth ever again." The brutish-looking Jote grinned fiercely, pulling a desert eagle from his waist and aiming it at the crowd, making a shooting gesture. The atmosphere on the rooftop terrace froze instantly. Everyone finally realized this wasn't a game. The young man, who looked like a university student, turned pale. His upper body instinctively leaned back as if dodging the gun barrel. However, realizing his own cowardice, he quickly glanced guiltily at the others. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, he relaxed slightly and secretly clenched his fist. The girl who had been screaming earlier shrank her neck nervously and hid behind the sanitation worker she disliked. The middle-aged fat man adjusted his glasses and took 2 steps back, positioning himself within the protection of the crowd. The young man with the fierce expression fell silent, crossed his arms, and looked coldly at Matthew and the other two. The well-dressed blond young man, however, remained quite calm. Faced with the threat of the gun, he instead stepped forward, shielding a young woman holding a baby girl behind him, and watched Jote with full alertness. "Hostage situation? Terrorist attack? Calm down and think, and we'll understand." "What does that mean?" The commotion among the crowd gradually settled. Although these people still didn't fully understand the situation, their attention became highly focused, and they began trying hard to recall the circumstances before they appeared on the rooftop platform. "Superstring space. I know. We must have been transported to the main god space." The university student-like young man suddenly exclaimed excitedly. "Phantom Demon World." The middle-aged fat man shuddered all over. This? How is that possible? Completing the main plot mission earns credit points, which can be used to exchange for equipment and skills. A complex expression appeared on the girl's face, a mix of bewilderment and pleasant surprise. "I can become a superpowered being too." A look of confusion flashed in the fierce young man's eyes, then it solidified into determination, revealing a trace of resolve. "Looks like these newcomers are adapting quickly." The black man Matthew exchanged a glance with his two companions, each revealing a meaningful smile. I just wonder how many of them will survive. Probationary apostles? No, it doesn't seem like it. Judging by their expressions, they never entered shattered starry sky at all. They were directly transported into this other world. Superstring space or main god space. Is it some kind of other world similar to shattered starry sky? Is the main god that so-called DF-numbered space-time manager? Qin Lun wore a harmless smile on his face. His slightly narrowed eyes swept over the crowd, observing their expressions with extreme care. His apostle soul mark provided very little explanation for this otherworld journey. Some hint content was even sealed. Not even the otherworld mission content or execution time were displayed. Clearly, he was an anomaly among this group. No wonder Shattered Starry Sky classified this mission as top secret and sternly warned him not to communicate with any being not of apostle status. It seems this so-called non-apostle status not only refers to the native humans of this other world, but also includes these space-time travelers before him. How interesting. Qin Lun's eyes slowly brightened, his heart filled with lively curiosity and interest. However, he soon keenly sensed a watching gaze behind him. He couldn't help but frown and look back. Not far behind him, a middle-aged priest with neatly combed back hair and a kindly expression winked at him. Damn it, why is he here too? He must have been blocked from view earlier by that young woman holding the baby girl, which is why I didn't see him at first. Qin Lun curled his lip, turned his head back expressionlessly, and completely ignored the priest's greeting. Although Qin Lun's displeasure wasn't shown on his face, he could see it at a glance. He couldn't help but smile faintly and also pretended not to know him, turning his back. The shepherd and the dissector hadn't had much contact. They entered Shattered Starry Sky at the same time, and the time they spent passing their first otherworld mission was also similar. It wasn't strange for their otherworld missions to clash this time. After all, Shattered Starry Sky had thrown all the apostles from a certain region of the boundary dimension into this abnormal world teleportation port. You three are senior reincarnators, right? The university student-like young man happily walked towards Matthew and the other two. I'm glad to be your partner. Stop, don't come any closer to us. Jote's face darkened as he waved the pistol. You're not qualified to be our companion yet. TCH, acting all high and mighty. If it weren't for that gun in your hand. The young man's smile stiffened on his face. He flushed red with embarrassment and muttered something, trying to save face. All right, it seems you all have a general understanding of your situation. As reincarnators of the same faction, our obligation ends here. We wish you all a pleasant mission. Matthew grinned, leading Jote and the Japanese woman named Yoshida Junko towards the rooftop staircase iron door. Aren't you going to take everyone along to do the mission? The crowd was slightly stunned, not quite understanding. The gaudily dressed girl was the first to speak up, unable to hold back. Why should we take you along to do the mission? Yoshida Junko, who had been silent until now, suddenly let out a cold laugh and spoke mockingly. Since we're all in the same faction, shouldn't we unite? The middle-aged fat man pushed up his glasses and said impassively, There's strength in numbers. Strength in numbers? With you people? Jote scoffed, shook his head, and showed a look of disdain. Anger flashed across the middle-aged fat man's face. It had been a long time since anyone had mocked him to his face. Usually, in his own domain, everyone treated him with the utmost respect. He had never received this kind of treatment before. However, the fat man, accustomed to being in a high position, was used to reading people's expressions. He knew now wasn't the time to throw his weight around. He said nothing more and instead plastered a seemingly tolerant smile on his face. What do you want? The middle-aged man in the sanitation worker uniform from the crowd suddenly spoke up. Do you want something from us in exchange for your help? Finally, someone who gets it. Matthew and the other two stopped walking and turned back with mocking expressions. This is your first lesson as reincarnators. Effort equals reward. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If we join your group, what do we need to give? The young man who looked like a student asked through gritted teeth. Half of the mission rewards. Also, you must follow our arrangements. Otherwise, we won't take you burdens along, Yoshida Junko said flatly. If you agree, sign the space contract with us now. After this, we won't accept anyone joining midway. If we sign the contract, will you protect us? The strikingly beautiful girl asked hesitantly. Protect? Heh. In a world like this, no one can guarantee anyone's safety, not even us. Matthew said calmly. We will only give you necessary guidance to increase your chances of survival. Whether you live or die depends on your own efforts. Of course, if conditions permit, we will help. After all, if you die, we won't get the mission rewards from the contract. Damn it. Half the mission rewards. The student-like young man stuck his thumb in his mouth and bit his nail hard. I'll go with you. While others were still thinking, the young woman in the crowd, holding a baby girl tightly, was the first to agree. Sorry, our offer is only for them. You are not included. Matthew glanced at the baby in the young woman's arms and spoke calmly. What? The black man's words shocked everyone on the rooftop. I'm willing to pay all the mission rewards, all of them. The young woman's face changed dramatically. She bowed and pleaded desperately. Sorry. Matthew sighed and shook his head regretfully. I'll go with you. The middle-aged fat man's expression shifted several times before he finally made up his mind. He stepped toward Matthew and the other two. I'll go with you too. The provocatively dressed girl gritted her teeth and also stepped out from the crowd. The middle-aged man in sanitation worker clothes had a complicated expression. He sighed and whispered to the young woman holding the baby girl. I'm sorry, I have a son too. I can't die here. After speaking, the middle-aged man seemed to have dropped a heavy burden and became the third to step out from the crowd. Only 3 people. Matthew frowned and gave a faint smile to those remaining. Then, good luck to you. Please wait. Seeing Matthew and the others turn to leave, the student-dressed young man called out to stop Matthew again. Change your mind. Could you leave me a pistol? Just the most ordinary kind. Consider it an investment. The young man hesitated at first, but after a few words, he seemed to find confidence and spoke boldly. After I complete the mission, I will pay twice the credit points for the pistol. Ha. Matthew, I found that entering a composite-type quest world isn't without benefits. At least we always meet some interesting rookies. Joe couldn't help but clutch his stomach laughing. Kid, you're too funny. I'd really like to see your expression before you die. Investment. Ha. Joe, say less. Let's go quickly. Matthew smiled wryly. Even the cold-faced Japanese woman gave the young man a strange look and shook her head. Watching Matthew's group retreating backs, the young man's face turned red. He breathed out with difficulty, clenched his trembling hands, and muttered fiercely, You will regret this. You definitely will. All right, those veterans have left. It seems we should discuss what to do next. Among those who remained, the blond young man in a suit spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, Let me introduce myself first. I'm Jonathan Cabell. My name is Lu Kuang. Don't worry, everyone. Even without those 3 veterans, we can complete the mission. No one understands this world better than I do. The student-like young man slowly exhaled a breath of anger, clenched his fists as if encouraging himself. They will definitely regret it. I am Liza. My daughter is Emmy. The blonde young woman said somewhat helplessly. Thank you for staying. My name is Qin Lun. I'm a doctor. Qin Lun smiled amiably. He hadn't wanted to stay. Going with those 3 veterans would have made uncovering the mission plot much faster. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a mission, so how could he have mission rewards? If he signed the contract, others would probably notice something was wrong immediately. Hill, a Catholic priest. May the Lord bless us. Hill solemnly made the sign of the cross in front of him. Lin Bin. My buddies call me Xiao Dao. The fierce-looking young man rolled his eyes and said coldly, More than names, I want to know why you stayed. Wouldn't it be better to follow those 3 veterans? You don't have a baby to hold you back. I couldn't do it. Even if it costs me my life, I can't stand by and do nothing. Besides, the main quest only requires escape. At worst, I'll forego the mission rewards and hide with them. Jonathan looked at Liza and her daughter and gave a pained smile. Me too. Lu Kuang avoided eye contact, turned his head away, and muttered quietly, But I don't think we need to hide. The Lord will not abandon any of his flock. Hill smiled and nodded. I'm the same as everyone else. Plus, we have one more person than them. It's too early to give up on the mission, don't you think? Qin Lun showed a charming smile. And what about you, Xiao Dao? What do you think? My fate can only be controlled by myself. Xiao Dao's fierce face twitched slightly, giving a reason completely different from the others. Thank you all. Liza held her daughter and spoke gratefully. It seems, at least we are more united than those people. However, we still don't know if everyone's missions are the same. Maybe it's better to understand each other a bit. What do you think? Qin Lun's eyes flickered, and he turned back to ask with a smile. Also, Brother Lu Kuang, what did you mean when you said you know this world very well? Would you mind explaining it to us? All right, after everyone shares their missions, I'll explain to you all. Lu Kuang hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Main Mission 1. Survive for 1 week in the Phantom Demon world and accumulate 3 lowest-grade Phantom Demon Pearls. Mission Reward: 1,500 credit points. Mission Failure: Erasure. Main Mission 2. Join the Oni clan faction and increase faction reputation to 1,000 points. Mission Reward: 3,000 credit points, 6 skill points, 2 free attribute points. Mission Failure: at the end of the world mission, deduct 10,000 credit points. Those with insufficient credit points will be erased. Side Mission 1, C Grade. Optional: rescue Jacques Brown's son, Henry Brown. Mission Reward: increase Oni clan reputation by 2,000 to respect. Mission Failure: no penalty. Side Mission 2, C Grade. Optional: kill the female Phantom Demon Capadana. Mission Reward: increase Oni clan reputation by 2,000 to respect. Mission Failure: no penalty. Side Mission 3, B Grade. Optional: kill the Phantom Demon Chief Scientist Guildenstern or Mori Ramaru. Mission Reward: killing one increases Oni clan reputation by 3,000 to respect. Killing both increases Oni clan reputation by 6,000 to revered. Mission Failure: no penalty. Side Mission 4, A Grade. Optional: kill the Phantom Demon King Oda Nobunaga or Hashiba Hideyoshi. Mission Reward: either kill increases Oni clan reputation by 10,000 to worship and grants a random bloodline item from this world. Killing both. Original rewards unchanged. Additional reward: random profession advancement item. Mission Failure: no penalty. World Exploration Degree Mission. The 2 major factions in the Phantom Demon world contain numerous hidden plot missions. Completing each hidden plot mission grants World Exploration Degree rewards, which will be calculated upon returning to the space. Hint: each time a reincarnator accepts a hidden plot mission, it will increase the world stay duration. Completing either Main Mission 1 or Main Mission 2 is sufficient. Completing both grants additional rewards. Hint: side missions 1 to 4 can be completed selectively. Reputation rewards from missions will be obtained after mission completion and confirmation by your faction. Side missions can be completed alongside Oni warriors. Depending on the Oni warrior's level of participation, mission difficulty and rewards will be adjusted accordingly. Hint: extra Phantom Demon Pearls beyond those needed for main missions can be exchanged for Oni clan reputation points. Faction reputation points can be used to exchange for unique Oni clan items in the dimension where the demon-breaking mirror is located. Reputation point exchange does not affect already obtained reputation levels. The demon-breaking mirror is only visible to reincarnators. After seeing the mission content submitted by the others, Qin Lun thought for a moment, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't understand the difficulty of these plot missions, nor the specific value of credit points, one thing was certain. The intelligence revealed by these missions contained a huge trap. Should he tell them? Qin Lun looked up and met Hill's gaze, seeing the shepherd shake his head slightly. Don't worry, everyone. I'm a hardcore player of the Oni Warrior game. I remember every step of the walkthrough. Those veterans leaving is their loss. We can definitely complete all the plot missions. Lu Kuang said proudly to the others. Maybe we can even uncover many hidden plots. Probably no use to say it now. Watching the high-spirited Lu Kuang and the half-believing others, Qin Lun sighed and suppressed the thought in his heart. Lu Kuang, just from the names that appeared in the missions, can you be sure this is the world of Oni Warrior? Xiao Dao asked with a dark expression. Of course. When we first woke up at the beginning, I took a quick look around the rooftop. Our view from this angle is blocked by the water tower and the tall building ahead. Go to the west side of the rooftop and take a look, Lu Kuang said with a laugh. Everyone followed his suggestion and moved to the west side of the building's rooftop. Instantly, they all widened their eyes, staring at the towering giant iron structure in front of them. From this iconic building, they immediately knew which city they were in. This is both one of the two main scenes at the start of the mission plot, and also the hometown of one of the main characters, Jacques Brown. Lu Kuang pointed at the Eiffel Tower before them. Welcome to the city of fashion, Paris. The appearance of the Eiffel Tower gave everyone a bit more confidence in Lu Kuang's judgment. Lu Kuang, could you tell us again about that superstring space thing? The young blonde man, Jonathan, asked with a wry smile. I just can't believe something so unbelievable exists. At Jonathan's words, everyone looked at Lu Kuang again. Even Qin Lun and Hill pricked up their ears. Although both serial killers sensed this world wasn't as simple as Lu Kuang made it seem, if he could identify the world's background from the tasks, his information must still be valuable. I saw similar rumors online. Lu Kuang hesitated but decided to tell them everything. That's all I know. You'll have to judge its truth for yourselves. Lu Kuang's explanation was rather messy, but everyone largely understood. According to these online rumors, the superstring space seemed like an omnipotent god. It selected suitable reincarnators, sent them into parallel mirrored timelines of Earth, and gave them specific tasks to carry out. Completing tasks earned all kinds of superpowers, equipment, and items. Failure meant only death. In Lu Kuang's understanding, this was the work of the main god promoting human evolution. These parallel worlds were based on movies, games, and comics that existed in Earth's main world. By thoroughly researching the movie and anime content, they could significantly reduce their risks. Lu Kuang, do you remember the exact time the phantom demons arrive in Paris? Jonathan asked cautiously. Daytime, May 8, 2004. I remember it clearly. The attention and importance everyone gave him made Lu Kuang feel rather proud. Judging from the space's prompt, it's just past midnight, May 6th. We still have 2.5 days to prepare. We can't waste 2.5 days. I used to work in London and often came to Paris. I know this city fairly well, Jonathan said thoughtfully. Following Lu Kuang's analysis, the first wave of phantom demons arriving in Paris mostly wielded cold weapons. Modern firearms of this era should be effective against them. I think we should split the work. First, gather enough food and water for a week, and find a sturdy hideout near a police station. After the phantom demons arrive, hide in the police station. Once the Paris police feel short-handed, we might get a chance to get guns. Then, with police cooperation, strike while the phantom demons are disorganized and finish our first main quest. Those phantom demon pearls probably require killing phantom demons to obtain. If the police station becomes untenable, we retreat to our prepared hideout and wait out the following week. But if we have guns, shouldn't we look for one of the two protagonists? Those side missions, Lu Kuang muttered with some dissatisfaction. We should be able to handle low-level phantom demons. Forget Jacques Brown, but if we tag along with Akechi Samanasuk, we might snatch some advantages. All right then, Jonathan said, thinking. Based on the quest plot you just described, after the phantom demons appear, Jacques Brown's son, Henry, will be captured. His girlfriend, Michelle, will encounter Akechi Samanasuk while searching for Henry. Jacques Brown is an active duty officer. Finding his address shouldn't be hard. We assign one person to stake out his son, Henry. When the demons appear, we snatch Henry up front. If the team at the police station finds the low-level phantom demons easy to handle, we get Henry to contact Brown's girlfriend, Michelle, and Akechi Samanasuk. Wow, Jonathan, you must be one of those legendary tacticians, Lu Kuang said excitedly. Doing this, we can complete both main quests and the first side mission. Following Akechi Samanasuk, we might even kill Guildenstern and Mori Ramaru. I'm no tactician. Jonathan shook his head with a wry smile, concern on his face. I just handled business negotiations for my company, got used to thinking things through. But this way, our forces split up. The risk increases. It's fine. Qin Lun listened for a while longer, then silently stepped out of the group. Leaning halfway against the rooftop guardrail, he quietly admired the Paris nightscape under the starry sky. He hadn't stood there long when he heard footsteps behind him. Why stop listening? Hill leaned on the guardrail beside Qin Lun, asking with a small smile. Is there a need? Qin Lun shook his head slightly, his tone flat. When do you think the phantom demons will appear in Paris? Hill asked seriously after a moment of silence. Qin Lun glanced back at the others, still deep in enthusiastic discussion. His face expressionless, he spoke softly. Tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Hill nodded, saying nothing more. He lifted his head, staring at the night sky, lost in quiet thought. He agreed with Qin Lun. They definitely didn't have 2.5 days to prepare. Qin Lun had studied clinical medicine and psychology under the guise of being a psychiatric patient. His intelligence was beyond doubt. Shepherd Hill, meanwhile, had outwitted the entire North American police force for decades before his capture. When two such men shared one opinion, there was almost no chance of them being wrong. From the task information provided, both killers discerned much. First, they agreed with some of Lu Kuang's points. This so-called superstring space didn't seem set on sending them to their deaths. All tasks seemed possible to complete. However, one thing was also clear. The superstring space wouldn't give them any room to cheat. What did 2.5 days of preparation time mean? It meant the reincarnators could easily board a plane and flee to any corner of the world. It meant the so-called veterans could even infiltrate military bases and airports, stealing tanks, armored vehicles, even fighter jets. Therefore, they absolutely wouldn't have 2.5 days. They had, at most, one night. Enough time to maybe get some weapons for self-defense, but not enough to leave Paris. Should we save them? Hill whispered the question. Not yet. Qin Lun shook his head faintly. He hesitated for a second, then asked quietly, "What condition is your body in?" This world obviously placed heavy reliance on martial strength. Left without the veterans' help, the two killers had to rely on each other. Forget equipment and items for now. Understanding their physical baseline was crucial. About 1.2 times a regular person's. And you? Hill replied cautiously, a thoughtful glint in his eye. About the same as you. Qin Lun looked at the priest, slightly surprised. After all, he was young, while Hill's original body had begun declining. If their enhancements were similar since their otherworld missions, it meant Hill had gained more significant improvements than Qin Lun. That's nothing, Hill said with a chuckle. I saw at the training ground in Devil's Horn that Disciple Hansen could already handle an elven squad leader barehanded. He got a bloodline item? Qin Lun's gaze sharpened. Probably so, Hill nodded gently. Elves might look slender, but their physique far surpassed humans. No matter how much their bodies were enhanced in the first Otherworld mission, they couldn't have faced an elven squad leader head-on. The only explanation was that Hansen had obtained items that gave non-human abilities, a bloodline item. Qin Lun gave a self-deprecating smile. He originally thought he was ahead of the pack. Now it seemed among the killers who entered the shattered starry sky simultaneously, not one had an empty lamp. Dr. Qin, Priest Hill, we've finished discussing. Jonathan's voice came from behind them while they whispered. We plan to find a hotel to settle in first, start tomorrow. What do you think? Fine. We'll follow the group's plan. Hill turned around, smiling beatifically. Qin Lun sighed quietly behind him, but said nothing. Actually, surviving depended crucially on how they spent this night. No time for rest. They had to act immediately. If they didn't, someone was guaranteed to die tomorrow. But neither he nor Hill would warn them. Only the harshest reality would make these ordinary people see the truth. Besides, he and Hill hadn't even received their tasks yet. Meddling rashly wasn't a good option. The group exited the rooftop via the emergency exit. They were now in a residential area in Paris. However, their identification documents were useless here. They could only find a rundown hotel and pay using Jonathan's British pounds. Early the next morning, the group gathered quickly. Everyone except Qin Lun and Hill sported dark circles under their eyes. Clearly, none slept well. Some were too anxious, others too excited. Having thought things over calmly through the night, Jonathan and Xiao Dao seemed to realize something. Urgency marked their expressions. At their strong insistence, the group started early. They bought food and water from a small supermarket beside the hotel. I'll get us wheels, Xiao Dao left with a frown. About 10 minutes later, a 7-seat Mercedes van pulled up. Everyone wisely avoided asking about the car's origin. Qin Lun and Hill exchanged a look, a flicker of approval in their eyes. Compared to Lu Kuang and Jonathan, Xiao Dao was clearly more useful, likely a former gang member. The van headed towards the city center. They needed supplies, medicine, weapons. They also had to locate Jacques Brown's address and set up the planned hideout. According to Lu Kuang's plot information, Iconic Parisian locations like Arc de Triomphe at Place Charles de Gaulle and Notre Dame de Paris would host major plot events. They also needed to survey the terrain at these sites. Early morning gave way to rising temperatures. Sunshine flooded the city. Traffic on Paris streets increased. Inside the van, everyone lazily observed the sights of the fashion capital when Qin Lun's voice cut through the silence. Look at the sky. What is that? Beside the high-hanging sun, a colossal vortex suddenly appeared, huge enough to blot out the sky. Swirling shades of black and green, it expanded constantly as it slowly rotated, steadily obscuring the heavens entirely, placing even the sun behind it. Is it a solar eclipse? The gradually darkening sky made pedestrians on the streets of Paris involuntarily look up. Gazing at the massive black-green vortex high in the sky that blotted out the sun, everyone's hearts were shrouded in an ominous shadow. This can't be. Today is only May 6th. Lu Kuang looked pale as he stared at the sky, muttering to himself, panic mixed with a hint of shame and annoyance. Remembering his confident words from last night, he felt his face burn even more, his heart filled with extreme embarrassment. Don't worry, the phantom demons just appeared early. The main plot you mentioned still matches, which is very advantageous for us. Qin Lun said with a smile, comforting him, which made Lu Kuang's expression improve considerably. This young man dressed like a college student loved to show off, but his heart wasn't bad. Most youths his age shared the same dreams and vanity. Superpowers, status, money, beautiful women, the admiration of companions. Who could truly rise above such worldly desires? At that moment, he and Hill sat in the second row of the business van. The driver was Xiao Dao, and beside Xiao Dao was Qin Lun. When they got into the van, Qin Lun and Hill consciously sat on the right side of the front two rows. Since roads in France drive on the right, this position allowed them to open the door and jump out at any time, facing directly toward the sidewalk. If the business van were blocked by phantom demons, the most inconvenient seats for escape would be the back row, as there were no doors there. To get out, one would have to move to the middle section. Currently, Liza and her daughter, along with Jonathan, were sitting in those two seats. It looks like the newly bought Paris map came in handy. Xiao Dao, turn left ahead. We're going straight to the police station. Jonathan took out the Paris map from his bag, checking it while giving Xiao Dao directions. At that moment, a new change occurred in the massive vortex in the sky. A huge castle slowly emerged from the large vortex. The castle had multiple stacked watchtowers and upturned eaves with bracket sets. It was a large castle from Japan's Warring States period, a tenshikaku. This enormous tenshikaku floated in the air, with vine-like black tentacles waving beneath the castle. Countless black dots were thrown out from the tenshikaku, like an early summer drizzle, scattering and falling to every corner of Paris. Shortly after the tenshikaku appeared, the large vortex finally began to shrink and close. However, the vortex's disappearance did not bring anyone a sense of relief, because more medium and small vortices appeared in the sky. From the centers of some medium-sized vortices, large Secabian with tall bow and stern towers, as well as multi-storied ships bearing massive pavilions, slowly sailed out. From their holds, countless black dots were likewise ejected, falling toward the city below. The crowds running frantically on the streets of Paris gradually came to a stop, staring fearfully at the sky, the ominous feeling in their hearts growing heavier. People had realized there was nowhere to escape. The entire Paris was under the cover of those black dots. Has the apocalypse finally come? A down-and-out street musician muttered to himself, holding his guitar. Maybe it's just a paratrooper drill, a middle-aged man in a suit grumbled, uttering words even he didn't quite believe. Perhaps it's just a mirage. Beep! With a shrill sound tearing through the air, a black beam as thick as a bucket shot from the bow of the lowest floating multi-storied ship, striking the top of the nearest skyscraper. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the skyscraper, the walls groaning horribly. The entire building broke off from two-thirds of the way up, bricks and rubble raining down like a downpour. Ah! Screams rose one after another on the streets of Paris. The sudden disaster finally shattered all of people's illusions. People scattered like frightened birds, panic-stricken, hiding in shops on both sides of the street, pulling out their phones to call for help. All around, there were bustling shouts and curses. "Damn it, move out of the way." Watching the crowd jammed in front of the business van, Xiao Dao's veins bulged on his forehead as he leaned out the window and shouted loudly. "Xiao Dao, sit properly." Just as Xiao Dao was furious and flustered, Qin Lun's calm voice reached his ears. "Should we go on foot?" Xiao Dao pulled back into the car and slammed the steering wheel hard. Walking would be suicide. Those phantom demons are about to land soon. Qin Lun tilted his head with a strange expression, smiling as he slammed the Mercedes accelerator to the floor. "Hold the steering wheel steady. We're charging through." Vroom. The engine, with over 200 horsepower, roared ferociously. The large body of the Mercedes van shot forward. The people blocking the front of the vehicle were sent flying in all directions, like bowling pins hit by a ball. Thud! A young French man hit the front of the van, tumbled over the body, and fell off behind the vehicle, leaving a bright red streak of blood on the Mercedes windshield. "Ah!" A French girl screamed in terror, vanishing after a flash in front of the van, her scream cutting off abruptly. Clatter! The Mercedes jolted violently twice, the body tilting sideways, but it soon stabilized, as if it had just run over a large log. We. Xiao Dao's face turned ashen, and he subconsciously moved to step on the brake, but Qin Lun kicked his foot away from below. Didn't Brother Lu Kuang say it already? This world is just a game. They're just NPCs in a racing game. Qin Lun's face beamed with a smile as he approvingly patted the gangster's shoulder. "You did right. We have to break through to save everyone. Just a few dozen meters more. Keep it up. I believe in you." Xiao Dao's face went from green to white, his mind blank. He numbly held the steering wheel, momentarily thrown into confusion. Thud, thud, thud. He had only zoned out for a few seconds when several violent impact sounds came from the front of the van again. As one figure after another disappeared under the wheels, Xiao Dao's eyes finally changed. He felt an intense urge to vomit surge up. However, after the nausea, a tingling warmth flowed from his tailbone. The heavily secreted adrenaline made his hands tremble slightly, but his eyes gradually grew bright and red, completely discarding his last shred of hesitation. Looking at the screaming crowd scattering in panic on the street, the Mercedes fell into silence. Apart from Qin Lun and Hill, everyone else was still in shock. However, the way they looked at Xiao Dao now carried a hint of strangeness. They couldn't see Qin Lun stepping on the accelerator. Combined with his later comforting words, everyone thought Xiao Dao had done all this on his own. Yet, no one was willing to speak up about it. Even the usually righteous Jonathan kept his mouth shut. Xiao Dao was also trying to save everyone. And perhaps this really was just a game world. It was just too realistic. Although they faintly felt something was wrong, no one was willing to dwell on the issue further. After the Mercedes broke out of the blocked street, the crowd ahead had thinned considerably. Accompanied by attacks from the ancient warships high above, explosions were continuous. No one dared to stay on the open streets anymore, all hiding in shops or cars. The next corner is the police station. We're almost there. Jonathan suppressed his excitement and exclaimed in a low voice. Xiao Dao breathed a sigh of relief, and the nearly frozen atmosphere in the van eased slightly. Clang! Just then, two black shadows darted out from an empty side alley, slamming heavily onto the front of the van. Everyone froze, staring intently, and immediately gasped sharply. They saw two terrifying humanoid creatures clinging to the hood, one on the left and one on the right. These humanoids resembled zombies, wearing sleeveless hemp shirts and bamboo hats. Their muscles looked like dehydrated jerky, showing a dark red hue. Their faces had no flesh, gray skulls with two intimidating crimson lights flickering in the eye sockets. These two zombies held samurai swords, the sharp blades almost half embedded straight into the hood, fixing their bodies onto the front of the van. Wisps of white smoke rose from the holes in the hood. Their blade is Shigeru. Although Lu Kuang had fought this lowest level of phantom demon countless times in the game, he couldn't help trembling all over now, completely unable to control himself. The engine's broken. Get out quickly. Xiao Dao stepped on the accelerator a few times. Then his face changed drastically, and he shouted in fear. There's still momentum. Don't break. All of you jump out. I'll control the steering wheel. Qin Lun held the steering wheel with one hand, narrowed his eyes, and as he turned sideways, he and Hill exchanged a glance, whether intentional or not. Hill nodded slightly, bent down, pushed open the door beside Lu Kuang, and kicked the college student out. Then he opened the door on the other side and jumped out of the van. The priest rolled on the ground and stood up immediately, without hesitation, grabbing Lu Kuang by the collar and dragging the bewildered college student forward. They had to take advantage of the two-bladed Shigeru being dragged by the Mercedes to escape into the police station. "You get out too." The smile had vanished from Qin Lun's face as he spoke calmly to Xiao Dao. "Hurry up. You be careful." Xiao Dao gritted his teeth with a complex expression, pushed the door open, and leaped out of the vehicle. This young gangster wasn't stupid. He had begun to vaguely realize that Qin Lun had set him up earlier. However, he was the driver. Originally, the last person to jump should have been him. Now that Qin Lun took on this task at a critical moment of life and death, the resentment he had accumulated instantly vanished. "Liza, give Emmy to me." Jonathan yelled wildly, snatching the infant girl from Liza's arms with one hand while dragging the nearly paralyzed Liza out of the van with the other. Crack! The blond young man, holding the baby with one arm and protecting Liza with the other, landed shoulder first. His right calf was badly scraped by the door as he jumped out of the Mercedes. He vomited blood heavily while tumbling, leaving patches of bright red blood on the street. "Hurry, run." Xiao Dao, who had already run some distance away, hesitated and looked back at Jonathan and Liza. Seeing that Liza couldn't possibly support the severely injured Jonathan alone, he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and ran back to help them. "Only we are left." Qin Lun looked at the two-bladed Shigeru being swung back and forth by the Mercedes, unable to stabilize themselves for the moment, and revealed a charming smile. "Come on, let me see your resolve." Boom! The business van, speeding forward with its momentum, suddenly swerved sharply, crashing violently through the rolling shutter door of a shop, and disappeared from everyone's sight with Qin Lun and the two-bladed Shigeru. Cough, cough. So that's what it meant. I really took it for granted. Qin Lun coughed violently, blood dripping from his temple and painting half his face red. The young man leaned against the dented front of the Mercedes-Benz. He felt a burning heat against his back from the vehicle. With difficulty, he controlled his muscles, using his fingers to set his broken ribs back in place. He wiped the blood from his forehead, took out some moonlight recovery ointment, and applied it on himself. Then, he tilted his head back and swallowed 2 drops of World Tree Dew. Finally, he shakily stood up. Qin Lun had not expected to be so badly injured. Because he needed to control the steering wheel and also to facilitate jumping out of the car, he had loosened his seatbelt beforehand. As a result, during the violent crash just now, he was thrown right through the windshield and flew out from the front of the car. This outcome happened partly because Qin Lun had no driving experience and did not take the seatbelt in this era's antique car seriously enough. But the most important reason was that the Shabak ring, which he had placed high hopes on, did not provide any protection at all. Fortunately, the two-bladed Shigeru also suffered severe leg injuries from the crash, making it difficult for them to move. They were also pinned by the Mercedes-Benz against a wall. Qin Lun used his FN 500 to take them down one by one from a distance. Otherwise, he would have really suffered the consequences of his own actions. Actually, before entering the Phantom Demon world, the hints given by Shattered Starry Sky had already noted that certain equipment and items not conforming to the world's rules would be sealed. However, at that time, the warning only mentioned the storage space. It did not mention equipped items. Qin Lun also never thought that the Shabak ring on his hand would fail to trigger its protective skill. Clearly, the fire elemental magic possessed by the Shabak ring could not be used in this world. A foolproof plan almost killed me. Qin Lun shook his head self-mockingly. He skirted around the Mercedes-Benz that was emitting white smoke and hobbled outside. He needed to get to the police station quickly to meet up with the others. In fact, Qin Lun's seemingly reckless action today was a plan he and Hill had discussed last night. Unlike the reincarnators, the two of them had still not received the Otherworld mission. They had to find a way to trigger the mission as soon as possible. The two apostles had already realized that the newbie team's strength was too weak. Apart from the first survival mission, they most likely would not be able to complete any side missions, let alone hidden plot missions. If these newbies were completely wiped out, or slowly came to face reality, and they still hadn't triggered the Otherworld mission, then their situation would become very difficult. Because by that time, the phantom demons might have completely taken control of Paris, making it hard to move freely. Therefore, Qin Lun and Hill decided to take the initiative and try various actions that might trigger the Otherworld mission. Last night, they had already determined that after daybreak, the phantom demons would surely descend upon Paris. This was the perfect time for their first attempt. In the Two Apostles' plan, Lu Kuang could not die yet. Although the phantom demon world was definitely not some Oni warrior game, the game plot provided by the college student could still serve as reference information. So, one of Qin Lun and Hill had to be responsible for looking after Lu Kuang. This task was given to Hill, as the priest had a protective skill that could be used on a companion. Besides Lu Kuang, Xiao Dao was the Two Apostles' secondary cover target. The Earth Federation that Qin Lun and Hill came from belonged to the future world. They weren't very familiar with this era's transportation and communication technology. They needed a capable assistant, and Xiao Dao, the gangster thug, fit the requirement. As for Liza with the baby girl and Jonathan, the two selectively forgot about them. Liza was undoubtedly a burden. As for Jonathan, if the Two Apostles weren't there, the blonde young man, who possessed both a sense of justice and logical analysis skills, would be the best leader for this newbie team. Unfortunately, with the Two Apostles present, he instead became redundant. This was also why Qin Lun and Hill had intentionally or unintentionally let Liza and Jonathan sit in the very back row of the van. The two serial killers simply wanted them to fend for themselves. Compared to Hill, Qin Lun's mission was simple. If they encountered low-level phantom demons on the way to the police station, he would take action to see if killing a few phantom demons could trigger the Otherworld mission. In fact, when Qin Lun saw the two-blade Shigeru in front of the Mercedes-Benz, he knew the opportunity had come. Lu Kuang had introduced many types of phantom demons to everyone. Blade Shigeru were among the lowest rank of phantom demons. Qin Lun believed he could handle the Blade Shigeru. After all, he was much stronger than these newbies. If even he couldn't deal with Blade Shigeru, then the difficulty of this world would be way too harsh. Although his FN 500 had poor practicality, it was, after all, a dark gold weapon with immense instantaneous firing power. After blasting one blade Shigeru away, the remaining one wouldn't be much of a threat. Indeed, killing the two-blade Shigeru didn't cost Qin Lun much effort. His injuries were caused by the car crash. "Dr. Qin, are you all right?" Seeing Qin Lun clutching his ribs and hobbling into the police station, a flicker of relief crossed everyone's faces. Qin Lun waved his hand, indicating he wasn't seriously hurt, and turned to look around the police station lobby. This hall connected to the entrance porch outside. Both sides of the hall were lined with desks and filing cabinets. At this moment, besides them, there wasn't a single French police officer in the hall. The floor was a mess, littered with scattered documents and furniture fragments. The whole hall was in disarray. At the far end of the hall and near the staircase, there were many bullet casings and bloodstains, showing signs of the fierce battle that had taken place here. The few available sofas in the hall had been dragged together by the group. On one of them lay Jonathan, his face pale. Liza was now sitting beside him, carefully tending to him. "Dr. Qin, have some water." Lu Kuang handed a cup of water to Qin Lun, then slumped dejectedly onto the floor. The enthusiasm and excitement that had originally radiated from the college student's face were now gone. The brief past 10+ minutes had hit the young man like a heavy punch, finally making him realize the difference between reality and games. Qin Lun observed everyone's expressions, his eyes flickering slightly. He walked over and sat down next to Hill. Logically, there shouldn't be this many people left here. "Did you save Jonathan and Liza?" Qin Lun appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but his lips moved subtly as he communicated with Hill. "No, it was Xiao Dao. He seemed moved by your selflessness." Hill's expression was somewhere between a smile and a smirk. "Judging by your expression, it seems killing those two phantom demons didn't trigger the Otherworld mission either." In our speculation, triggering the mission by killing phantom demons was the least likely possibility. That's not surprising. However, I gained another piece of information. Qin Lun's gaze flashed as he slipped a small, black, translucent pearl to Hill for inspection. Phantom Demon Pearl, a special product of the Phantom Demon world, a crystal pearl formed from the residual soul after a phantom demon's death. Cannot be used to replenish soul lifespan, but can be absorbed by life-taking relics as remnant souls. Phantom demon pearls have quality differences. Those formed from Blade of Shigeru are equivalent to 5 points of remnant souls. The phantom demon pearl was related to enhancing life-taking relics, which was crucial information. When Qin Lun entered the police station, he had thought about whether to share this information with Hill. Upon further consideration, he felt he had to tell Hill. The two of them were like two grasshoppers tied to the same string. Hill would eventually obtain phantom demon pearls too. Telling him now avoided future misunderstandings. At least before triggering the Otherworld mission, the two still needed to cooperate smoothly. Can increase the remnant soul quality for enhancing life-taking relics. A gleam of light flashed into Shepard's eyes. He fished out a cross necklace from his collar and gently rubbed it. Your life-taking relic isn't a weapon? Qin Lun looked in surprise at the small cross in Hill's hand, then frowned slightly. His dagger of sin was an exceptional case, but how did Hill get his cross? This cross necklace was part of my transaction terms with the military. Actually, I'm quite curious about how the Federation military agreed to your dagger as a transaction condition. Hill smiled as he looked at Qin Lun. To get us serial killers to cooperate with the base experiments, each of us had the right to keep one personal item, but weapons weren't included in that category. Hearing Hill's words, Qin Lun immediately understood. The reason he didn't have transaction terms might be related to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had wanted to get him out of the base back, then to serve as a trump card in the death competition. The base personnel who knew the inside story probably knew he would be leaving the base soon, so they never even mentioned transaction terms. Seeing Qin Lun remain silent, Hill didn't mind and slowly said, "While you were outside, I also gained a piece of information. Take a close look at Jonathan." Hearing this, Qin Lun opened his eyes and scanned Jonathan on the opposite sofa from head to toe. You actually used a healing bandage on him." When Qin Lun saw the white bandage wrapped around Jonathan's shoulder, his eyes widened in surprise. "This will expose our identities. I need an explanation." A healing bandage cost 2,000 shattered crystals. However, the expensive price wasn't the main reason for Qin Lun's surprise. Since Jonathan hadn't died, they couldn't let him hold others back, so healing his injuries was necessary. The problem was that the shepherd didn't use medicine but directly used a healing bandage. Medicine and healing bandages were different. Medicine was taken internally. Once consumed, it was gone, and Jonathan wouldn't notice anything strange. Although the healing bandage looked like a medical item on the outside, it was actually an item formed by loss. Jonathan might discover something peculiar about it. "Didn't you say before that if we can't trigger the mission from the phantom demons, then we can only start from the reincarnators?" Hill smiled peacefully. "I know you wanted to delay that option a bit longer. However, you came back later than expected. If the strength of those phantom demons was beyond imagination, then implementing this plan earlier might not be a bad idea. There's a reason I came back late." Qin Lun sighed and explained the course of the fight. The two serial killers looked at each other and smiled wryly. They truly hadn't expected that a small oversight in the details would cause a chain reaction. However, this couldn't be blamed on Hill for being too sensitive. If it were Qin Lun, he would have done the same. Both of them were very confident in their own judgments, sometimes inevitably leading to overreactions. "Don't worry, Jonathan only thinks I'm a veteran as well. I've already asked him to keep it secret for now. The others don't know yet." Hill shrugged helplessly. "And it's not like we gained nothing. At least we confirmed the most important piece of information." "You mean, the conjecture that the reincarnators also have law bodies?" Qin Lun's pupils contracted, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "In that case, our original probing plan was wrong. Given this batch of newbies' strength, I'm afraid our Otherworld mission cannot be obtained actively, but triggered passively." After tricking all the reincarnated newbies into revealing their mission information last night, Qin Lun and Hill immediately felt a great sense of crisis. The mission intel from the reincarnated newbies hit a huge trap. Of course, if these reincarnated newbies could unite closely around the three veterans, they could also turn it into an opportunity. The three veterans were definitely not the guides Lu Kuang thought they were. The reason was simple. As soon as they entered the phantom demon world, they directly abandoned more than half of the reincarnated newbies. If they were guides, the mission rewards would definitely be related to the newbie's survival rate, and they would never do such a thing. If the 3 veterans were not guides, then the information in the Reincarnator's mission list was very intriguing. With 3 veterans present, the 2 main quests would not be difficult to complete, and they could even try some side missions. However, those 3 veterans gave up most of the newbies without hesitation. This indirectly showed that the veterans saw great danger in the mission intel, and they were afraid the reincarnated newbies would hold them back. Moreover, according to Lu Kuang, there were 2 factions in the Phantom Demon world. One was the Oni clan, and the other was the Phantom Demons. Yet, the missions received by their group of reincarnated newbies all belonged to the Oni clan without exception. Lu Kuang and the others did not find this puzzling because in that Oni warrior game, players could only play as Oni warriors. But for Qin Lun and Hill, it was different. They clearly understood this was definitely not some game world, but a real other world. Perhaps it was only due to some special reason that the world's history had some similarities with that Oni warrior game. They could use the game content as reference information, but they absolutely must not accept it completely. If some reincarnators joined the Oni clan, then there must be reincarnators who joined the Phantom Demon faction. Matthew and the others were not afraid of the low-level Phantom Demons, but they were afraid of being attacked by other reincarnated teams. Jote, one of the veterans, once said this was a composite world. In other words, newbies and veterans coexisted in this world. The main quests were prepared for the newbies, while the side missions were prepared for the veterans. The Phantom Demons were opposed to the Oni clan, and the reincarnators should also be divided into 2 factions, with more than 2 teams. This also indirectly explained why the Phantom Demon world was a killing scene and why reincarnators dropped equipment items upon death. Clearly, under the Superstring Spaces arrangement, reincarnators from different factions also needed to fight and kill each other. Qin Lun and Hill had no missions yet, but the direction to trigger missions was fixed, either through the storyline or through the reincarnators themselves. We didn't get any prompts from killing low-level Phantom Demons. It seems we might not be able to trigger an otherworld mission through the storyline, Hill said with a frown. Yes, if we need to contact Oni warriors or high-level Phantom Demons to trigger a mission, that would be far too difficult for us 2 junior apostles. Qin Lun nodded, agreeing with Hill's view. These newbies don't have enough strength or awareness right now. We can't persuade them to deal with other reincarnators at this stage. We can only passively trigger it and let other teams attack us. To achieve that, we can't let them lose confidence. We must find a way. Hill stopped mid-sentence when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. The offices in the back have no Phantom Demons. As for weapons, I only found an axe. Xiao Dao came around from the back of the hall, holding a fire axe. I still have 2 katana here, left by those 2 blade as Shigeru. Qin Lun took a breath and took out 2 katana from his storage space. Ahem, Dr. Qin, how strong were those 2 blade as Shigeru? Can we handle them? Jonathan's voice was hoarse. He sat up from the sofa, took one of the katana, and waved it a couple of times, looking at Hill and Qin Lun with anticipation. Jonathan's soul mark had the healing bandage prompt. Although he didn't see Qin Lun kill the blade as Shigeru himself, he had guessed that Hill and Qin Lun were not newbie reincarnators. How is your injury? Qin Lun asked kindly, his smile warm and comforting. One shoulder still can't move freely, but I can feel the injury starting to heal. Father Hill's bandage is very effective. Jonathan grinned, laughing with lingering fear. It's just that I'm very hungry. Without food, my body will recover very slowly. Brother Qin Lun, Father Hill, are you veterans too? Lu Kuang took the other katana from the table, swung it excitedly a couple of times, and hesitantly asked. Qin Lun and Hill looked at each other in surprise, noticing the hint of doubt in everyone's eyes. After a moment's thought, they immediately realized where they had slipped up. During the crisis, they had deliberately held back their performance and hadn't used their full strength. However, they themselves were not ordinary people. Their normal performance still seemed too calm, too composed in the eyes of ordinary people, completely unlike newbie reincarnators. We are not veterans. We have just gone through one more quest world than you and obtained some equipment and items, Hill explained calmly. The shepherd's words were half true. It was true that he and Qin Lun had only gone through one quest world, but their strength was definitely not weaker than veterans who had gone through 3 or 4 quest worlds. Don't imagine us as too powerful. If those two Blade of Shigeru hadn't been half dead from being hit by the Mercedes, I alone couldn't have handled them. Look, I even broke several ribs. Qin Lun lifted his shirt, revealing a large bruised area on his chest. What did you gain from killing those two Blade of Shigeru? Lu Kuang looked at Qin Lun with shining eyes. Besides these two katana, there are also 2 phantom demon pearls. Qin Lun smiled slightly and took out 1 phantom demon pearl. Everyone passed around the phantom demon pearl, their faces showing admiration and envy. Dr. Qin, you already have 2 phantom demon pearls. If you get 1 more, will you still stay with us? Xiao Dao asked calmly. Xiao Dao's words made the other newbies freeze, their expressions gradually turning grim. They had seen with their own eyes how fierce those 2 Blade of Shigeru were. Even holding sharp weapons, they didn't have the confidence to face them alone. If Qin Lun completed main mission 1 and left immediately, their chances of survival would drop significantly. Of course I will stay. Who would complain about having too many mission rewards? Besides, we are a team now, so of course we should overcome difficulties together. Qin Lun's face was full of smiles as he glanced at Hill. Father Hill and I will help everyone complete main mission 1, but you can't let us help for free. Besides the mandatory 3 phantom demon pearls per person, any extra phantom demon pearls must be given to us. 1 phantom demon pearl was worth 5 remnant souls. How could Qin Lun and Hill think that was too little? Although, including the baby girl, Qin Lun and Hill needed to help the group kill 15 low-level phantom demons. In reality, there would definitely be casualties among these newbies by the mission's end, and they might even be wiped out. The 2 serial killers were actually using the newbies to obtain phantom demon pearls for themselves. Everyone, don't be afraid of those phantom demons. Our law bodies are very strong. Even if we're severely injured or disabled, we can recover. A glint flashed in Hill's eyes as he spoke with a peaceful expression. How about this? I still have some recovery items to share with everyone. As long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, you can recover. Saying this, Hill generously took out a pile of recovery foods from his storage space. I have some too. Let's share them as well. Qin Lun glanced at Hill and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. This old guy was really going all out. Although most of the recovery foods they brought out were low-grade items like rye biscuits and royal jelly, they played a big role in boosting everyone's fighting spirit. I also have a bottle of holy water to share. You can apply it to your weapons. I estimate those phantom demons are dark-type monsters, so holy water should be very effective against them. Qin Lun thought for a moment, and then took out his only bottle of low-concentration holy water. Seeing the recovery foods and holy water before them, Jonathan and the others felt greatly encouraged. Their previous fear of the Blade of Shigeru vanished completely. Actually, this was human nature. Strictly speaking, the Blade of Shigeru's combat power wasn't so strong that they couldn't be fought. What Lu Kuang and the others feared was death. Now that they had food that could restore health points and holy water that could increase attack power, they naturally cast aside their fear and became brave enough to face low-level phantom demons like the Blade of Shigeru. Looking at the newly motivated reincarnated newbies, Qin Lun and Hill exchanged a knowing glance. Although the food and holy water on the table were just some low-grade items, their total value already exceeded 10,000 shattered crystals, which was definitely not a small amount. If it weren't for encouraging these newbies, hoping they would attract reincarnators from the Phantom Demon faction and thus trigger their otherworld mission, they wouldn't have given out these benefits. I hope they can be more competent and get more Phantom Demon pearls for us. Otherwise, we'll suffer a big loss this time. Hill shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered quietly beside Qin Lun. Dr. Qin, what should we do now? Xiao Dao waved the fire axe coated with holy water and asked with some excitement. Should we charge out? I think we can search the police station. There should be scattered phantom demons. Besides getting some practice, we might also find some firearms left by the police. Jonathan analyzed calmly. Jonathan's idea is very good. The phantom demons have just descended upon the city. Paris's police and armed forces probably haven't collapsed that quickly. Qin Lun thought for a moment and said, Look, there isn't much blood in the hall. Although it's very messy, there are no bodies on the floor. I think the police station probably repelled the first wave of phantom demons and might have gone to other parts of the city now, but there must be some injured police officers. They are probably hiding in rooms upstairs, waiting for the situation to stabilize. I think we should find them, Hill said with a beaming smile. Looking at Hill's peaceful smile, the newbies felt a chill run down their spines for the first time. This police station in Paris was not very big, and the building was rather old-fashioned, with only 3 floors in total. When everyone cautiously went upstairs, something unexpected happened. Upstairs was quiet and unexpectedly empty, with no one there at all. Not even any injured people remained. Everyone, come quickly. Over here, there's a person here. Just as everyone was confused, Liza's call came from one corner of the hallway. Jonathan was closest to Liza. He rushed to the front of the room in a few quick steps and pushed open the door to this office. Inside the office, there was chaos. A police officer was slumped on the floor, leaning sideways against the wall. Because of the angle, they could only see the officer's profile. His eyes were tightly shut, his face was pale, and his right hand held a pistol, resting upright on his knee. He seems to be dead. Xiao Dao entered the room, pried open the officer's fingers to take the pistol, and ejected the magazine to check. There were only 4 bullets left inside. Only one body. The police didn't leave any injured behind. A trace of confusion appeared on everyone's faces. If the police had been defeated by the phantom demons inside the station, there should have been more bodies. If they hadn't been defeated, then they should have left injured personnel behind. After all, with the chaos on the streets, it was definitely not a good time to escort the wounded to a hospital. Huh? Something seems a bit off. Xiao Dao suddenly exclaimed softly. He turned the officer's body over so it faced them. Bang! Seeing the other half of the corpse's body clearly, Xiao Dao jolted in shock, hurriedly pushed the body away, and fell back sitting on the floor himself. Liza turned away in terror, tightly clutching Jonathan's sleeve. The other half of this corpse's body was withered and dry. Beneath the cracked skin, a dark red glow similar to that of a blade of shigaroo was visible. Half of the face had lost all moisture, the skin stretched tight over the skull like a skeleton. Qin Lun squatted down and observed carefully for a moment, the smile immediately vanishing from his face. Dr. Qin, what is it? Hill asked with a serious expression. His fatal injury is in his ribs. The mutation is also most severe there. It looks like he died midway through transforming. Qin Lun said, his expression grim. Judging from the state of the wound, he died less than half an hour ago. Half an hour? So that means the injured will turn into phantom demons within an hour. Hill's face changed, and he muttered, Damn it, these phantom demons actually have a strong infectious ability. Lu Kuang, in that Oni warrior game, was this situation mentioned? Qin Lun asked cautiously. And no, I don't know. Lu Kuang seemed somewhat dazed, his words disjointed. This young man, who had been full of fantasies, was finally beginning to grasp the harsh reality bit by bit after the phantom demons appeared. What do you mean you don't know? Our original plans were all made based on the information you provided. Xiao Dao shouted angrily. Kuang, calm down, think carefully. Jonathan pulled Xiao Dao aside and comfortingly patted Lu Kuang on the shoulder. Oni Warrior is a role-playing game. The player's perspective rarely leaves the main character. In the game's opening cutscene, it wasn't mentioned that phantom demons are infectious. I really don't know. Lu Kuang scratched his head in frustration, a smile uglier than crying appearing on his face. Everyone fell silent. Blaming Lu Kuang now was useless. Although his information had significant inaccuracies, at least it let everyone know the general situation of the phantom demon world, so it wasn't completely useless. What about the plan we just agreed on? Xiao Dao asked with a dark expression. Qin Lun and Hill exchanged a glance, frowning slightly. While in the lobby downstairs, they had discussed a method to complete main mission 1. First, find the injured personnel at the police station and obtain the weapons they had. Then, use gunfire to lure the phantom demons over, and use the police station's layout and obstacles to take them down one by one. Gunshots could be heard faintly all over the city now. The Paris police and armed forces were engaged in battle with the phantom demons, so probably not too many phantom demons would appear near the police station at the same time. They believed that with recovery-type food and weapons anointed with holy water, completing this plan wouldn't be too difficult. Once main mission 1 was completed, These newbie reincarnators might no longer be content to stay in the police station. Combined with a little actual combat experience, they would naturally regain the courage to participate in side missions. At that time, there was a high chance this newbie team would encounter other reincarnated teams. Then, Qin Lun and Hill's Otherworld mission would be within reach. However, the unexpected factor of the phantom demons being infectious greatly disrupted this plan. Only one body remained in the police station. Perhaps all the injured had turned into phantom demons and left. More importantly, if the phantom demons were infectious, then the Paris police and armed forces would likely collapse very soon. It was a question whether the entire city could hold out until tomorrow. This way, this newbie team probably couldn't even hold the police station securely. The greater Paris area had a population of over 10 million. Even if only half the citizens turned into phantom demons, there would no longer be any tiny safe places left in the city. They absolutely could not stay in the police station waiting to die. Qin Lun and Hill quickly reached a unanimous opinion. The phantom demons are infectious. The Paris police and armed forces can probably hold out at most until nightfall. After dark, their defense lines will collapse. We only have half a day to complete main mission 1. Hill said thoughtfully. Now we only have 2 choices. One is to find Akechi Samanasuk or Michelle as soon as possible, complete main mission 1 with their help, and then find a place to hide. Qin Lun said calmly. However, this plan requires us to cross more than half the city to reach our originally planned destinations, the Arc de Triomphe and the Notre Dame de Paris. No, that plan is too risky. For people like us, dealing with just 2 Blade of Shigeru would be very difficult. If we encounter other high-level phantom demons, we will certainly die. Jonathan sighed heavily. We missed the best preparation time. We shouldn't have slept last night. If we had a whole night to prepare. Hearing Jonathan's words, Lu Kuang's face rapidly turned ashen. Then we only have the final choice. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qin Lun's mouth. He started to speak, then suddenly fell silent. Dr. Qin, just say it directly. Seeing Qin Lun's expression, everyone's heart sank. Only Hill still wore a smile. Actually, the phantom demons being infectious isn't entirely a bad thing. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, killing a Blade of Shigeru face-to-face is indeed dangerous. However, killing a phantom demon that has long been tied up is very easy. A tied-up phantom demon? Everyone was taken aback. Only a flash of understanding crossed Hill's face, and his gaze towards Qin Lun finally held a trace of wariness. Dr. Qin, what do you mean by a tied-up phantom demon? Jonathan asked, somewhat puzzled. The phantom demons haven't been in Paris for long, and they descended from the sky directly covering the whole city. I believe many Parisian citizens didn't have time to take shelter. At the very least, there are probably quite a few people hiding in the buildings near the police station. Qin Lun paused. If we start setting things up from now, capture a Blade of Shigeru alive, and then successively trick those hiding citizens into coming to the police station. Jonathan's face changed dramatically. Qin Lun, you know perfectly well they can't do it. So why did you give them such a suggestion? Hill walked over to the room, leaning close to Qin Lun, while faint sounds of argument from the others came from inside the room. Why can't they do it? For them, this is the safest way. Qin Lun smiled faintly. Why ask when you know the answer? Although they have become reincarnators, they are still ordinary people at heart. How could they accept personally turning living people into phantom demons in such a short time? Hill shook his head calmly. It seems you also oppose this suggestion? Qin Lun's eyes gleamed sharply as he glanced sideways at Hill. Hill remained silent for a while before speaking softly. Yes, I don't agree with this plan. Why? Qin Lun asked with keen interest, turning to look at the shepherd. I am not like you. I have never given up my faith in the Lord. The people I killed were merely lost sheep. Hill looked deeply at Qin Lun. Is that so? Qin Lun shrugged indifferently. You know, before becoming an apostle, I had a special ability, Hill said, as if talking to himself. I could hear other people's heartbeats and discern their character based on the sound of a person's heartbeat. No one's heartbeat remains constant. Even a seasoned veteran like Disciple Hansen would have emotional fluctuations. Only your heartbeat never changes, like a living corpse. Perhaps you simply don't care about the final outcome of the suggestion. You only care about what choice they will make. Is that wrong? Qin Lun asked in surprise. Doesn't everyone have a strong curiosity? Hill took a deep breath. He wasn't mistaken. Among all the prisoners who entered the shattered starry sky, Qin Lun was the most dangerous one. The dissector had no concept of good, nor any concept of evil. In this young man's mind, all that remained was pure curiosity and the most obsessive interest. As an apostle or a reincarnator, your suggestion isn't wrong. It's just that being human, one must have certain principles. Hill smiled wryly and shook his head. Aren't we both serial killers? Qin Lun said calmly. It's not strange that they disagree. But for you to disagree, isn't that hypocritical? Is eating human flesh also a principle? I don't intend to justify my actions. Hill lowered his head and said calmly. Any absurd or ridiculous behavior has its reasons. Even cannibalism doesn't necessarily mean lacking humanity. As long as one learns to respect every part of the food, not wasting the slightest bit, it cannot be considered murder. Humanity. Watching Hill's retreating back, Qin Lun slowly sank into thought. A long time later, Qin Lun shook his head self-deprecatingly and stopped pondering further. In his last mission, he had experienced two strange emotions. Precisely because of that, he never wanted to experience them again. It was better not to get close to others. Just observe. Observation was enough. Dr. Qin, I'm afraid we've disappointed you. We probably can't follow your suggestion. Everyone has decided. We will go to the Arc de Triomphe or the Notre Dame de Paris to take a look. Jonathan came out of the room and said gloomily. Excluding the baby girl in Liza's arms, Qin Lun's group totaled 6 adults. As the one who first proposed the suggestion, Qin Lun gave up his voting right and left the decision to the remaining 5 people. Among the 5, Jonathan and Hill were the first to oppose the suggestion. Lu Kuang wavered and cast an abstention vote. Xiao Dao hesitated for a while, but finally chose to oppose as well. This outcome was actually expected. Asking ordinary people to abandon their ethics and morals so quickly wasn't easy. Moreover, Jonathan and the others hadn't yet been pushed to the brink. The only surprising thing for Qin Lun was that Liza actually voted in favor. However, her choice was understood by everyone. Among all of them, Liza was the least willing to take risks. As a mother, doing anything for her newborn daughter wasn't surprising. Dr. Qin, you don't blame me for opposing the plan, do you? Xiao Dao asked softly, sounding uneasy. Qin Lun glanced faintly at Xiao Dao. The street thug's fierce face showed a trace of shame. Ever since Xiao Dao took the wheel, he seemed to carry a strange sense of guilt toward Qin Lun, which piqued Qin Lun's curiosity. Don't overthink it. I wasn't willing to involve innocent people in our mission either. I just wanted to give everyone more options. Didn't you see I gave up my vote too? Qin Lun smiled and said casually, Let's go. We need to find that police car as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Dao relaxed and strode forward. The two were no longer in the police station building, but had circled around from the back of the lobby to the police station's underground parking lot. Earlier, Xiao Dao had found a set of car keys on the corpse of a police officer. Now he and Qin Lun were heading to the parking lot to find the car, while the others returned to the lobby to check the movements of the phantom demons at the police station entrance. Not many cars were left in the police station parking lot. They quickly found the police car belonging to the deceased officer. They were lucky. The police car was an off-road vehicle with a relatively spacious back seat. After removing the rear seat panels, they could just barely fit 6 people and a baby. Xiao Dao drove the police car out of the parking lot and met up with the other 4 who were waiting at the police station entrance. Paris was a huge city, divided in 2 by the Seine River. The Arc de Triomphe was located in the west of the city, at the western end of the Champs-Élysées. Notre Dame de Paris stood in the city center, on the Isle de la Cite. According to the map, their current location was between the Arc de Triomphe and Notre Dame de Paris. They were very close to the Arc de Triomphe, less than 1.2 kilometers away. They were about 6 kilometers from Notre Dame de Paris, forming an irregular triangle with the 2 landmarks. Father Hill, should we go to the Arc de Triomphe or Notre Dame de Paris? Perhaps because he had led the opposition to Qin Lun's suggestion, Jonathan felt somewhat embarrassed facing Qin Lun for the moment, so he directed his question to the other recognized veteran. Lu Kuang, what do you think? Hill smiled slightly, but didn't offer his own opinion. For his own reasons, Hill agreed with the others. However, that didn't mean the shepherd wanted to turn over a new leaf, become a good guy, or save the world. The overall strategy he and Qin Lun had set wouldn't change. These newcomers were still just their pawns. We're closer to the Arc de Triomphe, and that's where Akechi Samanasuk encountered the first major scenario. Logically, going there is the most suitable choice. But that's only from a game perspective. The specifics need everyone's input. Lu Kuang offered an ugly smile. If the ferocity of the blade of Shigeru made him feel the difference between the game and reality, then the shocking phenomenon of phantom demons being infectious truly crushed Lu Kuang's confidence. The immense pressure to survive forced him to wake from his beautiful fantasies. Lu Kuang finally realized he was facing a life-or-death crisis. The thought of being crushed like a bug by phantom demons made the young man tremble uncontrollably. Thoughts of earning mission rewards and exchanging for superpower were all thrown out the window now. The fact that this usually somewhat cowardly but still kind-hearted young man cast an abstention vote on Qin Lun's inhuman suggestion showed just how much pressure he was under. "Then we'll go to the Arc de Triomphe," Hill declared decisively. "It's been less than 2 hours since the disaster began. The phantom demons probably haven't taken control of the city yet. Most of them are fighting Paris's armed forces. We must find Akechi Samanasuk within this time. Otherwise, we won't survive these 7 days." Everyone fell silent, tacitly accepting Hill's arrangement. Although they were just ordinary people, they weren't lacking in judgment. From the moment the blade of Shigeru appeared, they had already realized they made the wrong choice from the very beginning. They should have compromised with Matthew and the other two, trading half the mission rewards for their lives. After refusing, they could pretty much be considered dead already. Whether they survived depended entirely on luck. These blade of Shigeru not only feared no death, but moved as swift as the wind. They could leap onto speeding cars and wielded enough strength to pierce through sturdy Mercedes hoods with their katanas. Even without understanding their intelligence, the combat prowess the blade of Shigeru displayed was already beyond what they could handle. And the blade of Shigeru were only the lowest rank of phantom demons. What if there were more powerful ones? Initially, they could have chosen an advantageous location, luring scattered phantom demons in over the 7 days and defeating them one by one with their combined strength. However, the phantom demons' high infectivity made that plan unworkable. Even if only half of Paris's over 10 million residents turned into phantom demons, they would have no place to stand. Forget hiding for 7 days. They couldn't last even 7 hours. If they couldn't fight and couldn't hide, they had to rely on external forces. At this stage, following the Paris police offered a high chance of killing some phantom demons and completing main mission 1. However, wherever the Paris police were stationed would definitely be a key target for the phantom demons. Not only would there be large numbers of phantom demons of various ranks, but the phantom demon warships floating in the sky might even join the battle. That would be the most foolish choice. Since the Paris police couldn't help and time wasn't on their side, they could only rely on the main characters from the Oni clan faction. Did any of you feel something? Xiao Dao, who was driving, suddenly frowned. The already skittish group snapped to attention, setting aside their thoughts and focusing. Immediately, they heard a dull rumbling coming from ahead, mixed with what sounded like French screams and cries. Screech. The police car had just rounded a corner when Xiao Dao alertly turned the steering wheel. The car performed a neat drift, sliding sideways. After everyone inside steadied themselves, they looked down the wide street. Ahead on the street, a crowd of Paris residents in all kinds of clothing screamed in terror as they ran toward them. Chasing close behind was a massive creature. This phantom demon stood over 10 meters tall. Its upper body was humanoid, clad in armor and wearing an iron helmet. Its lower body, however, had 4 legs with hooves like a horse. Crouching in the middle of the street, it almost completely blocked the 6 to 7 meter wide road. In its hand, it held a giant long-handled hammer. The hammerhead was as big as a small car, its triangular spikes dripping with human flesh and severed limbs. Is that Kiritosumo? As the only one familiar with phantom demon types, Lu Kuang's eyes nearly popped out. Sweating profusely, he yelled hysterically, "How is this possible? How can a Kiritosumu be this size?" While everyone was in shock, the Kiritosumu about 100 meters ahead made its next move. It swung its giant hammer, sweeping toward the Parisians in front of it. Perhaps it didn't notice the obstacles on either side of the street. The hammer didn't hit anyone directly, but struck a red Ferrari parked by the roadside. Boom! And deafening roar echoed as the red Ferrari flew through the air like a golf ball, tracing a red arc across the sky. The crowd in front was instantly cleared, limbs and body parts sent flying everywhere. One unlucky person, grazed by the Ferrari's undercarriage, flailed about in the middle of the street before collapsing. His upper body, from the chest up, was gone. His severed chest cavity spurted blood like a fountain. But he wasn't the unluckiest one. The unluckiest was a Frenchwoman. Stuck close to the Ferrari's undercarriage, she was smashed along with the sports car into a roadside billboard. Her entire body turned into a pulpy mess, half stuck to the car's underside, the other half smeared across the torn billboard like an abstract painting. Ugh! Liza and Lu Kuang simultaneously leaned against the car window, retching. "Turn around quickly. We're no match for it," Jonathan cried, his face pale as he slapped Xiao Dao's seat back. "How can there be something like this?" Xiao Dao stared in horror at the Ferrari, now a pile of scrap metal. His hands on the steering wheel trembled uncontrollably. A few seconds later, the police car roared to life, swerving around like a frightened rabbit and speeding away in the opposite direction, completely ignoring the screaming Parisians running toward them from behind. After turning 2 more corners, the newcomers inside the car gradually recovered from their fear. "Lu Kuang, what rank was that Kiritosamu among the phantom demons?" Jonathan asked, chest heaving as he gasped for breath. "Is it a boss-level phantom demon?" "No. In the game, Kiritosamu is only 1 rank above Blade of Shigeru, not even a minor boss." Lu Kuang gave a smile uglier than crying and muttered, "But it shouldn't be this big. Except for having 4 legs. In the game, it's about the same size as a human." "We're going to die? We're all going to die." Liza's mental defenses finally shattered. Clutching her daughter, she bowed her head and wept. "My poor Emmy, Mommy is so sorry." "Shut up, Liza." Jonathan's face flushed red as he shook the young woman's shoulders. "We'll be fine, I promise. We're here, look, up ahead." Xiao Dao suddenly yelled in shock, pointing forward. "The Arc de Triomphe. Is that thing really the Arc de Triomphe? My God, is that the Arc de Triomphe?" Staring in the direction Xiao Dao pointed, Jonathan immediately widened his eyes and let out a groan of disbelief. The Arc de Triomphe stood tall on the place Charles de Gaulle. The street they were currently on was one of the roads leading to the Arc de Triomphe. From their current angle, they could already see the specific condition of the Arc de Triomphe. The nearly 50-meter-tall Arc de Triomphe was now completely unrecognizable. Dark red flesh and sinewy veins clung to the reliefs inside and outside the arch. The large opening had turned into a slowly rotating dark green vortex. From within, some tall and ferocious phantom demons stepped out at regular intervals. The Arc de Triomphe had become a space-time portal covered in phantom demon flesh. Judging by the vigorously pulsing blood vessels, perhaps this famous Paris landmark had become a living phantom demon structure. How could this be? Lu Kuang muttered blankly. It shouldn't be like this. The difference in the phantom demon's arrival time and the ferocity of the blade of Shigeru and Kurkmu had already shattered his confidence. The stark difference between the Arc de Triomphe and the game scene was like the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing his self-assurance. Since the Arc de Triomphe has become a phantom demon structure, regardless of whether Akechi Samanasuk completed the story here or not, we can't go there anymore. Jonathan gritted his teeth and asked the group, "Should we still go to Notre Dame de Paris? We've come all this way, of course we should go see. If we abandon the game's storyline reference, we have no idea where to find Akechi Samanasuk." Xiao Dao said hoarsely. "The more time we waste, the more Paris citizens turn into phantom demons, and the slimmer our hope of completing the mission becomes." As he spoke, Xiao Dao abruptly turned the steering wheel. The police car swerved into a small alley, bypassed the Arc de Triomphe, and charged towards the Champs-Élysées. Moving along the direction of the Champs-Élysées was the shortest straight-line distance to Notre Dame de Paris. The Champs-Élysées cut across 1/3 of downtown Paris, with its eastern end being Paris's largest and most beautiful place de la Concorde. In the past, this was also the scenic spot with the most tourists. As for now, it had either become a main battlefield in Paris, or had completely turned into a playground for the phantom demons. Sometimes, the straight-line distance isn't necessarily the fastest shortcut. However, Qin Lun, and Hill did not remind Xiao Dao this time. Upon seeing the Arc de Triomphe, a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the two serial killers. They were now deep in rapid thought. Apostle 70053, you have discovered a time-space node in the Phantom Demon world. You have met the mission conditions. You have obtained the remaining hint content for the Phantom Demon world. You have triggered the Otherworld mission Time-Space Core. Time-Space Core, the energy core of a time-space node, containing immense time-space energy capable of opening a starry sky gate. Some high-grade time-space cores can open space-time portals under the effect of time-space skills. Hint: the principle of the law body is the same for apostles and reincarnators. After removing the superstring laws from a reincarnator's soul mark, what remains is the apostle's true soul sigil. In the Phantom Demon world's killing scenario, killing a reincarnator allows an apostle to also obtain the bloody cube dropped by the reincarnator. Hint: only some types of equipment and items used by reincarnators can be used by apostles. Equipment and items that cannot be used require the apostle to pay a certain amount of shattered crystal to remove the specific superstring laws from them within the shattered starry sky. Otherworld mission, Time-Space Core. Obtain at least one Time-Space Core. The shattered starry sky has placed a time-space energy collector in the apostle's storage space. Throw the collector into a time-space node. After a certain period, you will obtain a time-space core. Obtaining any single time-space core allows you to request a return via the Apostle's Soul Mark. The collection time for a time-space core depends on the energy density of the time-space node. Mission rewards will be calculated upon return based on the quantity and quality of time-space cores obtained. The World Exploration Degree and World Origin obtained by the Apostle by following the Reincarnator's mission will also be settled upon return, with additional rewards granted. Warning: the Apostle's identity has been disguised by the shattered starry sky. The mission stay duration is the same as that for new reincarnators. Exceeding the mission stay duration will result in a certain probability of the Apostle's identity being exposed to the reincarnators. If that happens, it will trigger a bounty hunt by the reincarnators. The Apostle must pay close attention. So that's how it is. For this Otherworld mission, the Shattered Starry Sky's main goal wasn't the world origin, but the time-space core. Qin Lun nodded slightly. He and Hill had misjudged the mission's direction. They had only thought the Shattered Starry Sky sent them to the Phantom Demon world to seize world origin, which is why they had focused their attention on the storylines and the reincarnators. If they had known earlier that the Shattered Starry Sky wanted them to seize time-space cores, the two of them wouldn't have followed the reincarnators at all. They would have taken advantage of the initial Phantom Demon invasion to find small time-space nodes and wait for opportunities. However, it wasn't too late to know now. The Phantom Demons were still fighting Paris's armed forces. There were roughly 8 hours left until nightfall. With this thought, Qin Lun's consciousness withdrew from the Death Notice's mission hints. He turned his head to look at the other person in the car. When Qin Lun looked at Hill, the shepherd had also just finished his thinking and looked at the young man at the same time. Both saw wariness in each other's eyes. One time-space node could only produce one time-space core. The two of them had now changed from companions to competitors. With other apostles, cooperation might still be possible. But for the two serial killers, given their ways of doing things and their temperaments, it was destined that the two could no longer continue to cooperate. Xiao Dao, pull the car over to the side. Qin Lun pondered briefly before speaking. Dr. Qin, are you getting off? Jonathan asked, startled. Yes. The fact that we haven't encountered many Phantom Demons so far isn't because they've disappeared. I suspect the Phantom Demons have gathered together and are currently attacking key targets in downtown Paris. Qin Lun said with a smile. The Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower, and the Place de la Concorde ahead on the Champs-Élysées. These places are all strategic points for the Phantom Demons and Paris's armed forces. The police car won't get through. But if we go on foot, some team members won't be able to keep up. If we encounter stray Phantom Demons, we'll get separated, Lu Kuang said with some panic. In this team of newcomers, Liza was a woman and was carrying a baby girl. Her physical stamina was the worst among everyone. Lu Kuang, on the other hand, was usually lazy and belonged to the category of dorm room nerds at his university. His stamina wasn't great either. The two of them definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with the other's speed. Qin Lun swept his gaze over everyone in the car and stopped talking. Although his face still wore a gentle smile, everyone could see the coldness in the young man's eyes. Since we have already rejected Dr. Qin's previous suggestion, we must now take responsibility for our own choices. Hill's face still carried the kindness characteristic of a priest, but the words from his mouth were equally icy. Do not be afraid. Death is just the beginning of everything. The Lord still looks after everyone. Father Hill, do you also approve of going to Notre Dame de Paris on foot? Jonathan asked with an incredulous look. Mr. Jonathan, I thought you understood when you rejected Dr. Qin's suggestion. I didn't expect you to be so naive. Hill shook his head in disappointment. Everyone must strive and fight for their own lives and choices. The suggestion Dr. Qin made back then was the only possible shortcut that could have given everyone an advantage. Since you rejected it, are you saying that rejecting that suggestion means everyone must fight on their own? Jonathan's face turned pale as he anxiously said, but we can clearly still stick together. If so many of us fight together, our success rate of killing low-level phantom demons would also be much higher. Haha, is that so? Hill narrowed his eyes and did not explain further. Silence fell in the car. Actually, deep down, everyone understood that the streets definitely wouldn't only have the lowest level blade of Shigeru. As time passed, the phantom demons that landed scattered across Paris would slowly gather together. It would be difficult to encounter just one or two stray blade of Shigeru. The team, including the baby girl, needed a total of 21 phantom demon pearls. If Qin Lun and Hill exerted their full strength and held the front line, letting the others pick off the stragglers, then they still had a possibility of completing main mission 1. However, doing so would mean Qin Lun and Hill would constantly be in danger, essentially becoming babysitters for this newcomer team. If Qin Lun and Hill didn't mind, that would be one thing. But if they were unwilling, how could Jonathan say it outright? What if we turn back and return to the police station now? Lu Kuang said with a miserable expression. No, I don't agree with that. Jonathan said angrily. Those Paris citizens are people too. I will absolutely not save myself at the cost of sacrificing others. It's too late to return to the police station now. Just now, I carefully observed the small groups of phantom demons the police car avoided along the way. Including that Kirutosamu, the phantom demons are purposefully herding people towards places like the Arc de Triomphe. Perhaps the phantom demons aren't slaughtering humans mindlessly. Qin Lun rubbed his chin, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Our retreat path is blocked. Now, aside from moving forward, there are no other choices. Of course, you can still follow me or Father Hill. But if we encounter phantom demons, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Dr. Qin, are you and Father Hill separating as well? Xiao Dao suddenly asked with some surprise. Haha, I won't be going to Notre Dame de Paris. I plan to go to the other storyline location Lu Kuang mentioned, the zoo. In the game storyline, both Akechi Samanasuk and Jacques Brown's son Henry get captured by the Phantom Demon's chief scientist, Guildenstern, and taken to the zoo. Perhaps there will be great gains there. Hill said calmly. A light flashed in Qin Luan's eyes. It was inevitable that Hill would separate from him. In the game storyline, Guildenstern developed the time machine, which should be the origin of those phantom demon time-space nodes. However, the zoo, as the lair of the boss Guildenstern, was obviously extremely dangerous. It seemed the shepherd was planning to go all in. You can choose for yourselves whether to follow me or Father Hill. Qin Lun grinned. Xiao Dao had already stopped the car by then. Qin Lun directly opened the door, got out, and without looking back, ran along the street towards Notre Dame de Paris. Seeing Qin Lun leave the team, Xiao Dao jumped off the vehicle without hesitation and followed him. In reality, Xiao Dao was a gangster. He had little education and simple thinking. When he first entered the Phantom Demon world, Xiao Dao also had Lu Kuang's ambitions and dreams. But he was much more realistic than the college student. From today's events, Xiao Dao realized that not following the 3 veterans away earlier was a huge mistake. Without the help of Hill and Qin Lun, this newbie team was in grave danger. He was not generous enough to trade his life for others' safety. Although Qin Lun had let him take the blame before, as a gangster, taking the fall for the boss was nothing new. Besides, from a gangster's perspective, Qin Lun was a good boss, ruthless and decisive. As long as he wasn't sent to die, Xiao Dao didn't mind following Qin Lun. All right, we should leave too. I hope everyone stays safe until the mission ends. He glanced briefly at Lu Kuang and ran quickly in another direction. Aren't you going with Father Hill? Lu Kuang looked at Jonathan and Liza, his eyes avoiding theirs. No, I'm staying with Madame Liza. Jonathan looked at the pale-faced Liza, his gaze dimming. He forced a smile and said, We'll find a place to hide first. Maybe things won't be so bad. You must survive. Lu Kuang suddenly seemed to make a decision. He gritted his teeth and said, On the 7th day of the mission, if I'm still alive, I'll go to the original police station. Maybe I can gather a few phantom demon pearls for you. Jonathan's eyes lit up. He nodded firmly and said, We will survive. You be careful too. Feeling the wind whistling past his ears, Qin Lun felt very cheerful. This was the first time he ran at full speed after his body was enhanced. If he didn't have to avoid the scattered phantom demons in the distance, his speed would have been even faster. When the obelisk of Place de la Concorde just appeared in his sight, Qin Lun finally stopped. After a few minutes, Xiao Dao arrived behind him, panting heavily with his hands on his knees. Qin Lun turned to look at the gangster. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Dao to keep up with him. After receiving the Time-Space Core mission, these newbie reincarnators became dispensable to him and Hill. With their strength, even using them as shields was not good enough. They couldn't even stop one blade of Shigeru. Dr. Qin, the gunfire ahead is getting more intense. It looks like the main battlefield in the city. Xiao Dao caught his breath and reminded softly. Qin Lun responded faintly. Place de la Concorde was in the center of Paris. To the east was Paris's largest green park, the Tuileries Garden. A bit further were the Paris City Hall and the Louvre. Capturing this place meant capturing Paris. Qin Lun estimated that no matter how strong the phantom demons were, they couldn't break through the defense lines set up by Paris's armed forces here before nightfall. As for the current situation at Notre Dame de Paris, it was hard to say. Although Al de la site was opposite the Paris City Hall, this river island was just a tourist attraction. With only a few bridges connecting the two banks of the Seine River, it was difficult for armed forces to deploy. Plus, the phantom demons descended from the sky. The island might have already fallen. We need to avoid the battle at Place de la Concorde. We'll cross the river directly from here, then go to Al de la site via the bridges on the south bank of the Seine River. Qin Lun thought for a moment, then directly deviated from their original direction, leaving the main road and turning into a small alley. Dr. Qin, why do we have to go to Notre Dame de Paris? Xiao Dao asked, panting as he ran. This phantom demon world is clearly different from the Oni warrior game Lu Kuang mentioned. Since the Arc de Triomphe has changed so much, we might not even find a catchy Samanisuk at Notre Dame de Paris. You're quite right. The game plot Lu Kuang introduced can only be used as reference information. Qin Lun looked at Xiao Dao and explained softly, but we have no choice now. Do you know why it was so easy for us to avoid phantom demons all the way here? Isn't it because the phantom demons are gathered together, fighting Paris's armed forces? Xiao Dao was slightly startled and asked quickly. That's only one reason. Another reason is that most of these phantom demons have entered the buildings along the street. They are hunting and driving out humans. Qin Lun explained calmly. You mean, they are using their infectious ability to turn Paris citizens into phantom demons too? Xiao Dao frowned. The weapons the phantom demons hold are mostly cold weapons. Normally, they aren't enough to deal with Paris's armed forces. Take the Kiritosamu we encountered as an example. That large phantom demon was indeed powerful, but humans have tanks and armored vehicles too. Kiritosamu can block pistols, but not machine guns and artillery shells. But the new phantom demons transformed from Paris citizens shouldn't have the combat power of other phantom demons, right? Can they really rely on numbers to offset the advantage of Paris's armed forces' firepower? Xiao Dao still found it hard to believe. Of course not. The killing power of modern high-tech weapons can't be overcome by numbers alone. That's why I said the defense line of Paris's armed forces will only be breached at night. Qin Lun sighed and said with a bitter smile. The phantom demons hunt humans not only to increase their numbers, but also to use humans as meat shields. When it gets dark, as long as they get close enough using the human shields, the human forces will collapse from within. So you mean, by tomorrow, the streets and alleys of Paris will be filled with phantom demons, leaving us no space to move. Xiao Dao's face turned ugly as he understood. Not necessarily, but our space to move will be greatly reduced. We'll probably have to crawl through sewers like rats. Qin Lun curled his lip. So, the best choice now is to follow the plotline Lu Kuang mentioned and see if we can meet an Oni warrior protagonist. I understand. Xiao Dao replied calmly, quickening his pace to pass Qin Lun and walk in front. Dr. Qin, I have a weapon. Let me walk ahead. Be careful. Qin Lun smiled indifferently. Although Xiao Dao held a fire axe, he knew Qin Lun was stronger than him. His words were just to show loyalty. A psychic should know his place. No matter if the boss was stronger or not, the psychic should always charge first. Clang. At that moment, crisp sounds of breaking glass came from the high parts of the buildings on both sides of the alley. Several black figures leaped down from the high walls of the buildings in sequence, blocking their path from the front and back. 3 of them. Qin Lun's face darkened. It seemed their good luck along the way had finally ended. The 2 phantom demons blocking Qin Lun's rear resembled Japanese ninjas, but their eye areas were covered with silk cloth. There were 3 round holes in the silk cloth, emitting faint red light. Lu Kuang had mentioned information about this type of phantom demon called 3 Eyes. Different from Blade of Shigeru, 3 Eyes had higher intelligence than Blade of Shigeru. They retained some martial skills from their past lives, making them much harder to deal with. Among these 2 3 Eyes, the one on the left tightly held a horse-cutting saber, while the one on the right held a half-moon blade wheel. The phantom demon blocking Xiao Dao's front was not a 3 Eyes, but another type, called Fuyue. Fuyue stood 3 meters tall, wore armor, and had strangely large feet with only 2 huge toes. It wore a large iron helmet, and the iron mask covered its face completely. It was unclear how this phantom demon sensed the outside world. This Fuyue held a huge spiked iron club. The spikes on it were covered with human flesh and blood fragments, looking terrifying. Looking at the 3 phantom demons, Qin Lun's heart sank. The alley was close to the buildings, making it more dangerous than the main road. It was easier to encounter small groups of phantom demons hunting humans inside buildings. Plus, the alley was narrow. If phantom demons approached from above, they would have no room to dodge. Dr. Qin, what should we do? Xiao Dao bit his lip, his voice hoarse. Hold off that big guy for a few minutes. I'll help you after I deal with these 2 3 Eyes. Qin Lun said with a grim expression. I'll try my best. Sweat slowly trickled down Xiao Dao's face. This alley is less than 3 meters wide. With Fuyue's arm length plus the spiked club, it can't swing effectively. Qin Lun instructed softly, don't be afraid. Sometimes desperate situations lead to survival. As long as you get close to Fuyue immediately, the spiked club won't be able to hit you. Use your agility to maneuver around it. After saying this, Qin Lun stopped paying attention to Xiao Dao. With a flip of his hands, the FN 500 and dagger of Sin fell into his palms. The 3 holes on the 2 3 Eyes head covers flashed red, and they silently pounced. According to Lu Kuang, the phantom demons were originally foot soldiers, Japanese warriors, and ninjas under Oda Nobunaga during Japan's Warring States period. Low-level phantom demons actually had low intelligence, only retaining some basic combat skills from their past lives. However, phantom demons felt no pain and had no fear of death, which enhanced their combat power from another angle. Qin Lun did not activate the combat model. He still lacked detailed information about these 2 types of phantom demons. He also didn't shoot immediately. 3 Eyes were Japanese ninjas in their past lives, agile in movement. The FN 500's instant shot skill had a 20-second cooldown, so he had to make sure each shot hit. Clang! The dagger of Sin collided with the left phantom demon's horse-cutting saber, sparks flying everywhere. However, Qin Lun's eyes lit up. He found that the 3 Eyes' strength was not much greater than his. It was even weaker. The clash between the dagger and the horse-cutting saber shook both the human and the demon, halting their actions. However, the phantom demon on the right took the opportunity to close in. With a cross swipe of its blade wheel, blood immediately appeared on Qin Lun's body. The 3 Eyes holding the blade wheel was treacherous, or perhaps its combat habits from life took over. Its serrated blade swept past Qin Lun's neck from both sides, severing his carotid arteries. Blood sprayed like arrows from both sides of Qin Lun's neck. Yet, he didn't dodge at all. He even tilted his head slightly, seemingly eager to push his throat onto the blade. The violently erupting blood instantly smeared the red third eyes of both phantom demons, blurring their vision. Though the three eyes could still sense the enemy's body heat in their third eyes, their remaining combat instincts already wrote him off as harmless. Trusting their momentum, they raced past him, their feet planted, ready to leap at the other enemy. Qin Lun sneered coldly, twisting his upper body. The twin arcs of blood spraying from his neck cut beautifully through the air, like water jets thrown across a lawn. The doctor spread his arms. Bang! 8 pea-sized pellets of light burst from the FN 500's wide 25mm barrel. They formed a small biegua pattern, embedding themselves into the neck of the blade-wielding three eyes. The shot was point-blank. The phantom demon's slender neck couldn't handle such force. Its head was blown clean off. At the same moment, there was a thud. Qin Lun's dagger of sin plunged deep into the back of the head belonging to the three eyes wielding the horse-cutting saber. But this phantom demon didn't die instantly. Its tough life force let it twist around for a counterattack. Only when this desperate thrust hit air did it collapse to the ground. It twitched briefly before crumbling into ash. After killing the three eyes, Qin Lun finally stumbled. Waves of weakness washed over him. Glancing at his status bar on the death notice, his health points were down to half and still slowly decreasing. Qin Lun frantically pulled out the moonlight recovery ointment, smearing a thick glob onto his wounds. Only then did the decrease in his health points stop. After tending to his injuries, the doctor peered ahead. A faint, satisfied smile touched his lips. Xiao Dao hadn't failed him. The narrow alleyway frustrated the Fuyue wielding the spiked club. Its attacks couldn't land on the nimble street kid. A straight overhead strike was too simple, the attack area too small. Like using a sword to smash ants, it couldn't touch Xiao Dao dancing around it. A wide horizontal sweep was awkward. The club, plus the Fuyue's arm length, was too wide. It barely completed the motion, scraping only powder from the alley walls, never touching Xiao Dao. But as Qin Lun finished the three eyes, the Fuyue itself seemed to sense danger. It grew visibly agitated. It even started dragging its spiked club backwards, barreling towards both of them. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He lunged forward, grabbing Xiao Dao and pulling him towards the alley exit. They scrambled towards the mouth of the alley. Only when nearly out did the doctor twist around and raise his arm. The FN 500 cooldown ended, roared once more. Bang! This time, Qin Lun didn't aim for the head. He targeted the Fuyue's unprotected ankle. Its head was covered by a full metal mask. The FN 500 was powerful, but it couldn't guarantee a one-shot kill. The Fuyue crashed heavily to the ground. It struggled but couldn't rise, only able to watch helplessly as its prey escaped within sight. Lacking a mouth, its rage was clear from how it pounded the earth with its club, cratering the ground. Qin Doctor, why? No time. That brute isn't taken down quickly. Staying is too dangerous. We move. Qin Lun cut Xiao Dao off sharply, as if reading his mind. He waved dismissively. This phantom demon pearl is yours. One each. Xiao Dao looked at the pearl in his hand. His eyes flashed. Without argument, he silently pocketed it. Qin Lun nodded, satisfied. Without Xiao Dao, he could have called his black bear, Ben, to stall the Fuyue. But since Xiao Dao had proven his worth, he deserved payment. Of course, the pearl he gave Xiao Dao wasn't from a three eyes. It was loot from a blade of Shigeru earlier. For a newbie reincarnator, a blade of Shigeru pearl was the same as a three eyes pearl. But for Qin Lun, the three eyes pearl held 7 remnant souls. That was more valuable. Leaving the alley, they pressed on towards the Seine River. The closer they got to the riverbank, the thicker the piles of corpses littered the roadside. Muffled shouts and the booms of gunfire echoed sporadically around them. The phantom demon warships hovering over Paris seemed sparser. But this wasn't because Parisian helicopters had shot them down. On the contrary, they now controlled an even larger airspace, making them seem scattered by comparison. The Seine River cuts through central Paris. Soon, they reached an embankment on the north shore. Gazing at a bridge not far off, Qin Lun frowned and stopped. Qin Doctor, aren't we crossing the bridge? Xiao Dao asked quietly, scanning their surroundings cautiously. No, I'm going in the water. Qin Lun thought for a moment before replying slowly. But this is a gamble. If phantom demons are underwater, That's deadlier than facing a blockade on a bridge. I won't help you then. Think it through. Xiao Dao blinked, surprised. He didn't speak. Instead, he launched himself over the stone balustrade in one motion, splashing into the Seine River. His action gave his answer. Qin Lun gave a small smile and jumped in after him. The Seine wasn't clear. The May water temperature was cool. Hugging the embankment, they swam slowly towards Al-Dalah's site. From their spot, they were already less than 2 kilometers from the island. 20 minutes of swimming would get them there. Qin Lun's choice was right. Aquatic phantom demons hadn't yet appeared in the Seine. In contrast, most bridges over the river leading to Al-Dalah's site did have small patrols of phantom demons on them. Some bridges were littered with smoldering, destroyed armored vehicles. Soldiers inside had been trapped by phantom demons blocking both ends, dying right there. As they neared Al-Dalah's site, phantom demons on the nearby bridges became faintly visible. The pair held their breath, moving with extreme caution. They slowed down, eventually crawling stealthily ashore at a remote corner of the island. The state of Al-Dalah's site surprised them both. This beautiful jewel of the Seine now looked like hell. Tourist bodies littered the streets. The phantom demons here seemed to follow a different plan: kill everything human, with no sign of capturing live prisoners. The historic landmarks and scenic spots, once belonging to artistic masters, looked bizarrely transformed. Their familiar facades were gone. Qin Lun and Xiao Dao clearly saw the building's outer walls coated in a layer of flesh and blood. This fresh, blood-dripping substance was overwhelmingly human. Only deeper down could you see the brownish phantom demon tissue. It was obvious. The island's phantom demons were using their own tissue as a base, nourishing it with human flesh. They were turning this into their main base for Paris. Qin Doctor, do we still go deeper? Xiao Dao asked grimly, staring at the horrifying scene. Qin Lun shrank into a hidden corner outside a building, frowning in deep thought. A rare internal conflict gripped the doctor. From the evidence here, this place would surely become a major phantom demon camp, likely full of small time-space nodes. But the surrounding environment was brutal. Every second on the island was dancing on a knife's edge. Discovery meant almost certain death, becoming fodder for these fleshy buildings. For the first time, Qin Lun hesitated, torn between raw survival instinct and raging curiosity. I'm staying. But you can't go any further, Qin Lun decided after a minute's contemplation. He sighed, pulling out 2 more phantom demon pearls for Xiao Dao. His eyes narrowed slightly. Do me one thing. These 2 pearls are yours. What thing? Is it dangerous? Xiao Dao frowned, not immediately taking the pearls. Danger, sure. But do exactly as I say, and you've got a shot at escaping. Qin Lun's eyes gleamed. He leaned closer and whispered instructions into Xiao Dao's ear. After hearing Qin Lun, Xiao Dao hesitated for a moment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he nodded. Qin Lun's mouth curved into a brief grin, revealing his white teeth. I'll be watching from a distance. If I see you take these without doing what I told you, I'll find you. And when I do, don't blame me for being ruthless. Understandable. Xiao Dao nodded briskly. He took the 2 pearls. Added to the one he got earlier, he now possessed the 3 keys for his main quest's primary condition. Now, if he just evaded capture for 7 days, he'd complete one main quest and return to the space. Watching Xiao Dao's retreating figure disappear, Qin Lun gave a slight shrug. He then turned and ran towards Notre Dame de Paris. He truly had no time to babysit Xiao Dao. Besides, not being a reincarnator, he couldn't bind him with a contract. If Xiao Dao truly ran, Qin Lun really couldn't force him back. Al-Dalah's site wasn't big. Though Qin Lun moved cautiously, pausing often, it still took only minutes to spot Notre Dame de Paris's massive facade piercing the sky ahead. There stood its 2 iconic bell towers. Qin Lun ducked into a patch of bushes within the square opposite the cathedral. He settled down to wait. He needed Xiao Dao to make his move first before acting. Time crawled. Even someone as controlled as Qin Lun started to feel anxious. Unwanted thoughts surfaced. Just then, however, a clamor erupted faintly from the far end of the island. Seeing flames and thick black smoke rise against the sky in the distance, Qin Lun let out a silent breath. Xiao Dao had succeeded, but the doctor didn't rush out yet. He lingered, watching until several phantom demons burst from Notre Dame de Paris itself, racing towards the disturbance. Only then did Qin Lun decisively spring up and sprint full tilt straight for the cathedral entrance. The main facade of Notre Dame de Paris famously has 3 portals. The large central door hung slightly ajar. Qin Lun eased it open soundlessly and slid inside. The instant he entered, Qin Lun's eyes lit up. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. Splash! Xiao Dao emerged from the water, glanced back at the phantom demons flailing chaotically in the river, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Qin Lun was right. Xiao Dao clutched the 3 phantom demon pearls in his hand, recalling Qin Lun's earlier instructions. Qin Lun hadn't simply given him 2 phantom demon pearls for free. The doctor had also assigned him a mission. The mission required him to cause chaos on Al-Dalah site, preferably by setting the city on fire. Al-Dalah site guarded the heart of Paris, yet stood apart from the world. The island was a sanctuary where many cultural giants had lived in seclusion. The former residences and memorials left by masters like Rousseau, Zola, Hugo, Balzac, Maupassant, Monet, Gauguin, Cézanne, and Van Gogh were all located on Al-Dalah site. Most of these former residences of famous people were built with bricks and stones, but they retained a lot of wooden furniture and decorations inside. Although the outer walls of these buildings were slowly being covered from top to bottom with phantom demon flesh, this transformation was not complete. At least it hadn't affected the internal structures yet. Xiao Dao was a gangster by nature, very familiar with causing trouble and setting fires. For him, pulling off such a stunt was not difficult at all. The only thing to worry about was his escape route if the phantom demons discovered him. The risk Qin Lun mentioned was exactly this. The doctor had a theory. Currently, there were no aquatic phantom demons on the island. After causing chaos, Xiao Dao just needed to jump into the Seine River, and the phantom demons couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Fortunately, Qin Lun's judgment was correct. The phantom demons that entered Paris through the time-space node indeed had no aquatic types yet. Whether it was Blade of Shigeru, Axe of Shigeru, Three Eyes, Fuyue, or Kurutosumu, none of them could swim. Most phantom demons had protective armor, and coupled with their low internal moisture and high body density, they sank like stones as soon as they fell into the water. Even if they had known how to swim in their past lives, with the little intelligence they had left now, they had long forgotten it. Looking at the phantom demon pearls in his hand, Xiao Dao's face showed a hint of mixed emotions. The most critical condition for main mission 1 was already completed. Now, as long as he safely got through the remaining 6.5 days, he could escape the phantom demon world. Actually, before leaving, he had asked Qin Lun what to do next. The doctor didn't brush him off. Instead, he thought carefully and pointed out 2 clear paths for him. The first path, the doctor believed that since the phantom demons currently had no combat power in water, Xiao Dao could swim along the Seine River all the way out of Paris. Once Xiao Dao left the Paris city area, hiding out for the remaining time would be no trouble at all. In this era, human military power was still strong. The French military absolutely would not be completely defeated in just 7 days and give up on recapturing the capital, Paris. The main difficulty of main mission 1 for new reincarnators lay in obtaining 3 phantom demon pearls. The 7-day stay requirement could actually be handled with clever tricks. After all, for new reincarnators, as long as they could get 3 phantom demon pearls, demonstrating courage and wisdom beyond ordinary people, the trial mission's purpose was considered achieved. The second path was more risky. Qin Lun told him to enter the Paris sewers via the Seine River, using the Greater Paris Underground Network to conduct guerrilla warfare, targeting the Paris citizens who had turned into phantom demons. However, Qin Lun thought that given the current situation in Paris, the phantom demons might completely occupy all above-ground buildings in Paris in just 2 days. Starting from the 3rd day, they would begin infiltrating the sky, the Seine River, and the underground network. The city's situation would become more severe day by day. As for how long Xiao Dao could hold out, and whether he could last the full 7 days, even Qin Lun couldn't predict. Of course, if Xiao Dao chose to do this, the rewards would be huge. He might even complete the 1,000 faction reputation for main quest 2 in exchange for many good items. Originally, Xiao Dao wouldn't have considered the second path. Since he already had 3 phantom demon pearls, he planned to prioritize safety and escape Paris first. However, During the recent battle, he discovered that setting fire to those semi-phantom demon-transformed buildings actually earned him over 200 points of Oni clan faction reputation. Gazing at the 3 phantom demon pearls in his hand, Xiao Dao's eyes flickered slightly, feeling indecisive. After a long moment, he finally took a deep breath and submerged into the water again, swimming towards a drainage pipe on the bank of the Seine River. Notre Dame de Paris was a typical Gothic church, with a unique style, rigorous structure, and an appearance that was very majestic and solemn. The whole was vertically divided into 3 large sections by pilasters. 3 decorative bands horizontally divided it into 3 parts, with 3 recessed archways on the front. Above the archways was the so-called Gallery of Kings, featuring 28 sculptures representing the successive kings of Israel and Judah. Above the Gallery of Kings was the central part, flanked by 2 massive stone bell towers, with a large rose window in the middle. Its diameter was as wide as 10 meters, with the Virgin and Child enshrined in the center, and statues of Adam and Eve on either side. The interior of the church was extremely simple. In the center were the backrest benches used by Catholic followers during worship, with 2 aisles separated by tall stone columns on either side. There were numerous carvings and paintings on the altar, aisles, doors, and windows, and the recesses of the side colonnades held a wealth of medieval artworks. The Hall of Notre Dame could accommodate 9,000 people, with 1,500 able to sit on the platform. The pointed arch ceiling, characteristic of Gothic architecture, had excellent acoustics. Whenever the grand pipe organ in the hall accompanied hymns, it always gave people a particularly sacred and beautiful feeling. Qin Lun had no time to carefully appreciate the elegance and sanctity of Notre Dame de Paris. As soon as he entered the main door, his attention was completely captured by the time-space vortex at the altar. The doctor quickened his pace, walked down the central aisle between 2 rows of benches, and came before the altar to examine it closely. He saw that the original altar had disappeared, replaced by a dark green time-space vortex gate level with the ground. This time-space vortex was very similar to the Arc de Triomphe time-space node Qin Lun had seen before, only its diameter was countless times smaller. Qin Lun flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized time-space energy collector from his storage space, throwing it towards the time-space vortex. The time-space energy collector, which looked like a brick, extended 8 metal strips from its sides, floating and sinking in the center of the time-space vortex like an octopus. However, after only 5 seconds, Qin Lun frowned, reached out and forcibly pulled the time-space energy collector off the vortex, his expression turning grim. The time-space node in Notre Dame de Paris was 5 meters long and 7 meters wide. The progress bar on the time-space energy collector showed that absorbing all its time-space energy and condensing it into a time-space core would take at least 10 minutes. Moreover, the process couldn't be interrupted. If interrupted, collecting the time-space energy would have to start over. Although Qin Lun didn't know if disturbances in the time-space vortex would be detected by the phantom demons, he understood he absolutely wouldn't have 10 minutes of uninterrupted time. Staring at the huge temptation right before his eyes, the doctor could only sigh helplessly. Qin Lun's eyes flickered uncertainly, a faint, enigmatic sneer on his face. Earlier, he had given Xiao Dao 2 choices. He hadn't expected that just half an hour later, it would be his turn to make a choice. Hill's assessment of him was correct. Qin Lun didn't care about Xiao Dao's life or death. He just wanted to see Xiao Dao struggle painfully between difficult choices. He never possessed the humanity ordinary people should have. Just like a wolf child raised by wild wolves from a young age, without integration into human society, humans were no different from beasts. Although Qin Lun had read extensively in Handan prison, the solitary life of a prisoner and his split personality had long twisted the young man's spiritual world, making it impossible for him to ever become normal again. Besides, as early as when he was 8 years old, little Qin Lun, or little Joey, had already made up his mind to walk this destined path. So many years had passed, but Qin Lun had always kept 2 secrets. One of them was that Qin Lun had no memories from before that incident. He simply couldn't determine whether he was Qin Lun or Joey before the age of 8. In other words, even now, he didn't know which of the 2 personalities, Qin Lun or Joey, was the real him. Retreat or advance. If he couldn't step onto the field himself, how could he experience the fun of the game? Qin Lun gave a light laugh and stepped towards the time-space vortex. But as soon as he took a step, a glint of light from near the altar caught the corner of his eye. Qin Lun bypassed the time-space node and walked towards a statue display area in the left aisle of the altar. On this small recessed stone altar was enshrined a statue of an angel. The angel had its hands clasped together, kneeling on one knee, its wings crossed in front of its chest, as if praying to God. The glint that had caught Qin Lun's eye earlier seemed to come from it. However, when he got closer, the glint from before had disappeared. Qin Lun frowned slightly and re-examined the stone statue, finally discovering a faint red glowing orb in its clasped palms. What is this? Qin Lun curiously reached out a finger, wanting to pry the orb out of the angel's palms. But as soon as he touched the orb, the doctor involuntarily shivered. He felt a cold chill seep into his body from his fingertip, as if even his law body was frozen stiff by this cold. In Qin Lun's death notice, prompt information about this blood-colored orb immediately appeared. Grudge Soul Orb. This is the residual soul power left by humans after being slaughtered by phantom demons. These soul powers belong to Catholics who, after death, instinctively gathered around this angel statue. The entire Grudge Soul Orb contained a total of 74 remnant souls. 74 remnant souls? Qin Lun was startled. It wasn't that every human who died would leave a remnant soul. These 74 remnant souls must have belonged to Catholics with extremely firm faith. The actual number of people slaughtered was likely more than 10 times this number. What a pity. Qin Lun stored the Grudge Soul Orb and looked at the other statues in the hall with a hint of regret. The phantom demons could return here at any time. He didn't have time to search each one individually. Perhaps after completing the time-space core mission, he could come back and check. Once Qin Lun made up his mind, he resolutely turned and walked toward the time-space vortex at the altar. As Qin Lun stepped into the time-space vortex, he felt his body squeezing into a murky, green paste. A slight pressure pressed all over his skin, but the resistance was not too strong. With a gentle push, he slid quite far. This feeling did not last long. Soon, Qin Lun saw a burst of light and broke free from the time-space vortex. As soon as he saw what was in front of him, Qin Lun raised his eyebrows. Before him was a red and white passageway, about 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. The ceiling of the passage was made of strange flesh and blood. From some bulging fleshy lumps, dirty, foul blood dripped downward. The passage floor was covered with scattered human bones. These bones were stained by the blood dripping from the ceiling, resembling a damp sewer from hell, making anyone who saw it feel sick. The walls of this passage were not ordinary building materials. They were entirely built from human skeletons. Among the dense bone walls, many skulls protruded. Most of these skulls were decayed and yellowish, though a few still had a fresh, pale color. A very small number of skulls still had bits of flesh and hair not fully removed. From their appearance, they seemed to be some fair-haired foreigners. Thinking about what Lu Kuang had said about the Oni warrior storyline, it was possible that some of these were innocent citizens of Paris. Qin Lun looked back. Behind him was a skeleton arch. The arch pillars were 2 large thigh bones from unknown creatures. Above each thigh bone was a skeleton lantern made of human ribs. The bone lanterns emitted a bright, orange-yellow light. The lamp oil inside was a white paste-like substance that smelled foul. In the middle of the skeleton arch was the murky, green time-space vortex, but it was much smaller than the one in Notre Dame de Paris, less than a quarter of the latter's size. After his law body was strengthened, Qin Lun's perception had greatly improved. He faintly sensed that beyond this skeleton passage was not solid matter, but another space. This place seemed to be a huge labyrinth divided by skeleton walls. Moreover, judging from the enormous number of bones making up the maze, this was definitely not a temporary base built by the phantom demons of Paris. It was likely a pre-established location. Buzz, just as Qin Lun was looking around, a strange sound came from the passage. Qin Lun focused his gaze and saw that on the ceiling far down the skeleton passage, 2 huge, bloody fleshy lumps split open a crack, like gaping bloody mouths. From the cracks swarmed clusters of black wasps, rushing toward him like a dark cloud. It was a defensive trap in the passage. Qin Lun's face changed slightly. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. In an instant, he simulated several response plans, but rejected them one by one. Finally, the doctor sighed lightly, took out 3 seed-like objects from his chest, and threw them in front of himself. As soon as the 3 seeds hit the ground, they grew wildly in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they became 3 tall vine tree men. Perhaps because the passage floor was covered with foul blood and flesh, the vine tree men that absorbed this flesh had blood-red patterns on their bodies, covered with red and green intertwined vines. The 3 vine tree men stood side by side in front of Qin Lun, almost completely blocking the passage. They waved the vines on their bodies, fiercely swatting at the clusters of attacking black wasps. Soon, a pile of wasp corpses accumulated at the feet of the vine tree men. Only a very few wasps gave up attacking the vine tree men and purposely slipped through the vines to attack Qin Lun. Qin Lun swung his blade and killed one that got through. He bent down to pick up one of these black wasps to examine. In fact, these little creatures that looked like wasps were not real insects, but extremely tiny phantom demons. The wasp phantom demons had insect-like shells on their bodies, 4 pairs of limbs on their sides, 2 pairs of transparent wings on their backs, compound eyes on their heads, and their main attack weapon was the dark poison stinger on their tails. As expected, after these wasp phantom demons turned to ash, they left no phantom demon pearls. It seemed their phantom demon pearls only existed inside those 2 huge fleshy beehives. The vine tree men could exist independently for 1 hour, but with the nourishment of human flesh and blood, their staying time seemed to extend a bit longer. Qin Lun did not just wait for the vine tree men to wipe out all the wasps. This skeleton labyrinth was confusing and was enemy territory. The sensible thing was to quickly deal with this trouble. Qin Lun thought for a moment, then took out a small bottle containing low-concentration holy water from his storage space. He tilted his head back and poured it directly into his mouth. Holding the holy water in his mouth, he strode to the middle of the vine tree men, puffed his cheeks, and fiercely sprayed it at the swarm of wasps. Sizzle! As soon as the holy water touched the wasp phantom demons, wisps of green smoke rose. The wasp phantom demons fell from the air as if splashed with acid. After spraying 2 or 3 times like this, Qin Lun had completely used up this bottle of low-concentration holy water. However, the wasp phantom demons in the passage were also cleared out. The few remaining wasp phantom demons were no longer a threat to him. After clearing out these little things, Qin Lun did not stay put. He immediately passed the 3 vine tree men, hurried forward along the passage, took out his FN 500, and blasted it at the 2 beehive-like fleshy lumps. 2 minutes later, Qin Lun retrieved 2 blood-colored phantom demon pearls from the beehives. These 2 phantom demon pearls were of very high quality, each containing 15 remnant souls, indicating they had killed many humans in the past. The place where the beehives were located was already the end of this passage. It was a passage intersection, with a skeleton passage to the left and right, no different from the passage behind Qin Lun, confirming it was indeed a skeleton labyrinth. Labyrinth, trap phantom demons, time-space node. Qin Lun rubbed his temples, lost in thought. Based on the information collected, the clues in Qin Lun's mind gradually became clear. This skeleton labyrinth must hold some secret of the phantom demons, and it was heavily defended. However, the labyrinth's defense did not rely on combat-type phantom demons, but more on defensive traps like the wasp phantom demons. It might seem Qin Lun easily dealt with the wasp phantom demons just now, but in fact, this kind of defensive trap was very hard to handle. If not for the vine tree men being tough-skinned and thick-bodied, blocking the entire passage, and him still having more than half a bottle of holy water. If other apostles faced these wasp phantom demons, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. In a way, Qin Lun had used a bottle of low-concentration holy water worth 3,500 shattered crystals, plus 3 vine tree seeds, in exchange for 2 phantom demon pearls with 15 remnant souls. From a certain perspective, he actually incurred a loss. The time-space node in this passage is different in size from the one in Notre Dame de Paris. Could there be some difference here? Qin Lun suddenly turned to look at the time-space vortex he had entered from, his eyes gleaming brightly. Apostle 70053, you have collected one inferior timespace core. You can request to return via your Apostle soul mark. When returning, you must be in a non-combat state, and monitoring must indicate a safe state. Hint: the timespace core task has been completed at the minimum requirement. Current total task progress is 7 out of 100. Apostle 70053 contribution is 1/7. Destroyed one timespace node in the skeleton labyrinth. Obtained 0.212% world exploration degree. Has not yet severed the timespace connection between this phantom demon base and modern Paris. Conditions for improving task evaluation not met. No other additional rewards. So that's how it is. Qin Lun lowered his head and murmured to himself. He used the timespace energy collector to gather this timespace core, taking less than 2 minutes. The timespace node in Notre Dame de Paris, however, required a full 10 minutes. Timespace transmission energy between 2 points should be constant. The only explanation for this phenomenon was that this skeleton labyrinth had multiple small timespace nodes connecting to Notre Dame de Paris. These 2 minutes of waiting also allowed Qin Lun to confirm another guess. Aside from the passive trap phantom demons, there were no other live phantom demons responsible for patrolling in this skeleton labyrinth. Otherwise, they should have come by now. The skeleton labyrinth was most likely just the outer defenses concealing this phantom demon base. In fact, Qin Lun's ability to obtain this timespace core involved both wisdom and luck. Although the skeleton labyrinth was the periphery of the phantom demon base, it was not easy to enter. The phantom demons considered Al de la Cite and Notre Dame de Paris the core of their Paris strategy. If not for most of Paris's phantom demons attacking key areas like Place de la Concorde and City Hall, if not for the lack of aquatic phantom demons defending Seine River, if not for Xiao Dao helping him draw away the phantom demons from Notre Dame de Paris, Qin Lun alone could not even have entered the gate of Notre Dame de Paris. Qin Lun looked at the timespace energy collector in his hand. He could not see the true appearance of the timespace core. Once collected, it seemed to go directly into the collector's dimensional space. The apostle himself could not take it out from the collector. The timespace core task progress of 7/100 clearly meant that all apostles currently in the phantom demon world had collected 7 timespace cores. As for what would happen after reaching 100 timespace cores, Qin Lun did not care. In his view, this was like a fantasy. Even though it was only the first day of the task time, the difficulty of the task later would only increase. As the phantom demons occupied Paris, some of their current weaknesses would gradually be fixed. After putting away the timespace core, a faint smile appeared on Qin Lun's lips. Since it was confirmed that there were no large numbers of active phantom demons in the skeleton labyrinth, he was in no hurry to return. After all, the Vine Tree Men would exist for an hour. He could search around for other timespace nodes. Even if he encountered other phantom demons, he could return here and team up with the thick-skinned Vine Tree Men to grind them down. Qin Lun put away the timespace energy collector. After observing for a moment, he stepped on the skulls on the passage's bone wall, climbed up the wall, and used his dagger of sin to cut a piece of phantom demon flesh from the ceiling. After climbing down, Qin Lun smeared this flesh on his own body. He wasn't sure if phantom demons could distinguish humans by scent, but it was always good to be prepared. After preparing, Qin Lun ran toward the left passage at the intersection. After running some distance, he suddenly crouched down, held onto the passage corner, and watched ahead warily. Not far ahead, 2 bizarrely shaped phantom demons lay on the ground, barely alive, apparently injured and not yet dead. Huh? Could it be? Seeing this scene, a strange light flickered in Qin Lun's eyes. Ahead were 2 severely injured, dying phantom demons of a type Qin Lun had never seen before. These phantom demons looked like octopuses, with big, smooth, oval heads and 8 suction cup-covered tentacles underneath their bodies. One of these phantom demons had a huge hole in its head, with dark green blood flowing from the wound. The other one had almost all its tentacles torn off by brute force, looking utterly miserable. Qin Lun only glanced a few times before quickly pulling his head back. The doctor sat cross-legged on the ground, his breathing so faint that he seemed to reduce his life signs as much as possible, almost like a stone statue. Judging by their appearance, these octopus-like phantom demons were clearly specialized guards configured for this skeleton labyrinth. The labyrinth's corridors were narrow and filled with many trapped phantom demons. There was no need for agile types like Bladus Shigeru or Three Eyes, nor for large-bodied ones like Fiue or Curtissimo. These octopus phantom demons had 8 flexible and soft tentacles, which were more effective in such cramped spaces. Although they moved a bit slowly, they were more familiar with the terrain than their enemies and could completely surround, chase, and cut off escape routes. To deal with the combination of these octopus phantom demons and trap phantom demons, one's own combat power needed to be at least 2 levels higher than the defenders. At first glance at the octopus phantom demons, Qin Lun knew he couldn't handle them. Plus, he hadn't encountered any other hives along the way. The doctor now understood that someone had passed through this corridor before him and cleared out those phantom demon traps. Since the 2 octopus phantom demons weren't dead yet, there was only one explanation. As Qin Lun calmed his mind and held his breath, he faintly heard the sound of fighting in the distance. However, the fighting sounds lasted less than a minute before quiet returned. At the same time, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the 2 dying octopus phantom demons. One had dark skin and a burly body, looking like a big black tower. The other had ape-like arms, a wasp-like waist, a face like fine jade, and handsome features as if panned and had been reborn. Humph! The phantom demons are attacking Paris in force. The outer labyrinth of this base really is much weaker in defense. If the boss hadn't been so cautious, our wind demons wouldn't be so behind on mission progress, the big black tower said in a sonorous, powerful voice. Pan Hu, the boss has his reasons. We just follow orders. The handsome young man frowned slightly and suddenly looked up toward the corridor. Let's go. We need to hurry. Lu Ying, do these 2 phantom demons go to you? Or to the big black tower Pan who looked at the 2 dying phantom demons and rubbed his hands together. No time to deal with them. Let's complete the mission first. Lu Ying said lightly. Don't lose the big for the small. Okay. I'll listen to you. Pan, who was slightly startled, then grinned and disappeared with Lu Ying at the other end of the corridor. Their voices were clear to hear. But as they left, sweat slowly seeped from Qin Lun's forehead. His breathing became even fainter, and he focused inwardly, almost as if stopping his heart from beating. Phew! Over 10 minutes later, a light breeze suddenly blew through the corridor just around the corner from Qin Lun. Lu Ying and Pan, who reappeared beside the 2 octopus phantom demons. Pretty boy, was your sensing wrong? Pan, who said suspiciously. Maybe. The smell of blood is too strong here. I'm not completely sure. Lu Ying touched his nose, then suddenly got angry. Charcoal head, who are you calling pretty boy? Haha. Aren't you fair enough? The big black tower Pan, who teased with a laugh. Whatever. I'm not fighting with you. After this mission, I'll settle the score with you. Lu Ying's fair face turned bright red as he swallowed his anger. Quickly finish off these 2 phantom demons. Let's move to the next scene. Ha! As if I'm scared of you. Pan, who shrugged and turned his back, muttering under his breath. The 2 dying octopus phantom demons finally turned into 2 piles of ashes. Lu Ying and Pan, who left again. After waiting another 20+ minutes, Qin Lun was fairly sure they wouldn't return, so he slowly stood up and emerged from around the corner. He went to the 2 ash piles and searched, finding that the phantom demon pearls from the 2 octopus phantom demons had already been taken. The doctor didn't leave immediately. He carefully searched this corridor and, upon finding a 3-way fork, his eyes lit up and he hurried in a certain direction. After turning through several corridors and reaching a dead end, Qin Lun finally smiled. A space-time portal, identical to the one he used to enter the labyrinth, appeared before him. Qin Lun took the time-space energy collector from his storage space and tossed it into the space-time vortex, then waited quietly. Actually, when he encountered Lu Ying and Pan Hu, he knew they were either apostles or reincarnators, certainly not Oni warriors from the phantom demon world. Although phantom demons didn't leave bodies after death, the ashes remained. By observing carefully, one could follow the clues and find the time-space node through which Lu Ying and Pan Hu entered the labyrinth. If they were reincarnators rather than apostles, Qin Lun guessed they wouldn't destroy the time-space node, which would naturally benefit him for free. However, from their reactions, their strength was high. They almost discovered Qin Lun's presence. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. If the doctor had turned and run, they would have likely noticed him. Fortunately, the two thought highly of themselves and only used perception without personally coming to check. This allowed Qin Lun, covered in phantom demon flesh and blood, to narrowly escape. Apostle 70053, you have collected 2 low-quality time-space cores. The current mission progress is 9 out of 100. Apostle 70053's contribution is 2 ninths. Destroyed 2 time-space nodes in the skeleton labyrinth. Obtained 0.224% world exploration degree. Has not yet severed the space-time connection between this phantom demon base and modern Paris. Conditions for improving mission evaluation not met. No other additional rewards. Qin Lun contentedly put away the time-space energy collector. A few minutes later, he returned to the 3-way fork where he had encountered the 2 reincarnators. Remembering the 2 reincarnators' conversation, Qin Lun frowned slightly and looked in the direction they had left. After a long while, he sighed regretfully. These 2 were too strong. Following behind them to scavenge would be like walking a tightrope. The risk wasn't worth the reward. No matter how strong his curiosity, he couldn't do something so suicidal. Having figured this out, Qin Lun turned and ran in the direction opposite to them. However, he found it strange that no wasp phantom demons of the original type appeared in this direction either. After just turning through 2 corridors, Qin Lun slowed his pace and became alert. It seemed someone had also cleared out the phantom demon traps in this direction. Finally, after rounding another corridor, Qin Lun found a lone phantom demon at this 3-way fork. But when he saw this phantom demon, a trace of surprise crossed his face. This phantom demon was different from ordinary ones. Although its arms had transformed into sickle shapes and its skin showed a dry dark brown color, its head was exactly like a human's. From its unsteady gait, it was easy to tell it had only recently become a phantom demon. Most importantly, Qin Lun recognized this phantom demon. It wore a striking sanitation worker's uniform. It was one of the new reincarnators who entered the phantom demon world with Qin Lun, the middle-aged man in the sanitation uniform. Qin Lun raised an eyebrow. Actually, among the 3 newcomers who left with Matthew and the other veterans, he had the highest hopes for this middle-aged man. He hadn't expected him to be the first to die here. Roar! Seeing the doctor emerge from hiding, the middle-aged man transformed into a blade mantis phantom demon, turned around, and roared, charging at him. However, its ankle seemed injured. Not only was its movement slow, but it even staggered as it walked. Qin Lun didn't kill it immediately. Instead, he circled around it, carefully examining its wounds. Once a phantom demon was killed and turned to ash, some clues on its body would be lost. The fatal wound is on the chest and the leg injury. Qin Lun sighed slightly. As a medical expert and dissector, he could deduce the weapon from the wounds. The middle-aged man's chest had a bowl-shaped, festering wound that reminded him of the octopus phantom demons with circular suction cups on their tentacles. But the wound on the phantom demon's ankle was different, only a small cut like a baby's mouth. This wound was on the heel and had damaged the tendons. However, the cut was shallow and didn't completely sever the tendons. Clearly, the attacker wasn't a phantom demon but a culprit with very little strength. This immediately made Qin Lun think of the gaudily dressed girl among the new reincarnators. The doctor could easily imagine the scene. Matthew's group entered the labyrinth and encountered the octopus phantom demons here. Probably outnumbered, they fought while retreating, and the girl with the poorest stamina fell behind. Maybe she was even knocked to the ground by an octopus phantom demon. At that point, this middle-aged man likely couldn't bear to abandon his companion and turn back to save her. But then the girl on the ground betrayed him, stabbing his ankle to use him as a delay against the octopus phantom demon so she could escape. You abandoned Liza and her daughter for your little son, so why couldn't you see it through to the end? Qin Lun smiled calmly and raised his FN 500 toward the Blade Mantis Phantom Demon. The Blade Mantis Phantom Demon's Phantom Demon Pearl only had 3 remnant souls. It seemed these phantom demons transformed from humans were weaker than the lowest blade of Shigeru. Or perhaps they hadn't had enough time to complete the transformation fully. Knowing that Matthew and the others were ahead, Qin Lun felt more at ease and began searching for the time-space node through which they had entered. This time, he didn't waste much time either. Soon, in another dead-end corridor of the labyrinth, he found the third time-space node. However, the three-way fork here was different from the previous ones. The space was much wider. On the left was a dim, deep hole, emitting a strong smell of blood and rot. On the right was also a dead end, with a dark red copper door at its extremity. This was the first time Qin Lun had seen something not made of flesh and bone in the labyrinth. In front of the dark red bronze door, there was a thin layer of ash. At first glance, it looked very similar to the ash left behind after phantom demons died, but there were differences. When phantom demons died and turned into ash, it was actually because they suffered too much damage and could no longer maintain the balance between phantom demon energy and human genes. This caused the phantom demon energy inside their bodies to self-ignite, eventually leaving only the phantom demon pearl formed by concentrated soul energy. This self-ignition wasn't very thorough. Often, some hard bones and flesh tissues would remain in the ash. But the ash in front of the bronze door was fine like powder, evenly scattered before the door. Looking closely, it resembled rust scraped off metal. Qin Lun put away the time-space energy collector. Now his time-space core mission progress had reached March 10th. Then, he looked up at the bronze door on the right, glanced at the bloody pit on the left, and turned to walk towards the bronze door. Qin Lun didn't know what the layer of ash in front of the bronze door was. Perhaps it was phantom demon guards, or perhaps it was a phantom demon trap on the bronze door. However, he believed Matthew and the others must have already gone inside. Even if there was danger, they should have cleared it by now. Despite this, Qin Lun was still very cautious. First, he ate a piece of rye bread to replenish the health points he lost from the neck injury earlier. Then he took out his only self-healing crystal, held it in his hand, and summoned the black bear Ben. Only then did he have the summoned creature slowly push open the bronze door. Qin Lun's caution saved his life. The moment the black bear Ben entered the bronze door, it let out a miserable cry. Standing behind Ben, Qin Lun only saw a cold flash of light ahead. Then the black bear's upper body splattered with blood, and it stood rigidly in place. However, the black bear's body was large. It got stuck between the two bronze doors, preventing them from closing automatically. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. Through the gap between the two bronze doors, he saw what exactly had killed the black bear. At the top of the door frame, there was a crescent-shaped axe, like a shovel. It had cut into the black bear from the left rib and come out through the right rib, almost slicing Ben's upper body into two pieces. The corner of Qin Lun's mouth twitched slightly. The black bear was much taller than him. Judging by the height of the sharp axe, if he had been the one entering the bronze door first, the axe would have been aimed right at his head. This trap was silent, and the attack came from the side. Someone entering through the main door would have a hard time noticing it immediately. If his head were split in two, even with a law body, he probably wouldn't survive. Through the gap in the bronze door, Qin Lun observed for a long time, confirming there were no other traps by the door. Only then did he squeeze through under the black bear's crotch to get inside. After entering the bronze door, Qin Lun raised his eyebrows slightly. Besides the black bear Ben's corpse standing rigidly in place, there was actually a human corpse in front of the bronze door. It's that middle-aged fat man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Qin Lun recognized him from the clothes the corpse was wearing. This was already the second familiar person he had seen since entering the maze. Unlike the black bear Ben jamming the axe trap, this fat man, who held a high position in the real world, had his head completely split into two pieces by the sharp axe. His entire face was chopped off from the side by the axe, and a pool of blood and brain matter lay beneath the body. Qin Lun only glanced at the fat man before shifting his gaze to observe the surroundings. Logically, with a newcomer's strength, he shouldn't have been the first to enter the bronze door. But since he had entrusted his life to the veterans, he naturally had to be prepared to be a pawn. If he died, he could only blame himself for being blind. Behind the bronze door was a strange room, about 100 square meters in area. The reason it was called a strange room was because it had a bit of everything, making it hard to tell its main purpose. For example, the corners of the room were piled with wooden crates of various sizes, making it look a bit like a storage room. But directly across the room, there was a long workbench covered with glassware and metal instruments. Yet calling it a research lab didn't seem right either, because on the right side of the room, there was a large wooden bed. It wasn't luxurious, but the decorations were quite pretty. However, The quilts and bedsheets were very dirty, seemingly not washed for years. The most eye-catching thing was a small pavilion with steps in the center of the room. This small pavilion was circular, enclosed on 3 sides with only one opening. Its shape strongly resembled a demon's head, with its mouth wide open. The lips even had a few sharp teeth, and on the pavilion roof, there were 2 metal cones representing demon horns. The inside of the demon's mouth was very small, less than 1 square meter, only enough for one person to stand inside. On the inner side of the demon's mouth, there was a control panel with a row of buttons and a small lever beside them. At the moment, the room was a bit messy, as if someone had rummaged through it. The wooden crates, the large bed, and the workbench were all in disarray. Qin Lun knew this must be the handiwork of Matthew and the other 2 veterans. He just didn't know what gains they had obtained. The 3 veterans searched very thoroughly. Not only were all the wooden crates opened, but even the pillows and quilts on the bed were torn apart, leaving almost nothing of value for Qin Lun. The reason for saying almost was because Qin Lun found the only intact gene reagent on the workbench. Phantom Demon Gene Reagent 3, unidentifiable. This gene reagent is an incomplete, flawed experimental product. It does not possess complete gene laws. Forcibly using it might cause irreversible unknown reactions. Cannot be stored in storage space. Cannot be taken out of the phantom demon world. No wonder Matthew and the others smashed all the other reagents and didn't take this remaining one. They didn't dare use it on themselves, and they couldn't take it out of the phantom demon world. It was essentially trash. However, Qin Lun's eyes shifted, and he put this reagent into his chest pocket. Just because Matthew and the others didn't dare use it didn't mean he couldn't. At the very least, he still had a summoned creature he could use as a test subject. As Qin Lun's strength grew, the black bear Ben's usefulness was diminishing. If this flawed reagent could enhance its combat power, that would be best. If it couldn't, at most he would just abandon this summoned creature. After searching the room, Qin Lun had a faint feeling that this might not be a formal phantom demon laboratory. Perhaps it was just a living quarters for a phantom demon scientist. Although there were some glassware and instruments on the workbench, a proper laboratory would definitely have more instruments than this. Moreover, no laboratory would have a large bed inside. As for the small pavilion that looked like a demon's head, Qin Lun guessed it might be a short-distance transport lift, used to send its owner out of the skeleton labyrinth and into the interior of the phantom demon base. From the control panel inside the transport lift, which had small lights lit up, it seemed this transport lift should still be operational. However, Qin Lun believed Matthew and the others probably hadn't used this transport lift. Who knew where it would send them? If that place was full of phantom demons, it would be like throwing meat at a dog. There would be no return. Getting a tube of reagent he couldn't use himself, knowing the transport lift could reach the phantom demon base, but not daring to use it. Qin Lun felt somewhat frantic inside. For someone like him, with a strong thirst for knowledge and obsessive tendencies, this was simply worse than death. Annoyed, Qin Lun circled the room once more. Only when he found there was truly nothing left to search did he stand still in place. Staring at the dirty large bed, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he received the Time-Space Core mission, he had set a mission stay duration in the death notice. By now, it should be night in Paris. Probably, the Phantom Demon's final assault on the Paris armed forces had begun. Qin Lun carefully recalled his experiences today, thinking about what to do next. He had already obtained 3 time-space cores. He could return immediately now. However, since he had entered the skeleton labyrinth and was only 1 step away from the Phantom Demon base, he felt very unwilling to leave just like that. Qin Lun looked back at the transport lift again, a crazy light flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched, then loosened, then immediately clenched again after loosening. If I give up here, then why am I even alive? What's the meaning of survival? Qin Lun raised his head and muttered to himself, his face slowly calming down. I'm reaching my limit. I need to find a place to rest first. From the morning when the phantom demons descended upon Paris until now, Qin Lun had experienced several life and death battles, his nerves constantly tense. Now that he relaxed, he felt his whole body weak and limp. He carefully squeezed back out through the bronze door. However, he didn't bother with the black bear Ben's corpse, leaving it stuck in the doorway. The black bear's soul had returned to the summoning space. What remained was just the discarded summoned flesh. Qin Lun had already decided to quickly resurrect it. One of the purposes was to inject that gene reagent. However, constructing a new body for a summoned creature not only required soul energy, but also some time. Of course, if he paid a higher cost, the process of constructing the summoned flesh could be accelerated. Qin Lun sighed. For the first time, he felt the importance of adventure experience. This time entering the phantom demon world, he had made at least 2 mistakes. One of them was regarding equipment and items. Originally, he thought he was well prepared. He didn't expect equipment and items to be restricted by the other world's laws. As a result, the Shabak ring didn't provide any protection. If he had known, he might as well have traded the Shabak ring for some blue-quality defensive items. It wouldn't matter if the quality dropped. At least 1 or 2 would have been usable. The second mistake he made was not keeping some virtual currency, forcing him to sell some recovery items now to quickly resurrect the summoned creature. He knew that in the Shattered Starry Sky exchange list, the selling to buying price ratio for recovery items was 1 to 5. This kind of loss was truly a lesson learned with blood. Qin Lun helplessly pursed his lips and walked towards the original 3-way intersection of the corridor, arriving in front of that stinky pit. The pit in this corner was about 10 meters deep. Next to it was a metal ladder that he could use to climb down directly. He stretched his head to look down into the deep pit. The light below was rather dim, but he could vaguely see many biological skeletons. He guessed this was a dumping ground where phantom demons discarded some remains. What a great resting place. Qin Lun grinned, then climbed down carefully and quietly. Brother, a small, bloody hand abruptly stretched out from the emptiness. Hiss! In a dim and bloody pit, a faint, snake-like hissing sound could be heard. At the bottom of the pit, among layers of piled bones, 2 blood-red, shining pearls suddenly lit up. But soon, the blood-red color on the shining pearls slowly faded away. Upon closer look, they were actually 2 eyes, bright as stars. Crash! 2 arms lifted from beneath numerous bones. In the dark pit, a sinister and terrifying figure slowly sat up. Seems I got lost again. Where am I? Let me think. Qin Lun pressed his fingers into the bangs on his forehead. A cold gleam showed between his fingers. I remember now. I'm in the phantom demon world, the skeleton labyrinth. Is it the 2nd day already? Qin Lun leaned against the wall of the bloody pit for a while. When his mind felt clearer, he opened his eyes again. My spirit has recovered. Qin Lun didn't mind the bloody smell in the pit at all. He took a deep breath. To him, the foul, half-buried corpses in front of him seemed incredibly fragrant. This head is... Qin Lun looked around and quickly frowned. He moved 2 steps through the bone fragments and picked up a small head. Last night, when he climbed down into the bloody pit, he was too tired. He basically didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. He just buried himself in the bone pile, left a breathing passage, and immediately fell asleep. The small head had heavy makeup, which felt very familiar to Qin Lun. It was the seductive young girl among the new reincarnators. She betrayed a companion, but in the end, she still couldn't escape the phantom demon's pursuit. Qin Lun guessed she was probably killed by the octopus phantom demon, and her remains were thrown into this bloody bone pit. Qin Lun looked at the girl's dull, gray, lifeless eyes. He curled his lips, tossed the head aside, pulled his legs out of the bone pile, and carefully climbed out of the pit using the metal ladder. Approaching the 3-way intersection of the corridor, the black bear's body was still stuck in the middle of the doorway. But after a day and night, it had started to rot. Qin Lun grinned. He intentionally left the black bear's body there to see if the room's owner had returned. Now it seemed that the reincarnators who broke into the skeleton labyrinth might have caused significant damage to the labyrinth. Or perhaps the phantom demon's archenemies, the Oni warriors, had entered this labyrinth. Probably, the phantom demons in the labyrinth could no longer control all areas. Even the phantom demon base protected by the labyrinth should have fallen into chaos. Qin Lun didn't enter the room immediately. He cautiously summoned the black bear Ben first. After sleeping yesterday, he sold most of his recovery items to gather enough virtual currency to quickly revive the black bear. He even sold 1 box of moonlight recovery ointment, which pained him greatly. The big clumsy bear looked confused at the corpse near the doorway. After a summoned creature dies, its memories are partially lost. It's a biological instinct, selective amnesia, to avoid the soul experiencing the fear of death. Under Qin Lun's control, the black bear pushed aside the corpse it left behind yesterday. It avoided the axe overhead and entered the room first. After entering the room, Qin Lun had the black bear drag the two bodies away from the door. Then he closed the bronze door again. Everything in the room was exactly as he left it yesterday. It seemed no one else had entered. Qin Lun focused his attention on the transport elevator again. His eyes flickered slightly. "Stand on it." Qin Lun gave the order to the black bear through his mind. The big black bear clumsily climbed onto the steps. Ben's nearly 3-meter-tall body was too huge for this single-person transport elevator. Under Qin Lun's strong insistence, the big, clumsy bear reluctantly turned around. It squeezed in bit by bit with its rear, almost forcing itself into the transport elevator. There were several buttons on the control panel on the left side of the transport elevator. Qin Lun didn't understand the symbols on them, so he randomly pressed one. Looking at the obedient summoned creature in front of him, he thought for a moment. Then he took out the incomplete gene potion from his chest. "Drink it." Black Bear Ben obediently opened its big mouth and drank the potion its master prepared. After drinking, the black bear sneezed twice and shook its big head. It clearly disliked the potion's strange taste. Qin Lun grinned amusedly. He forcefully pulled down the small lever on the transport elevator. After doing this, he quickly stepped off the steps and stared intently at the transport elevator. After he got off, the transport elevator, which resembled a demon's head, began to tremble slightly. It made a strange rumbling sound. The two large crystals on top, like demon eyes, also started to glow. Finally, after a strong flash of light, the rumbling sound from the transport elevator faded. Qin Lun lowered the hand shielding his eyes. As his eyes gradually recovered from the bright light, he saw that the black bear Ben inside the transport elevator had disappeared. The transport elevator was empty again. The soul connection is still there. It seems this really is a transport device. Qin Lun's face showed a faint smile. Every time he verified his own deductions, he felt a climax-like satisfaction and excitement. "Next, let Ben scout the situation at the other end of the transport elevator for me." Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He moved several wooden boxes in front of the transport elevator. Gripping his FN 500 tightly, he watched the transport elevator vigilantly. This was the plan Qin Lun thought of yesterday. Unlike Matthew and the other veterans, he had a summoned creature that could go first. It could test the situation at the other end of the transport elevator. Although Qin Lun couldn't share vision with the black bear Ben, the soul connection between them could ignore space. As long as the distance wasn't too far, Qin Lun could completely sense whether the black bear was alive or dead. It's been 1 minute. Ben didn't die immediately. Even if there are enemies on the other side, they probably aren't too strong. Qin Lun closed his eyes and slowly felt the black bear's soul. But soon, he opened his eyes in surprise. Ben's soul seems to be strengthening. But why is it filled with such a violent aura? Could it be the effect of that gene potion? But shouldn't the gene potion target the body? Why did even the soul aura change? Could it be that phantom demons aren't simple mutated creatures, but rather? Qin Lun frowned tightly. He pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. Ben's soul enhancement is actually about to break the control of the summoning contract. After only a few minutes of thought, Qin Lun's expression changed again. I must recall it. Not good. It's actually resisting the soul contract. Qin Lun grunted. He covered his face with his hand. 2 streams of blood dripped from his nose. This was backlash from the summoning contract. Tried to gain an advantage only to suffer a loss. A shadow flashed in Qin Lun's eyes. Shortening the distance might help strengthen control. Ben's life aura hasn't weakened. There probably are no enemies on the other side. Once he made up his mind, Qin Lun didn't hesitate. He rushed onto the transport elevator in 3 quick steps. He pressed the same button Ben used earlier and quickly pulled down the small transport lever. After more than 10 seconds of anxious waiting, another strong flash of light appeared before Qin Lun's eyes. But this time, he was prepared. He tightly closed his eyes, not letting the bright light dazzle him. When Qin Lun opened his eyes again, an ancient-looking stone corridor appeared before him. The corridor was almost entirely built from large stone blocks above, below, left, and right. These stones were gray-white and engraved with ancient patterns. They resembled pictographic symbols. They looked like ancient writing and also a bit like spell patterns. As soon as this stone corridor entered Qin Lun's sight, a very strange feeling rose in his heart. According to Lu Kuang, phantom demons came about when Oda Nobunaga of ancient Japan sold his soul to the phantom demon tribe. He offered humans as sacrifices to the phantom demons in exchange for their technology and aid. He used this to fulfill his ambition of conquering all of Japan and even the mortal world. The phantom demons that appeared now were transformed from Oda Nobunaga's subordinate armies. Neither the phantom demon tribe itself nor the Oni clan had physically appeared in the mortal world. But this stone corridor didn't resemble Japanese architectural style. It was even different from any human architecture Qin Lun knew. It was highly likely an important base built in imitation of phantom demon style. Roar! A pained roar from not far ahead interrupted his thoughts. Ben! Qin Lun looked at the huge creature ahead and felt slightly surprised. The big black bear's eyes had turned completely blood-red. It bared its teeth fiercely, with thick drool dripping between them. It stood upright, pressing against the wall. Its bare palms sank deep into the large stones. It completely ignored Qin Lun's call, clearly in an unconscious state. However, what surprised Qin Lun wasn't the black bear's displayed violence, but the changes in its body. Ben stood nearly 3 meters tall originally, but now its body had swollen even larger. Its strong muscles seemed ready to burst out. Its black fur was covered in wounds, revealing bright red muscle fibers. Qin Lun's expression turned serious as he observed his summoned creature. He didn't try to recall it to the summoning space again. He had already checked the transport elevator he was in. He discovered a fact that made him want to laugh and cry. He didn't know which button would send him back to the original room. What a miscalculation! Qin Lun shook his head with a bitter smile. This was another mistake due to lack of experience. Fortunately, the black bear was currently in a frenzy and hadn't noticed his presence. If the recall failed, he would have to fight his own summoned creature. Qin Lun stayed quietly in the transport elevator. His gaze remained fixed on the changes in the black bear. As time passed, Qin Lun suddenly felt that Ben was changing again. The black bear's physical condition seemed to be worsening. Its originally jet black fur was slowly turning ashen. Its swollen muscle tissues were shrinking. Small wounds around its body slowly oozed stinking pus. Roar! The black bear finally turned around. It seemed to sense its master's presence. The blood-red color in its eyes slowly faded. It staggered toward Qin Lun. If I don't recall it now, it will probably die. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He recalled Ben back to the summoning space. But as soon as the black bear returned to the summoning space, Qin Lun's face immediately turned ugly. So, even I have to pay a price. After returning to the summoning space, the weird changes on Black Bear Ben finally stopped. However, Qin Lun discovered his own energy points were slowly draining instead. Calculating the rate of energy drain, the silver mycin and self-healing crystal I carry can only last about 32 hours. Even with World Tree Dew added, I probably can barely hold on for 3 days. After a quick mental calculation of his medicines, Qin Lun frowned slightly. Silver mycin was one thing, but the self-healing crystal was expensive. World Tree Dew was a special treasure of the elven race. Using them just to replenish energy points felt like a huge waste. Unless absolutely necessary, I must return to Shattered Starry Sky by tomorrow night. Qin Lun sighed and set a 32-hour countdown in his death notice. He glanced at the death notice. The description under the Summon Creature section had turned into Rotten Black Bear Ben. Good thing I didn't use it on myself. Qin Lun grinned crookedly. This gene potion was extremely powerful. It worked on summoned creatures, essentially meaning it could alter the body's fundamental laws. Clearly, it would affect his own law body too. Judging by Black Bear Ben's changes, while the potion could enhance physical attributes in the short term, the side effects were severe. It caused loss of self-control and could lead to the collapse of the law body. Qin Lun, however, had no intention of abandoning Black Bear Ben. It wasn't because he felt attached to this particular summon, but he didn't want to lose this research specimen. He had anticipated this gene potion would have major flaws and held no unrealistic hopes. His plan was merely to use the summoned creature to smuggle the potion out of the phantom demon world. Once back in Shattered Starry Sky, he would conduct further research. Even the lowest-grade bloodline items in the Shattered Starry Sky exchange list were expensive, costing tens of thousands of shattered crystal at minimum, often bundled with a bronze-tier quest evaluation card. Considering all he'd invested was a single low-level summon and healing items worth a few thousand shattered crystal, getting a semi-finished bloodline item product was hardly a loss. Regardless of whether Qin Lun could ultimately obtain the finished bloodline item, even if he could only extract a semi-finished product from the bear's body, he could easily sell it for 20 to 30,000 shattered crystal. Honestly, if Qin Lun hadn't needed the bear to scout the other end of the transport lift, and if he hadn't lacked the virtual currency to resurrect it, he could have delayed this experiment until his return. This highlighted the difference between smart people and ordinary folks. Matthew and the others couldn't grasp this circuitous thinking. They failed to see the potion's potential value. Though they were veterans, the fact that they were placed with novices indicated their abilities were limited too. A gene potion was definitely not something to discard casually. Besides, they might have found more than one vial in that room. They didn't have summons, true, but they could have taken a risk and traded with other reincarnators. With a little more ruthlessness, they could have even used it on themselves when returning. Even if they failed to gain a bloodline item, they could have simply paid the cost to purge the gene potion from their bodies later. They wouldn't even gamble on a deal where the potential rewards far outweighed the risks. People like them would likely stagnate in power and eventually die in a quest world. While these thoughts rapidly flashed through Qin Lun's mind, he kept moving forward along the runestone passageway. Without Black Bear Ben to scout ahead, his progress was painfully slow. He cautiously advanced only a few steps at a time, constantly scanning for possible traps or mechanisms. The crawling pace annoyed Qin Lun, filling him with a sense of helplessness. He didn't like this kind of ruin exploration-style adventure. This approach either required immense personal strength to disregard traps entirely, or demanded extensive archaeology knowledge and rich field experience. High intelligence could only play a supporting role here. Creeping slowly to the end of the passage, Qin Lun found himself facing a large, split-level chamber. The chamber was supported by 8 massive stone pillars carved with bizarre and ferocious beast-like figures. Some of these creatures even vaguely resembled the large phantom demons seen in Paris. If they weren't supporting the ceiling, they might have looked more like totem poles. Dominating the lower floor was a huge stone door, easily 3 men tall. The door's center featured a circular relief carving depicting a lion and tiger locked in combat. The upper level above was a simple, railing-free walkway. It looked like a ring of stone slabs projecting directly from the wall. This ring-shaped walkway had gaps, likely caused by collapses. The breakage patterns suggested they weren't recent. A stone door, much smaller than the one below, stood midway down the right-side corridor, and it was slightly ajar. Qin Lun stood on one of these projecting stone slabs. He had 2 choices: enter the half-open stone door on the second-level corridor, or jump down to the main floor and try to open the massive stone door bearing the lion-tiger relief. Qin Lun didn't hesitate at all. He immediately headed towards the half-open door. Judging by the scene before him, the large door downstairs probably led to a more important area. However, he had no idea if the ground level contained traps, and whether he could even open that massive door was highly questionable. The smaller door above was already open halfway, at least offering a glimpse inside first. Carefully, Qin Lun peered into the half-open door from various angles. Only after a long while did he finally step through the entrance. Inside was a short corridor ending at 2 identical stone doors. On either side of these doors were narrow passages hugging the stone wall. Between them lay a massive pit, about 10 meters deep and 5 meters wide. The overall layout resembled a flat shape. Dead center within this mouth stood a platform no bigger than a chessboard, likely meant as a stepping stone. Judging by the grooves slightly lower down around the chessboard platform, stone slabs must have once connected it to the sides, forming a small bridge over this chasm. Qin Lun leaned over to peer into the pit. The bottom was littered with bones. Combined with the dense array of small holes dotting the pit walls, this immediately conjured thoughts of nasty traps, arrows, poisonous sprays, and the like. "Are you quite done staring?" Cough. A voice tinged with irritation suddenly sounded beside Qin Lun. Qin Lun glanced coolly to the side. Yoshida Junko was slumped against the stone doorway near him. He'd seen the Japanese girl there just moments before from outside. Meeting Qin Lun's calm gaze, a complex expression flickered across Junko's face. She had recognized the young man. As the only magic-inclined reincarnator in her small team, her memory was sharp. Besides, they hadn't gone their separate ways for more than 2 days yet. Forgetting Qin Lun completely was unlikely. Qin Lun rubbed his chin. Without another word, he pulled out his only healing bandage, clutching it in his hand while fixing Junko with an intense stare. Her injuries were obvious. She clutched her abdomen, blood steadily seeping through her fingers. It stained the ground beneath her in a widening crimson pool. Clearly, the wound on her abdomen was large, possibly even a full gut slash, an external injury that Law body struggled to heal naturally. Her face, pale as snow, suggested she'd already burned through recovery items just to hold on this long. You and your teammates, none of you carry wound ointment? Qin Lun asked, genuinely curious this time. Ran out, Junko admitted after a tense silence, visibly awkward. We fought hard fights before entering this base. No one anticipated the main quest would mutate into this. Qin Lun's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. This statement revealed more than intended. It seemed the 3 veterans encountered a change in the main plotline upon entering this phantom demon facility, forcing them into risky, high-difficulty tasks. Cough. Since you're clearly a fellow veteran, Junko glanced at him with reproach. Why didn't you just say so outright? Fine. Out with it. How many credit points for that bandage? 2 conditions. Qin Lun smiled slightly, laying out his demands. First, display the equipment you're carrying and let me pick 1 item. Second, show me your current quest list. Equipment. Impossible. Junko's pale cheeks flushed with angry indignation. That bandage is worth maybe 3,000 credit points at most. Doubling the price wouldn't match even the cheapest gear I own. This is outrageous extortion. I'll tough it out a bit longer. Once Matthew and Jote finish the quest, I can return directly. Given your current state, Qin Lun replied with an odd little smile, I doubt you'll last until they finish. True, judged by credit points, my bandage isn't worth a piece of your equipment. But your life? That's worth a lot more than 1 item. Your choice. I won't force you. You. Conflicting emotions warred on Junko's face. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as a terrifying thought struck her. Why do you want to see my quest list? Could it be that your quest? Are you a hunter too? Panic spread across the Japanese girl's face as she stared at Qin Lun with growing fear. Hunter? Qin Lun subtly frowned, his mind racing as he cautiously probed. Whether I'm a hunter or not isn't the point. Since I'm currently in the same team frame as you, killing you now wouldn't be feasible. I don't believe you. Junko fixed him with an intense, unwavering stare, searching for any slip in his expression. Unless you sign a transaction contract with me. Guarantee you won't kill me after this trade. Qin Lun rubbed his temples. The Japanese girl wasn't nearly as easy to trick as the newbies. As an apostle, signing any contract with a reincarnator was impossible. It would instantly expose his identity. As a hunter, I cannot sign a life protection contract with prey. Qin Lun replied, his gaze shifting slightly as he wove his lies carefully within the boundaries of existing intel. I also cannot hunt prey within my own team frame. If I meant to kill you, I'd have done it already. Why waste a healing bandage? Remember, killing you also nets me a bloody cube. Junko's expression gradually calmed. Her gaze flicked between Qin Lun and the healing bandage he held, a frown of indecision deepening as she remained silent. Hurry your decision, Qin Lun urged, seeing acceptance settle in her eyes. A certainty rose within him. I can't waste much more time here with you. All right, I accept. Junko gritted her teeth, reluctance clear. But giving you any 1 piece of equipment hurts my combat power severely. She hesitated, then displayed an alternative item. I'll trade you this. But you'll have to add something extra. Otherwise, I might as well just wait here to die. Yoshida Junko showed an item that was not equipment, but a skill scroll. In the 3D projection before the Japanese girl, an ancient-looking magic scroll was rotating. Judged by the simulated skill effect in the projection, this was a magical defense skill formed by a magic circle. The magic circle consisted of 5 circular arrays. There were 4 smaller circular arrays at each corner, all connected by a large circular array in the center, forming a simple structured magic circle. This magic circle did not disappear after activation. Instead, it seemed to be condensed by magic elements into a shiny mirror, shimmering with brilliant elemental colors. Within the 4 smaller and 1 larger magic circles, tiny hexagonal honeycomb structures occasionally lit up. This was also the sturdiest type of magical structure. Crystal Mirror Magic Array, C. Rank active skill belongs to the 4th level elemental magic. As long as the surrounding environment contains the 5 major natural elements, wind, fire, water, earth, and wood, it can form the Crystal Mirror Magic Array. This skill only consumes mana value and has no cooldown time. Skill effect. The magic array randomly absorbs one of the 5 major natural elements, wind, fire, water, earth, or wood, based on the user's elemental affinity, directly condensing the magic array into a magic crystal mirror. The magic crystal mirror provides some defense against both physical attacks and magical attacks from enemies. When the user actively releases the magic array, through the interaction between magic elements, it unleashes a one-directional elemental burst. Skill requirement. The size of the magic crystal mirror and the power of the elemental burst are determined by the mana value provided to the magic array by the user. The basic cost to form the magic array is 50 mana units. The learning requirement is 200 mana units. Qin Lun felt a slight stir in his heart. This crystal mirror magic array skill reminded him of the hexagonal prism shield he had sold. The functions of the two were different in approach, but equally satisfactory in result. Although one was a defensive shield and the other a magical skill, both had a counterattack capability in addition to defense. Of course, purely from a defensive perspective, the magic crystal mirror currently could not be compared to the hexagonal prism shield. After all, using it required 50 points of mana or energy points, and judging by its rank, it could only defend against 1 attack below the 4th level intensity. With Qin Lun's current 165 energy points, he could only defend against 3 attacks, which was no match for the dark gold shield. However, this magical skill had excellent applicability. Whether in a high-tech world or a magical world, it was hard to imagine an environment completely devoid of any natural elements. Unless in a vacuum, this simple structured magic array was basically applicable to all quest worlds. Perhaps in the Japanese girl's view, this was just a relatively low-level defensive skill. Yet, Qin Lun keenly realized the true value hidden within this magical skill. The mage who created this magic array likely did not originally consider it from a defensive standpoint. These thoughts flashed through Qin Lun's mind in an instant, but he did not show his thoughts on his face. This scroll should be a special treasure you obtained in some quest world, right? Qin Lun blinked and asked without changing his expression. Special treasures produced in quest worlds were different from reincarnator skills. The former could be used directly by apostles, while the latter required Qin Lun to pay a certain price to have Shattered Starry Sky remove the superstring laws bestowed upon the scroll by the superstring space. Yes, that's right. Junko nodded. For her, there was nothing to hide about this. In that case, I'll exchange it with a special treasure too. Qin Lun smiled and took out World Tree Dew from his storage space. Besides the healing bandage, I'll give you half a bottle of World Tree Dew. Yoshida Junko looked at the projection introduction of the World Tree Dew, and a hint of pleasant surprise flashed across her face. Such a small bottle. Even half is only about 5 drops. Its value can't compare to the scroll. Junko licked her dry lips and said with dissatisfaction, don't be too greedy. World Tree Dew is different from ordinary recovery items. Given your current condition, only World Tree Dew can compensate for the weakness caused by massive blood loss and let you quickly regain combat ability. Qin Lun smiled and shook his head, hitting the nail on the head. Your mission time is limited. The faster you recover, the more you can gain later. The Japanese girl fell silent, a struggle appearing on her face. Finally, after bargaining between the two, Qin Lun exchanged the healing bandage plus 7 drops of World Tree Dew for the Crystal Mirror Magic Array Scroll. Qin Lun satisfactorily put away the Magic Array Scroll. This thing required a base of 200 mana points to learn. He only had 165 energy points, so he couldn't use it for now. He guessed Yoshida Junko also hadn't used the scroll for this reason. After all, at their strength level, having one more piece of defensive equipment or skill was equivalent to having an extra life. If she could use it, she wouldn't have kept it unused. After the transaction was completed, Yoshida Junko immediately used the healing bandage. Qin Lun also clearly saw the wound on her abdomen. It was a nearly 20-centimeter-long knife wound, almost gutting the Japanese girl on the spot. No wonder, even with a reincarnator's law body, she couldn't stop the bleeding or heal naturally, and could only use ordinary recovery medicine to delay death. World Tree Dew indeed far surpassed ordinary recovery items in replenishing life force. Just 3 drops of the dew brought a hint of color back to the face of the heavily blood-lost Japanese girl. All right, now it's time to show me your mission list, right? Qin Lun waited until Junko finished all this before bringing up the final part of the transaction again. The Japanese girl looked at the young man, muttered something under her breath, and reluctantly displayed her mission list. Although she still had some doubts about Qin Lun wanting to see the mission list, actions were the best proof. If he wanted to kill her, Qin Lun wouldn't have waited for her to recover. Just after the transaction was completed, the young man would have acted directly. Faction mission. Looking at Yoshida Junko's mission list, Qin Lun's pupils contracted sharply. In Junko's mission list, besides the initial main quests and side missions, there was an additional faction mission. As a reincarnator of the Oni clan, Yoshida Junko's mission requirement was to oppose and hunt down reincarnators of the Phantom Demon faction. No wonder the Japanese girl was so nervous earlier. Although Qin Lun and she were in the same team when they first entered the Phantom Demon world, this couldn't rule out the possibility that the young man had joined the Phantom Demon faction midway. This faction mission had participation requirements. Besides reincarnator level, there were also requirements for the mission area. In short, novice reincarnators and those who hadn't entered certain specific areas couldn't undertake the faction mission. The Phantom Demon base beneath their feet was one of the areas for faction hunting. Apostle 70053, the reincarnator intelligence you obtain satisfies the hunting clause of the Apostle Covenant, triggering the Death Hunting mission. Death Hunt. According to the hunting clause of the Apostle Covenant, Shattered Starry Sky will reward apostles for actively hunting reincarnators. This reward clause takes precedence over other mission rewards, with priority second only to the Time-Space Core mission. Reward content will be calculated upon return, based on the number and level of reincarnators killed. Prompt. The reincarnator intelligence obtained by Apostle 70053 will be released to all apostles in the Phantom Demon world. The currently confirmed faction hunting area is the Phantom Demon Undersea Temple. As the intelligence obtainer, Apostle 70053 will have their mission evaluation raised by 1 rank upon return. Death Hunt. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and a trace of inexplicable meaning appeared at the corner of his mouth. If when he first entered the Phantom Demon world, he was only suspicious, then the current situation was very clear. Shattered Starry Sky and Superstring Space indeed had some kind of relationship. Based on the current intelligence, at the very least, Shattered Starry Sky was definitely not friendly towards Superstring Space. I can move freely now. Shall we move together? Yoshida Junko's complexion looked much better, and she looked at Qin Lun with a hint of expectation. Oh, what do you plan to do next? Qin Lun snapped out of his thoughts and asked with a smile. A cold glint flashed deep within his pupils as he looked at Yoshida Junko. If before, he didn't have a strong desire to kill the Japanese girl, then after the appearance of the death hunting mission, it finally sparked an idea. Given Qin Lun's personality, he didn't have as strong an interest in killing as Joey did. Of course, if the Japanese girl had no further use value, he might very well set a trap for her. This is a large undersea temple, and also a very important base for the Phantom Demon race. Before entering the Phantom Demon world, Matthew spent a great deal to acquire a copy of the Phantom Demon Rumors record. This was the most important reason why we broke through here so quickly, but, Junko said somewhat bitterly. But you didn't expect the Phantom Demon world to have a faction confrontation mission. Qin Lun smiled faintly. He understood immediately. The strength of Matthew's trio wasn't actually high. They managed to break through here only because they made many targeted preparations. This also benefited Qin Lun greatly. If these reincarnators hadn't cleared the trapped phantom demons in the maze, he wouldn't have been able to follow behind and reach this place. In terms of Qin Lun's combat power, except for the first time-space core, most of the subsequent gains were thanks to rational judgment. Of course, there was also some very fortunate opportunistic gains. How did you get injured? Where are your other companions now? Qin Lun asked gently with a smile on his face. After the transaction, the Japanese girl's mood relaxed considerably. She sighed and recounted the previous experiences of her trio. Besides Matthew's trio, the experiences of the other three newcomers were roughly similar to what Qin Lun had previously deduced. However, Yoshida Junko's injury wasn't caused by reincarnators from another faction, but because they encountered phantom demon guards here. The stone door opposite this corridor was guarded by 2 Bao Ashi and 2 Dark Crows. Dark Crows, ninjas transformed into phantom demons. Although Matthew's trio dealt with the 4 phantom demons, restricted by the terrain, the 3 also paid a considerable price. Among them, Yoshida Junko was the most severely injured and had to stay here, waiting bitterly for Matthew and the other. Their phantom demon pearls already satisfied the first main quest, but Yoshida Junko's injury absolutely couldn't wait until after 7 days. The only hope for a quick return was to wait for Matthew and the other to complete the second main quest and obtain 1,000 faction reputation. We were too careless. Even with the map intelligence from the Phantom Demon Rumors record, we shouldn't have entered this Phantom Demon base, Junko said with a bitter smile. Although the Phantom Demons invaded Paris and took most of the Phantom Demon guards with them, there are still many Phantom Demons guarding the Undersea Temple. So that means you haven't encountered reincarnators from other factions yet. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.